What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. It's another installation of the Siege Double Shot coming at you, NAL style. We're here in the qualifier playoffs, where we promise to bring you some banger best of threes. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. What you say there, Whiskey?
Yeah, welcome everyone here to the Blast Open Qualifier Playoffs. It's the road to Montreal. Now we have got just, let's see, I think it's 7 teams left, maybe 6 now, as some things changed a little bit. But just a few teams left here in the Open Qualifier Playoffs. We had 6 teams that qualified from each of the 3 previous weekends here into this, plus the number 9 seed team from the NAL. That was Los. Unfortunately, those guys did not qualify, and they have made it in here to the Open Qualifier playoffs as potentially the spoiler as we go through it. I want to show the process real quick because I know we talked about this in the past, but just to show it again, got 3 open qualifiers there on the left. That gives us 6 teams plus the bottom 2 if NAL had 10, but they've only got 9. So the bottom 1 comes in there in the Open Qualifier playoffs. These double elimination best of 3 games are going to yield the top 3 teams that go into the last chance qualifiers to take on the 5 lowest teams from the North America League that should be ending up here this week. So that's it. Open qualifier playoffs, just 2 days, my friend, and what's left. And which are the teams? Going to show that real quick. 2 big games today taking place at the beginning in the quarterfinals. SSG Academy and Fluffy Aimers. That game's going to be, I believe, streamed to POV from JJ. But we are going to be covering the CL4L versus the Mormon Battalion. That's the Challenger League for Life, or the X Makers Squad.
The X-Maker squad. Let's take a look at exactly who they're bringing to the table. CL4L Challenger League for life. This is going to be a tough one. Packer, Tristan, Bino, Giddy, and Trot. And on the other side of it, couple familiar names. If you watch some of the Siege Double Shot, Cassia, Aimkey, Exige, Volsper, and Scooby Dooby Doo.
Yeah, and that CL4L team under the Makers banner, I mean, was almost unstoppable. They have won nearly everything they've got their hands on, made it all the way far in here. So the Mormon Battalion have got their work cut out for them to start. This is a team made up of sort of a core from that Wanagoons roster that was unbelievable in the Element 2, and then continued on a little bit, plus the pickup of Aimkey. We know he had been playing for Thrive in the first and second open qualifiers, but joined this team to take down Karn and Co. to earn their spot here. So this is going to be a matchup of all time, my friend. So I think we're still working on getting one more of the players in, but got to talk about where are we going to be playing at? Which maps are we going to?
All right, let's take a look. It's map ban time. It's a best of 3, which means you at least get 2. But if everybody's firing on all cylinders, we're getting a potential for 3 on the first one. Chalet, Night Haven, Cafe, and Consulate going to be off the board first, which means our first map going to take us to the coveted Dub House. Followed up with some Skyscraper action where it pays to be a good team that can attack. Then we head on to the last 2 bands, Lair and Border, going to be gone, which means if we get to the decider, should fate declare that we need one more to find out who's moving on, Bank is going to be our last map of the no lair whiskey.
You know what? I'm on the fence. I want to see it. I want to cast it, but I don't know that I have not played that map enough. So I really want to see it played, so that way we can learn a few strats, my friend.
That's right. Okay, I think that's it. We're there, right? It's the qualifier playoffs. It's the path to Montreal, and it all starts here on the Siege Double Shot. We're bringing it to you. Clubhouse coming into you, and what a map to start us out with, right? What a freaking map. It's the great equalizer. Every little bit is default. You know, you see the same strats over and over again. Saw a little bit of a switch up one of the last couple of times we cast it, where CCTV and cash started coming back into the fold and not necessarily being that tertiary site. But for the most part, head down to church, head up to gym bedroom, bring out your classic operators that are going to slow down the pace of the game, and then the best attacking team is going to win.
Yeah, that's right. Like you said, we see this map so often, and taking a look at the bands as they start off, I know Jesse J talks about this as one of his favorite parts of the game going in, because it completely changes up the play style of the game. And Monty has been banned at like almost 65% of the time in the NAL. We're taking a look at some of those stats. He has absolutely taken on the #1 ban. I think we've seen him banned in nearly every single game we casted here as a part of the Blast Open qualifiers here. And Blitz going to be the next to go, so no shields, no opportunity there. The Challenger League for life, not wanting to see the Mormon Battalion play Blitz. We know we got to see a little bit of that in their Karn & Co game. So Azami, not unusual again, very high ban rate as well, and great on Clubhouse.
Yeah, huge couple of first picks, right? Leaves a couple of key operators on the board. And then the Architect to follow it up and Fenrir to go. So we can expect quick action, right? We can expect it to get in your face very quickly. That's why you see the Fenrir banned out. That's why you see the Azami banned out. It allows you to take some of those areas with a little bit more safety and a little bit more speed. The double shield ban is wild, right? The second one definitely being a target ban. Mormon Battalion bringing a blitz play quite a few of the rounds that we cast them in on the last couple of qualifiers, right? So something that they've been relying on. So a good ban does mean Dokkaebi, Grim, the Hatch Queen still on the board, Ying still going to be able to be utilized here. So lots of potential for some shenanigans. Especially when going towards the last bit towards the execute. So exciting bans, honestly. Kind of a switch up. I like it.
And one of my favorite things about the most recent update here to the game is the fact that when we get into the play phase, the player cards can be re-expanded. My friend, I love the fact that we are going to be able to get that back. That was a huge fix. So really glad Ubisoft found that one and fixed it. So setting up to start off downstairs in the basement. Just a little bit of a roam, well, maybe a little bit more. You got 3 players upstairs with Oryx and Mute and Goyo potentially working on some setup up there. So aim keep playing on the Oryx. That is a dangerous proposition here for the Challenger League for life.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's an extension up top to the first floor bar game, and they utilize the castle, block off the doorways, open up the hatch. So they've got a way back down in the site. They're giving it as a foregone conclusion. They're going to get Moto Hatch open. They're going to dedicate something else instead towards holding on to the potential the kitchen hatch there. So the extension up top, I like it. And 2 members up on the second floor. Well, now just 1 with the Orcs is going to allow them to, or force them to clear every single room before they can get down and potentially start their execute towards that church area.
That was so close. We almost saw Giddy take off Aimkey's head, though, playing up at the top of that window. He had a peek, and it was just a fraction of a second too late. So that is the first one down, though. Speaking of Buck, he's going to go down. And that was Xsiege taking that shot with the big shotty.
That's right. Tristan going to use the DMR to take the head off. The Scoob now puts us into a 4v3 as they're starting to put some pressure now towards that first floor site, right? Cleared out the top, working on gaining the real estate on the first, but the defense has bunkered back down. So it's hold on blue, the hold on dirt, and of course the hold inside of church, watching those hatches come down. So plenty of time still left on the board, Whiskey. They're going to go ahead and take a second and suss out exactly where these last defenders are before they start to head towards their execute.
Well, yeah, and you still have got one of the Dokkaebi calls left, so ability to shut down the cams if they've got any still available here. Like you said, plenty of time for CL4L to get themselves set up, start figuring out where they want to put this pressure down. So working on there it is, going to steal the camera, gain all the intel, and boy, Dokkaebi had too much caffeine today, just shaking like crazy.
Let's go. Need a little caffeine myself. Whatever she's on, we'll take 2. So to open up all of these cross areas so they can start to put some pressure from the vertical down towards. They got to rotate onto the main stairs, so going to be able to do the hatch play and that main stair as they start to get down to the last 30 seconds. So it's going to look like push all in at once. Start to see the bees go out here. This is the famous part for Grimm's. Drop down oil, finds one. Tristan's going to find another. And Xsiege starting onto the comeback. Hits Bino, but now puts us into a 3v1. He's alone in Moto. Got enough things to get it done. There's a quick shot. The flip
What?
around almost has it with the shotgun, but it's going to be a pistol popping Packer that takes him down.
Man, it came right down to the wire there in terms of player count, in terms of time. Not unexpected here. We know that the this X Makers team, I'm gonna struggle with the Challenger League for life, and not drop back into their old Makers nomenclature. But like we said, this team is very good, an incredible team. So Mormon Battalion, they've got plenty of VOD on this team, though. That's one of the advantages. They've been together for a significant period of time, with the exception of Kobe, obviously getting the call up to the NAL. But this is a team that is full of the next up list here in terms of professional Siege. So really happy that we're getting a chance to watch them. Interesting setup here, though, from Volspar playing the Mirror. I mean, that typical. We see Mirror played all the time here on the 2F Gym Bedroom site on Clubhouse, but no reinforcement on Bathroom. Just put it on a soft wall.
Yeah, it is interesting. It's definitely going to be allowed to shoot, but it's going to use that Mira like a deployable shield now. Oh wait, on the Bathroom, that's reinforced.
Was it reinforced? Oh, jeez. I didn't. From the view that they had, the wall didn't look like it was reinforced.
So
Well,
a mirror
there it
on the
is.
bathroom, yeah, mirror on the bathroom wall and a mirror in gold. Honestly, I'm looking at the operators here, and we don't get more default than this, right? On both sides of the board. And that's exactly what. Ooh, what a shot! The spawn peak going to take down part of that two-pronged approach. That's a big one. Case goes down, and the thermite's off the board, which means you've only got Selma charges, which also means that you're not going to be able to open everything up that you're used to, right? Normally, it's open up CCTV, open up construction, open up on the hot tub, and then put the pressure in as you start to shrink down that circle. With thermite off the board, not being able to use any of those charges, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult. Huge pick for Mormon right off the gate.
Yeah, I mean, you've got all of these pieces of hard breach that you're typically opening as you make the horizontal push over towards the gym. You've got the cache CC wall right exactly where Scuba's playing. That's an important part, and you can see the late round. The late round barricade there going up, but you saw blood flying out from the door as he was taking shots trying to get that up. A little bit too late, but holy cow, how's Aimkey win that?
No kidding. Started with the hip fire, but it's on point. Aimkey to find a double now as he takes Packer off the board and now puts himself at the top of the red stairs as they are just putting all of the pressure onto this attacking team. So definitely a default site, definitely default operators, but they're not playing in the default position. It's the wander around, and it's working really well. 4v2 now with a minute 22. All the pressure put onto Thatcher and Buck as they attempt to try to get Case back and get themselves into a position they can get a plant. That castle going to prove to be pretty difficult as they've changed around some of those locations and now boarded up the cache room.
I mean, you basically got this complete the complete pushover here from the cache and conside take here from this Challenger League for Life team. They really haven't focused at all on any other entry in. It has all been here. I mean, you still got 47 seconds left, and you still have got Scoop playing right up against the wall. He's gonna take a few shots and win it. No way.
Okay, so they're going to take Gym and Bedroom, and it's a quite a bit different showing than it was for round number one. The deal is, right, it's not a David versus Goliath situation. We're in the qual playoffs here. All of these teams are good. Makers has been at the absolute top of T2, right? Winning multiple tournaments, having players called up to the Pro League. So they are definitely the team to beat. But as we sit 1-1 here, waiting for that last player to get in, I'm starting to think, I know it's only been 2 rounds, but this could be quite the game.
Yeah, that's right. One of the players dropping out. Looks like it was Packer. Maybe needing to restart and frame. One of the multiple bugs that we know do exist. And when it all comes down to this, can't play with even a few missing frames here because these teams are trying to earn their spot to Montreal. Right. This is the Open Qualifier playoffs, the only opportunity. And not only do these teams have to go through and try and take down the best of the T2, T3 scene in Fluffy Aimers, Mormon Battalion, Bello, SSG Academy. They got to take down all of those teams. Plus, you're going to have to take down all of the NAL teams as well. So this is a really tough climb to make it through from a playoff perspective. But when you're hot, you're hot, and right now both of these two teams have been on a streak. So I'm really looking forward to seeing which one is going to make it. Again, it is a best of 3, so we are going to get the opportunity to see how this plays out over the course of 3 maps. So, but not wanting to give up one round to start off with, they're going to hold on, and we're going to go back and forth to start it out. Start back in the basement there for this 3rd round of defense.
Right, and what are we seeing brought out? This is a play that we've seen by Mormon before, bringing out the Scopos and Mute combo, right? And what they did last time was they took it all the way up, and that's exactly what they're doing. They took it all the way up to the bathroom. They put the Scopos into the shower stall with a Mute jammer, so you can't get your drones in like a Flores, a Twitch, any of your electronic gadgets not going to work up there. If you don't drone it out, you won't be able to see them, and because it's up on the ledge, it makes it incredibly difficult to vault and get over there to take that Scopos out. So this has been without using some sort of like explosives, right? So the potential for the flank, huge. The use of the Scopos here and the Mute combo, already just an incredibly fun interaction between the newest operator and a classic.
Yep, we haven't seen her played in all of the sites and all of the maps. I think teams continue to still sort of, lean on the defaults, lean on the ones that they feel comfortable with. But there is definitely a couple sites so far that she is starting to make an appearance. Here, the basement defense on Clubhouse, definitely one of them.
Okay, so it is going to be Cade primed with the C4 ready to launch it. Should they start to push in towards that kitchen area to put pressure on the hatch on the side of the attack, you are going to get a couple of defaults. They have now scoped out the Scopos. So they've got them. They've got some grenades to deal with that. So Nook probably going to make that transition to go upstairs and get rid of that flank that could be potentially coming down. But Ace to help the Hatch Queen open it up. That will be used for that church wall once they get those hatches open. Drop down Grim for that intel. And he's kind of become one of those really incredibly important operators, right? Intel is so huge for this game, and Grim just provides multitudes of it, especially when going for like that late round when you're going for the late round execute, right? Flood the site with bees, get your plant down, and then you know if anybody's coming up, and then it's hold on until the end.
What a great little interaction there. We saw Packer was upstairs trying to deal with the Scopos, putting down claymores that were muted, and unable to be able to take care of it. So all of the Scopos surviving, and the attackers basically completely rotate back. Say forget about it. He's gonna push down the stairs, and Siege's gonna make him pay for it. So using the two-brow rather than one of the pieces of electricity, it's going to slow this whole thing down a little bit more, and they've got to watch out for Exige on the central stairs. 30 seconds left. Holy cow, still working on this get set up.
No kidding. So what you're seeing there on the kitchen hatch is gonna put 2 of those X Kairos on either side, and that's gonna potentially blow the Cade claw that's holding on to it, so they don't have to waste an EMP. But Exige's gonna find another one, and now Cass gonna find Adam off the board, puts us into, as the trades come out, puts us into a 2-2. A 1-2 as the Cade sniper shot. He takes Tristan down. So 6 seconds left. They're looking towards blue to find the end of the round here. He's down, and he finds him. That's a prone, pwned, and owned position right there.
Yeah, Cade holding on to this tight angle, drops into the prone position. Giddy had to try and search him out, but definitely a fun little interaction we saw upstairs there in the bathroom, seeing how that's playing out, right? Even though, yeah, you thought maybe Nook would make the trip upstairs, take down that piece. Didn't even end up needing the flank, but it definitely sucked up a little bit of time there as Challenger League try to figure out what's the right play. How do we want to get rid of the utility? Want to hold on to it? Just deal with it. The claymores don't work either. So yeah, you're stuck with frag grenades, or I don't know if I'm assuming an ash charge would work as well.
Interesting. I'm not sure on that one. So Okay, they win their basement, puts them up in the score line. Going to head to the Tersh site for this next round. It is going to be the cache CCTV, and it looks like they're going to be bringing the castle on for another extension. And I just love that, right? It really not only does it force the engagement, Whiskey, that you have to go deal with them, but you're bringing along the castle, so you have to bring out your utility and gadgets. So maybe some players that you wouldn't necessarily have brought to take care of that extension util has to be used now. So it kind of switches up the strat. We're going to see the Flores being brought out for that. It's a still double up on the hard breach, so still could bring that two-pronged approach out as they try to hold on to both the garage and that main breach with the, oh, geez, already got one.
Yeah.
Castle off the board. That's a tough one.
Scoob was taking a few, a few risks, right? Taking a few risks, taking the spawn peak. He won one, lost one so far here as we're playing out the beginning of round 4. So see whether or not in the long run that has worked. In that previous round, when we did see the defense take an early pick, they were able to convert that into a round win. So see if this Challenger League for Life team can do the same.
Okay, down in the body bounce, but not down in spirit. It's a 5v4. Still holding on to that extension as they start to push some pressure onto the player that was playing into that side of that swamp. Takes a shot onto the garage door. Not going to hit it, though. Behind the truck in the relative safety. Ace goes down. Does take us into a 4-4 now as they lost one of the hard breachers. They were hello, caught slipping. Giddy going to take Volsper down. Jeez, that was a silly kill. Now they got him on the drone as they start to make the push in. Some fire pushed him out of there earlier as they took the real estate into the top of secret. But he's really in between a rock and a hard place now as they are slowly starting to collapse onto him. A couple of pre-fires looking for it. He's going to do the run out, come out, wants it, takes it, finds it. Got him. Exceeds to find him, but he gets traded out immediately. Tristan's able to take him down. Puts us into a 3-2 with the man advantage sitting in the hands of CL4L. I said that right on the first try. I just want to
say that. Let's go.
W. Okay, so a minute, taking a look. They've got an idea that somebody's on the main breach. He takes a couple of shots in there, revealing the location. Top red not going to make the play for it just yet, as they're going to find themselves in a sit and hold position. Oh, what a beautiful try. Tristan takes aim key down off the board as the shot from the breach doesn't end up panning out. Now puts us into a 2-1. Back onto the shoulders of Cass here in this mute as they got plenty of time really to double up. Now, if they feed her one at a time, feed the Cass one at a time, potential for to seal this round up.
Yeah, missing any sort of protection there at the top. Red doesn't have the deployable shield, doesn't have anything else to try and hold on. That's in the last C4, and that is the plant going down. Coverage from the main breach. Not going to be able to just try and push across there. So trapping the defender back on the other side of that cache CC wall. And yeah, good setup there from CL4L. They did convert that opening pick into a round win, so far pretty good percentage here as far as that stat goes. Got to try and see if Mormon maybe take a little bit of a step back, maybe don't spawn peak on every single round, because this CL4L team is very good at matching that aggression.
Yeah, and now that they've got the kill, CL4L is going to be looking for it, right? They're going to be checking every single door. And now that serves the purpose of getting the spawn peak. When you get the spawn peak, not only do you get the man advantage, not only do you get the entry pick, but it puts it into the mind of the attacking team that you're willing to take those risks, right? You think the man advantage of losing somebody on the spawn peak is worth it. So what does that do? It means you got to check every single avenue as you're coming up. Definitely is going to slow you down. It definitely starts to set the pace here. So back up to Gym Bedroom, Whiskey. They're going to bring out the same defense that they brought before. Castle, Mira, Bandit, Warden, and now one of my favorite operators now, Malusi.
Yep, the addition of the extra gadget certainly making a bit of a difference here in competitive play. We've seen her pick rate definitely increase as a result. So it's it's one of the things. I mean, even though Siege is not a new game, definitely considered an old game by a lot of standards in terms of how long it's been out from a core operating perspective. The team continually making those balancing changes, making those choices, and as we see the each of the operators operators change in sort of their pick rates, it continues to keep the game interesting. So I really hope that that the devs continue to seek the feedback of all of the community as they try and make some of these updates and changes, and it's fun to see how it's changing over time.
Absolutely. So, just want to point out something here on the CL4L team. We did bring the Amaru in, and it's not necessarily in like the get up and plant position. This is going to be used for total chaos as soon as potentially the plant starts going down or they get that first pick because they were sitting down by that kitchen door waiting to come up into that main stair hallway. But they do take themselves to the roof as they get a bit of a regroup, a little bit of a redirect here is maybe necessarily the plan they were trying to put in place, not going to work out. So take a second, get some drones in, find out where these defenders are, and then start to make your push in. It's a classic setup over here, Whiskey. Got to deal with that deployable at the top of red, and really don't have much outside of the Yings to do so. So it's going to be doing it the old-fashioned way, right? A little bit of gunplay.
Well, and so far the CL4L team has won a basement and the 2F CC site, so all they got to do is try and hold on here to the gym site, and they'll have made the complete site rotation on the attacking side. This time, though, they have a little bit more hard breach and opening this up a lot sooner. Continuing, though, a similar strategy where they had a lot of effort focused on the CC side overtake. So this time, they've got a lot of it open. You can see those blue outlines looking and focusing a little bit from the con side. We'll see whether or not they make any rotate here as you roll up to that last 40 seconds. The defenders all basically bunkered back down in the standard power positions for this site.
Yeah, that's right. So 4-4 as we hit 35, start sending the flashes. The Yings, they push all the way up towards the window, but Warden is sitting onto the mirror. He's still waiting for that battle. Adam's going to take Cass off the board. Adam going to find a second now, puts us into a 4-2. They got themselves the plant down, so all going to put the pressure here on these last two defenders. It's a Vector and Warden ready to go. They've got to do it quickly. So a couple of pre-fires through as they know that the plant is going to be coming, know that the pre-fire is going to come from the window. Warden get taken off the board, all going to put the pressure onto the mirror, and they're going to be able to find that on the pre-fire.
Well, shut it down there, holding on to the windows, holding on to the highway windows. Multiple kills there coming from the spread out and getting the plant down, right? Objective-based gameplay on top of all of the good things that they had done. And CL4L already surpassed that standard split. They've got their 3, and that is the complete round rotate as far as they're concerned. They've won on all 3 of the major sites. So now the Mormon Battalion got to go back downstairs to the basement. That one we've split 50-50 so far. So the Challenger League for Life won it back on round 1. Mormon Battalion answered back on round 3. With a bunch of great play there, ending up with that final proned Cade finish off in the blue hallway. So what are they going to do different this time? Can't wait to see what this attacking lineup is going to be. But similar setup from the Mormon Battalion with the addition or the change up of the dock on from Scoo bringing out. I like that change.
Yeah, it's okay, I think, right? The doc is kind of the cheese op for me, right? Yeah, health is important, and yeah, you gotta have some health to be alive. So that sure, I mean, obviously makes sense. But there's just so different utility that you could be bringing to the table that I just feel like is better down in the basement area, right? Would have liked to see the Cade being brought out and an extra dedication to holding on to those hatches, especially if we've got the two brow for the combo. But they're the pros. They know what they're doing. So we'll go with the Doc pick now. He's got 4-3 on the KD. See if he's that impact player that potentially Cade could have been. Going all the way up to the top, though. They didn't use the Scopos this time. I guess Flank didn't actually come around from that. Just made them dedicate some utility towards it. Do we have, so really outside of the dock and he makes his way back down, we're going to hit for a full bunker strat here for the last round of the half.
Yeah, interesting. I know we had talked about whether or not this team had sort of played, a heavy roam, shallow roam, extension kind of a gameplay, but definitely changing up a little bit here from their round 3. I think they were a little bit more spread out. We had talked about like aim key, that whole Scopo scenario upstairs. But yeah, you called it. They have completely bunkered back down, and the drone made it through. The mute jammer, great jump there with the zoomies getting past it.
Yeah, I guess that has changed the way that mute needs to be played now, because you get a little bit of speed, jump over it, you're going to be fine on the other side and remain with your intel. That's pretty huge. So opening up the hatches, start to put some pressure on here vertically, as they have sussed out the second floor already and the first floor, taking a bunch of real estate. Looking for that play up on the stairs where I believe, who was it that got the kill there last time? I can't even remember. Somebody coming down the back stairs found themselves a double. I think it was Exige. So not going to be fooled by that this time.
All right, a minute left. Yeah, you talked about we're getting everything set up here. In this case, you know, we got the basement very well defined in terms of an opening procedure that the attackers are generally taking. So this piece is a little bit about the util game, who can hold on the longest, and they're waiting, not using that impact grenade, waiting until there's more of the X-Kairos in place to try and trick them off with that impact.
They're going to find Mute taken off the board. Exige, one of the early heroes of the last time they played it. And then we're going to see Valkyrie relegated to the cam. So very quickly, well, not very quickly, late, we find ourselves in a 5v3. I just keep looking up, and all of a sudden, we only have 20 seconds left on the board. They've done all the work. They've checked all the boxes. Now's the time for the execute. The drop down, the shot.
Whoa,
knew he was there on the drone. Finds them. It is going to be the P90 to find one, but Adam's going to take the last player down as the plan starts to go. P90 to find a second now puts us into a 3v1. 39 health on the dock, so this would be a good time to utilize that stim. Could be impact. If he wins it out here, I'll call myself a dock fan for life. But in a 3v1 with 35, I'd say it's a pretty tough road to climb. That's
indeed.
Just take them off the board, and my opinion remains.
All right, the dock is the cheese pick. You know, he called it out at the beginning, and you're gonna remain the opinion going forward here. And yeah, CL4L Challenger League for life. The X Makers team has you know, had a real dominant first half there. Definitely found two more than expected, and put Mormon Battalion here a little bit on the back foot. Now, we have seen them be a very good attacking team previously. See whether or not they can turn it around again on what is a very good team here. We talked about them being nearly unstoppable, as they've rolled through almost every tournament that this team of Packer put together has just been unstoppable.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's the op swap. We're switching gears here, as we're going to see what CL4L is bringing to the table for their defense, and if the Mormon Battalion has the leadership to bring some attacking wins around. On the defense, a couple of classics. Still going to see that extension up top. So let me ask, Whiskey, are we watching the meta change? We've seen this now probably like 9 times for the basement, 9 or 10 times for this basement setup. Now, I know this was a strat before, but it's not something that we saw especially utilized on Clubhouse. But boy, more often than not, we're seeing extensions for both cache CCTV and the basement.
I completely agree. I know we talked about the fact that there is just a ton of vertical play, being such an important part of a siege rolling in, certainly in the latter half of year 8 and year 9 now. And yeah, that complete extension upstairs, it's a great time waste. I don't think the basement is as protected as it used to be. You know, there's so many great strats at this point for opening up all of the important points that you got to kill a little bit of time upstairs. So yeah, definitely think we're seeing that shift into more of a standard meta.
I like it. Let's do it. IQ to take a little bit of damage. She gets reduced down to that 62%. But as the first minute has wound down, we find ourselves 5-all. The drone's going to take a second look, as they're going to start to put the pressure onto this first floor hold. And they still haven't actually dealt with the Legion up top. And Tristan's going to find that first kill onto Exige. That's going to be huge. They do get that first floor extension dealt with as far as the castle being down, and now second floor gets taken care of as well. But they still got the mute. What we saw last time is Mute holding down in the bathroom area in that shower stall, and he was just absolutely insane. Now he's still close to that same area, and then they get the drones on him and suss him out and take him out. Otherwise, that flank is going to be absolutely huge.
Yeah, having to waste a lot of time. I mean, there's only a minute 20 left. You still have got Dokkaebi playing upstairs in logistics, trying to find out whether or not you know, where exactly you still have got Mute playing. Giddy's going to make the drop back down, but no, didn't realize that even though he had that avenue back downstairs to the first and potentially basement levels, that one being covered by the attacking team. So he's going to get taken out as he makes the drop. Now it's a lot more tough here for Adam and Bino, the only two that are left, as this attacking team works on opening up some of those viewpoints, and everybody down on the first floor, everybody getting ready for the drop.
That's right. And you got 38 seconds left on the board, waiting for that hash drop, waiting for the Mira play. It's going to be at the same time that where they're able to force the Mira to make a decision, and then it will only rely on the Jaeger who's left. But they didn't do it at the same time. Bino going to find one as they take Cass off the board, and another as it just gets equalized. Now with 20 seconds left, feels like they've got a little bit of some favor going on, but now Jaeger off the board puts it all onto the shoulders of the Mira. No C4 in hand to deny it from the long range. So, man, puts him up on the top. They got to get the plant down. And now into a 1v1. Drops down the moto hatch, coming around from the backside on kitchen. He's going for the plant, and he has to stick it here because the time has ran out. It's going to be a stick and shoot, but not going to be able to get enough time. We said they had to push the Mira at the same time. Instead, they fed him.
Oh, and then not having the diffuser stuck upstairs in kitchen as they're starting to have this battle downstairs in the basement without the diffuser, right? At least you had Mira trapped upstairs. She was helping cover the diffuser. And yeah, just it felt a little bit uncoordinated there at the way that round played out. So the Challenger League for Life taking another, going up 5-2. And that's 4 in a row for that team. The last time we saw the Mormon Battalion win was back on round 3. So I know that, you know, we started off here. This was Challenger League for Life's map pick to start this thing off. So definitely expected this to be one of their actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure this was their map pick. I'm gonna have to go back and look.
So here's what we just watched, and it can be a little bit shocking to the mentality. They were up 4-2, but because of the extension in place, because of the heavy roam up onto the second floor and the gun skill to back it up, they wasted so much time, right? So then it came down, yes, they had the numbers advantage in a 4v2, but it came down to 20 seconds to try and get that execute down, and with not enough information and not being able to collapse onto the site together, they were able to hold it off. So what looked like an incredibly dire circumstance for CL4L ends up with a win based on almost time alone.
Yeah, and I did go back and check. This was Challenger Leagues for Life map pick, so I know we talked about them, expecting them to be strong on their map pick here with basically the whole map pool available for them to be able to take the pick from. So, you know what? Maybe you're the Mormon Battalion. You're looking at it. You've had a couple good rounds. You've had a couple good exchanges, and it's just the late round is not going the way you want. Like you just talked about it there. That 4v2 should have definitely been a Mormon Battalion win. It kind of fell apart. They did not convert it, so they're not able to finish these setups that they've got. So hopefully they can find a way. See, there you go. Opening pick from Aim Key. Can they convert?
There it is, 2 in a row, and they find it within the first 2 minutes. So this is going to give them a ton of time here, Whiskey, to be able to facilitate and execute, right? Get all the players in place, pinch them together, and then, yeah, get yourself set up for a plant inside of the gym area. Nobody currently able to sit and watch it, as we've got one in the bedroom, one downstairs in the lobby, and, of course, the logistics hold from Mira. So they need to find an extra pick or two, and it's not going to happen. Wolfsburg takes down Giddy. Nice. Everything's starting to come up Mormon here as they're looking to put themselves. Oh, with the triple.
Wow.
To find their last kill. Wolfsburg to find it, and it's going to be a flawless round.
Boy, I feel like I started to talk a little bit of smack about this Mormon Battalion team and the fact that they had just lost 4 rounds in a row. They hadn't won one from round 3. What had happened? What did they need to do to turn it around? And then Aimkey absolutely shows up. You know, he's definitely one of those players that had bounced around between a couple different teams. Saw him on that SSG ACAD back when they qualified after he changed teams, and then changing from Thrive onto this. This hopefully is the spot he's landed. It's going to help take him past this phase of the qualifiers and into that LCQ. Everybody fighting for a spot in the LCQ. We've got, I believe, 3 of these teams going to be moving on to take on the rest of the Pro League teams. They're going to finish fighting out here in the NAL playoffs.
Yeah, so what's the pro strat then? What's the win condition? You just got to activate Aimkey. He sits at the top of the leaderboard for both sides, along with Adam in that 8 and 6 position. So look to see him get a little bit more active, and we are going to see the same thing come out on the side of Makers. Mostly a default setup here with an area denial in the hands of the Smoke, Bandit for keeping those walls closed, a little bit of intel with Valkyrie, Elysian to slow him down, but the Doc back on the board.
All right, well, on the opposite side, right? So now we're getting to see Adam play Doc. So we'll see whether or not he's going to change your mind. Is this going to be the round? Well, it's probably not going to take 1 round to change your mind, let's be honest. But is it going to be the clawback, or are we going to see the Mormon Battalion get this thing a little bit closer to a tied-up scenario in a 5-4 type of play? And Wolfsburg going to open up with the first again.
That's right, and L85 to send Valkyrie to her own cams does put the man advantage in the hands of Mormon, and they did it early. That was part of the things that you were talking about earlier. They needed to get that early entry pick. They needed to redirect and get themselves redirect and get themselves in place to capitalize on that man advantage. So with 2 minutes and 20 seconds where that first kill went out, that's plenty of time to do exactly that.
This is an interesting one. I know we talk about the Maverick being such an important part of Nighthaven and Clubhouse as one of the places that he's frequently played, but I had not seen him a lot here. I don't think he came out a single time when the Challenger League for Life team was on the attacking side. They managed to get those 4 wins without him, but Mormon Battalion going to bring him out again. The focus on the hard breach, opening up all these sight lines, especially important here as part of the cash CC attack.
Yeah, that's right. And so Zofia going to open up the work that Maverick had done. It's starting to get a little bit closer, right? We haven't seen much engagement outside of that. Well, there's
the red nade.
No, you weren't getting out of that, baby. Fire on both sides and a nade in the in the middle. That's a lethal club sandwich right there, and they paid the price. That's the second going down. Doc not able to hold on to the catwalk, and I guess that is the place for him, right? If you don't have the Azami, you're not bringing the Wamai. I guess putting the Doc on there, kind of like you see him utilizing the library corner on Chalet, could work, but too much thrown at him, not going to be able to do it, and they find themselves really now in a tough position as Mormon Battalion going to start getting themselves set up for the plant. Pushes right in through the gas. Yep, and then he's going to start putting it down. Smoke goes out, but it's not going to be in the right place to be able to stop the plant. So this is going to be a post-plant scenario as Legion takes a little bit of damage, puts himself onto the 16 HP. Last smoke canister going out. All the pressure's on, but and he does die to the smoke. But there's nothing really that they can do to get in, right? The crossfire is set up. This is what we saw them doing on the other side of it. Takes another couple of shots, and that's going to be cast to find a double to take him out. Mormon a little bit closer to tying this bad boy up.
Yeah, Cassia had been, on the lower side in terms of the KD, so that double there really padding and bringing it back. But it really felt like this Challenger League for Life team made a few mistakes, right? Not backing up the Doc on the rafters with any sort of projectile deny. If you don't have, I know you talked about, you don't have the Azami, she was banned out, completely changes the way that rafters area is played out. But the fact that you didn't back him up with anything, no other extra pieces of utility, I think was a bit of a miss. And I don't know, it all sort of fell apart from there. But that was the first time that they had played that CC site. So now certainly this team can adapt to the way that Mormon Battalion's playing it. But that was 2 huge attacking wins in a row for this team to bring them closer to that 50-50 split. We're on a 5-4 as we head into round 10. They need one more to tie it up. And it's a Challenger League for life. The X-Makers team needs one more to send it to match point.
That's right. Okay, so getting a little bit closer, exactly what you'd expect in the playoffs. Hey, Whiskey, it's already a game, and it's happening on Clubhouse. Let's go. So on the defensive side, this time I think a little bit more solid of the setup. They bring along the Cade and the Tuberal, and I think that could potentially be the difference maker, right? They didn't utilize that extension up top. Instead, it's going to be the full bunker strat with a tad bit of roam. Jaeger, the current one, sitting up in the garage storage area.
Yeah, we did see the Challenger League for Life win the basement back when they played it in their opening defensive round on round 7. That one definitely sort of falling apart for Mormon relatively early, but they answered back strongly on the 2 top floor sites. So now they got a little bit of an idea again how exactly Challenger League for Life is going to play out their defense here. And you can see everybody bunkered back down to the basement. 2 minute, like not even a minute into the round, everybody's downstairs. And I love the call of Fuse from Exige here. And bring that out and just start, raining some terror on this team that is all piled up in the basement. A, you can clear out all the utility. B, force the defenders to try and move around, maybe get a kill, but if you've got anybody downstairs that can back some of that up, maybe find one of the defenders as they're moving to avoid those charges. This is looking like a good setup, at least to start.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what they bring to the table. We're going to see Fuse start to drop some of those chaos creating pellets into the site. They do get the K-Claw off. It's going to be a C4. Rings out. Not going to find anything, though. 5-all as we got a minute and a half left. And they're really just kind of going about this in that 3-2-1 approach that you hear everybody talk about, right? You get in, clear 2, clear 1, open hatch, put pressure, drop, and plant. Let's see if that's going to be able to happen here with everybody still alive, and that's of course what you get in that bunker strat scenario. So who is going to get that entry pick and start us out? Well, it's going to be Aimkey yet again as he takes down Packer. Now it puts us into a 5v4 with a minute left to start to push up the stairs, puts pressure onto the backside.
Yep, opening up that church wall, making it a little bit difficult for the Cade to try and hold on to this spot. He's having to look both directions, and there's nades start coming out, clear out players and utility. And unfortunately, we don't have any more fuse charges left, so 40 seconds left. It's going to be the Grimbees are going to be that primary piece of offensive utility that this attacking team is going to bring out.
I love how much util we're seeing, or how much intel we're seeing used here, right? Look at that, the double drop down, and now they've got themselves down into sight. So the potential to plant huge as they try to put the pressure onto that deployable shield. That's who they're going to have to deal with if they're going to want to get that plant going down. Unfortunate. Going for it, gets caught in the corner, now puts us into a 4v2. Warden does go down, however, but it's all going to be on the shoulders of Thatcher here. 7 seconds left in the diffuser, in a rough spot, not going to be able to do it. Bino on the Vector, something we've seen him do many times before, just absolutely shreds him.
Boy, that seemed like the one piece in the basement there that the Mormon Battalion didn't try and hold on to, didn't control, or maybe have at least the amount of intel they expected was dirt. They had the tunnel. You had one of the defenders playing in there basically the entire round. We're going to mention it when we were focusing on the attack upstairs in the kitchen, but it didn't seem like they had identified that that CL4L had one of the players in dirt. And comes up huge, right? You had Aimkey down in the position, ready to plant in that default location, and the player in dirt's able to just walk out, swing, take him down, take one of the other players down in combination with the Warden, who was already playing backed by AKs. Just made it look easy at that point. It's all sort of fell apart from an attacking perspective, even if all the chaos they had upstairs. 6-4 match point here on map 1. If you're just joining us, welcome everyone to the Open Qualifier Playoffs. Yep, this is the actual Montreal Major Open Qualifier Playoffs between the 6 top T2 teams and at the bottom of the NAL Los fighting out for this spot. It's a best of 3. We're in map 1. Getting pretty close to the end of it, though.
Yep, and a lot of magic happens when those two different tiers combine, so expect for some incredible gameplay. Here's what, speaking of incredible gameplay, we're going to see Scoob go onto the Cali. Last time we watched Scoob with the Cali in his hands, he was absolutely devastating. His death from a distance and that Cali sniper holding onto those highway windows off the back of the rappel was just proved to be too much for a lot of teams because you couldn't move. He had you all the way back into the gold rotate and into the bedroom area, and then when it got to the post plant, you just can't get close for that one shot put you down type of play. So seeing the Cali come out right here lets me know that they're, of course, firing all cylinders, and they are about ready to put some real pressure onto these players. Other than that, it's a systematic approach. Open up both sides. Oh, geez, takes a little bit short. Open up all of the walls, all of the doors, all of the windows, force them back into sight into this little kill circle, and then, use the Cali to finish it off. But the first thing that you got to do is you got to stop Packer from being an absolute demon. He finds 2 off the gate. He finds 3. The triple kill for Packer now puts him on pace for the ace. All of the pressure now put onto the backside of it. And
jeez.
trying to get that damage. He's going to find another one. Oh, no, it's going to be Tristan to do it. So ace denied, but now into a 5v1. All the damage has been done. We're looking at a match point scenario here for CL4L, unless some absolute magic happens. Exige to find the first one as they finally stop the flow of bleeding, but it's going to be answered immediately. Vino's going to follow up and put the death onto the last member alive. Match point. Oh no, not match point. That was match point. Game point. We're moving on to the next one.
That was it.
I'm here.
That was a 7-4 victory here for this Challenger League for life. If you're just joining us, the X Makers squad coming up here big in map 1 of this best of 3. So what we're going to do, we are going to take a quick break, get ourselves set up and ready for map 2. And that one is going to be... Damn, I'm drawing a blank on what it was. Map 2 is Skyscraper. I'm going to come back with Skyscraper here for map 2 of the best of 3. So looking forward to it.
That's right. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're bringing you the second map. Ayo.
Let's go. control of the IT vertical space above storage and do exactly what we would have looked the defense to do during the plant, which is take out the planter or at least get the kill off the back of the crossman.
For this attacking team, 55 seconds left, and it's all on the shoulders of Badif.
Had the intel, but no, Badger grabbing another. The pokey!
Pokeball Hydra says, I choose you, you joker.
Kiss my ash, you've got 0 cents. Your IQ is low.
Did you make that up right now?
Yeah, right now on the spot.
I just want to touch on mental health if you're feeling out of it.
They put together a hell of a club sandwich. Sledge must have been the bacon because he got fried.
A whiskey! What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're back here with the Siege Double Shot, bringing you some North American League qualifier playoffs. If you're just joining us, well, welcome. We're happy to have you. It was a banger first map on Clubhouse where CL4L was able to take the win. And now we head into Skyscraper for map number 2, where, again, you better bring some attack points or you're going to find yourself on the back end of another loss real quick.
Yeah, that's right, Skyscraper. And the second in a best of 3, we talked about this a little bit offline there, but this was a map that the Mormon leadership, or Mormon Battalion now, had done a great job on versus Thrive, but it's time to see how they're going to handle it versus this CL4L, the Challenger League for Life team, in the next map. So I think we're ready. It is time to go. And ready to send it, my friend?
I think let's do it. Skyscraper. Incredibly defensive sided map, right? We're looking at the standard split, not in that 4-2 arena, but in that 5-1, and just recently watched it be that 6-0 start. So this is definitely a tough map to get yourself inside of. It's incredibly small, so the shotguns being king in that close quarter combat arena. I imagine we're going to see some similar bans coming out here, right? Monty, great for taking up that space. Blitz in the hands of Scoob, absolutely devastating. So if I had to guess, would probably be the same, but you know, they throw us off all the time, so who knows?
Yeah, they sure do. All the time we see a little bit of a change up, but if I had to pick one, gotta be Monty. Like we talked about, his ban rate in the NAL at the Pro League level, almost 70%, and I think in our games so far, nearly 100. Just looking back through some of the notes from our open qualifiers, yeah, I think he was only not banned in a single game. So tons of banning of Monty coming out, and Grim has been one also that we saw the Mormon leadership ban. We saw him banned on that this team banned on Cafe. When you have a lot of windows and things to deal with as part of the entry into the building, Grim is definitely very good for that, including taking up some space, so that should make it a little bit easier when Mormon Battalion gets on their defensive half. Not going to let the Challenger League for Life, though, use Valkyrie as part of their defensive ban.
Right, and they did a lot, right? Valkyrie, huge for that intel. They're going to take Kate off the board next, which means you're going to have to rely on the soul tricking of the bandit, holding on to those main breach walls. CL4L going to be on the defense, looking towards that 5-1 half, but Mormon Battalion, they're a great attacking team. They're very aggressive. They're very methodical. And they've had some pretty good success on the on Skyscraper. So we'll see if they're going to be able to bring it to the table. And just like that, we talked about it, Scoob on the blitz. He's an absolute menace. Able to take up just tons of space, puts the pressure on, and his pistol popping capabilities are through the roof. We saw him get, you know, triples and quads by just pushing in and not having to rely on not having to rely on any teammates, just taking that space, taking that real estate, and then taking those lives, and then ultimately taking the win for it. So he is going to put himself onto that one early. On the side of the defense, they're going to bring the cap can out pretty quick here. And what does that do? It makes you look at every single door, every single window for the rest of the map, for the rest of the time that you're on attack, because it only takes one of those entry denial devices to really slow down the pace of the game.
Yeah, and this defensive setup working on very much spread out over on the 2F location. So combination of some frost traps on the stairs. I like what we're seeing. This is again, we talked about the Challenger League for life, the X Makers squad. Very, very good team, and Mormon Battalion here. Maybe a little bit of the underdog, but not by much because they've been putting up some great numbers. And we talked about when they played Skyscraper versus Thrive, it was a 7-2 victory for them. So if they can try and find a way to win here, this map, they can even it up in this best of 3. They've got to find a win on Skyscraper to force that third map.
Okay, so here he is, prime prep and ready to get himself in. They've got the intel on where they're sitting on the extension here, and there's already going to be some damage done onto the Frost, but not enough for her to lose her life. They start rotating out, forcing them back into the site. I like the gridlock play here. Skyscraper, huge. Oh, Jesus.
Shut
the jump out.
down.
Yeah, huge. Right as I'm talking about her, too. I love the gridlock because Skyscraper has the flanks, right? It's a quick rotate downstairs, and all of a sudden you're coming up the backside, and it's going to be a Dundada Chabada. And now taking the blitz down, but not out. Huge play. Scoob being
Was that the cap can?
agent of chaos. I believe it was, yeah. On the double.
Wow, walking into the cap cans early, taking down the blitz, and you said it, it's going to cause them to have to pause and think about it this entire time. Yeah, it looked like based on the floor, either a C4 from below, but I think it was a cap cans.
It was definitely the cap cans. You saw him set up the double there, and then went to make the push in and put the pressure on, and they're going to able to find it. Just Bino now onto a triple kill, puts himself on pace for the ace here. They're finally going to stop the flow of bleeding as Volsper is able to take Bino down and out of the mix, but the damage has been done. 3 members, 2 of them being absolute huge players, and your entry player gone off the board from a Frost that just could not be handled. So takes a quick shot there onto Giddy as Exige takes him down, gets a little bit closer in the body count. They've got somebody close looking for the shotgun swing. He did. Yowza! Now into a 2v1 as the trade comes out, all onto the shoulders of the sentry player here, Exige. He's got to find 2 more. The problem is they've got no flashes to be able to use here, and a Warden to combat it if they did. And the smoke still has 3 canisters. So they've got Case, they've got canisters, and they've got Warden. This is a huge uphill climb, especially with only 15 seconds left. So he's going to try to go for the scenic route, but they're not going to be fooled by it. Packer going to take the shotgun and say, good night, baby.
Yeah, right to the face and shut down Striker before he really had any sort of an opportunity to make a play for that. Just recognizing doesn't have the diffuser, needs to try and go get it. Not going to take the direct approach over on the Shrine side. Goes drum side, but Packer was waiting. You know, and you know, just wanted to mention a couple housekeeping things that had come up in the Twitch chat. Yeah, Fenz's team, Fenz's Aura, unfortunately not part of the bracket, did not have their team put together here to be able to continue their playoff run. So the Bello team getting a victory, and they are taking on Los, the last place team from the NAL. Los Grandes GG had a good. At least appeared in the NAL, struggled a little bit, and trying to find their way here in the open qualifier playoffs, see whether or not they can make that push in. So good luck to Bello and Los as they take on their game. They're going to be waiting a little bit until tomorrow for the winner of this game and then the next to determine who they're going to be playing. So that's you know, just a note on the bracket. We covered it pretty early on. And probably the other thing is, yeah, unfortunately not being covered as part of the standard Rainbow Six coverage. We're community casting here for the open qualifier playoffs. Not paid, just fully want to be supportive to the community. So we're trying to earn your follows and your subscriptions, and we appreciate everybody joining us here to watch these T2 teams fight out for their spot for Montreal.
That's right. Here for the love of the game, my friends. Let's take a look at the defense because, gonna be honest with you, it's kind of a powerhouse. You bring the classic mirror strat, and what do you do with that? You put 1 onto that single that sits by the bar. I believe I didn't see it, but I believe they probably have the breach opened up so the mirror can put pressure on it. And then the other one looking towards that terrace area where the site over push starts to happen. Utilize the castle to block off that kind of invisible line that divides the two areas of Skyscraper. Force you to use that extension utility and allow the Vigil with the Boss G to come up from behind and get that huge play that the flank operator is known for. Nook on that newest patch starting to make their way in sight, and already since that patch, since the buff to Nook, we have seen the pick rate go up exponentially. Ooh! Aim Key taking down Packer, and Tristan take Exige now ties us up to a 4-4. Go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, we had not seen Nook played very often in competitive play. There was a few places, Chalet basement, or the Chalet 2F site, where you sometimes see Nook make that play through the basement. But, yeah, definitely seen an increase in the pick rate, but still one of the operators still left, Adam, taking down Volsper there. So it's a 3-3 with a minute 18 left in this round, and continues to be this horizontal overtake here from the Mormon Battalion, working on clearing that T karaoke side, making the push over that hallway between Drum and Shrine, trying to make the big transition over, though, and guarded currently by the Warden playing in Dragon. Plus, Amira's had the C4 ready to back him up.
That's right. So, going to be a bit of a rotate here as Mav's going to take the scenic route, come up from the backside of it. Maybe try to put some pressure on from those house stairs area, potentially. No diffuser in hand is the problem. So, with 42 seconds left, it's going to have to be all frags. Maybe that's where the Maverick went to go get the diffuser, because you got to have something here, right? Unless it's down in one of those critical spots. It's all the pressure now being put on as Bino going to use that Vector to take Scoob down. Now puts us into a 3v2. 26 left on the board. It starts to count down. Trying to put the pressure in from the backside. Quick pre-fire doesn't amount to anything as they push up towards the main breach. That's a grenade to go out as the buddy system's in place to make the push. They're going to get Maverick. They're going to get Aim Key as well. And that's a double to end the round. Both of the top sites going over to Makers. Not wholly unexpected. This will be the first real test for that CL4L team as we head on to the Tersh.
That's right, downstairs to the kitchen barbecue site. Yeah, you called it the top two typical to have the defensive team win. I know we talked about Skyscraper 5-1 being sort of that standard half. So a lot of the pressure here on the Mormon Battalion, but not quite yet. We're still early into this map. It is a must-win scenario though for the Mormon Battalion. The nice part is though is different than the qualifiers that we had seen in the last three brackets to get to this point. Those were all single elimination. Now here in the playoffs, it is a double elimination bracket. So the loser of this game goes down to the lower bracket and is going to get a bit of a bye as some of the teams, we lost a couple teams as part of this double elimination bracket on the upper side. So I think they're going to end up facing the loser between SSG Academy and the Fluffy Aimers. That game taking place off stream. It may be covered by JJ on his POV, but that game off stream. So see, they do have another opportunity. It's not down and out yet for either of these teams.
That's right. Let's take a look at the defense here, Whiskey. We head down to the Tersh site, barbecue and kitchen. And who was banned out on the last map that we watched, Fenrir, going to be making an appearance here. Back it up with the extension or the pace-setting ability of the castle, the flank of the Vigil, and, of course, the all-around badassery that is Warden and Legion combo. This is a pretty stacked defense. And bringing along some stuff on the other side of it, though, a good adaptation here by the attack team. Bringing along the Flores, right? Great for getting rid of that extension util, specifically those castle barricades that are going to be incredibly slowing you down, right? So look at that, the vertical, looking for it. They blow open the castle, but he's got the angle on it. But it's
what
Glass.
A shot!
Did you forget about Glass? He can see ya, and he's able to find the first one. Scoop taking it down. Kind of a little bit known for playing some of those off operators, right? The Blitz, the Cali, and now, of course, the Glass. So finds themselves in positions to capitalize heavily on some of those early kills. And what was one that they got off the board? It's the big one, Whiskey. They got the Warden down. So the Ying going to be an incredibly impactful player should they stay alive towards the back end of this execute.
Yeah, and you still have got the Glaz available. Still have got all of these attackers and tons of the drone util bringing on, right. The combination of the Flores and the Brava, she's stolen some of that utility, making it a little bit more difficult. Still got to deal with the boss G though of Vigil, and I know it seems to be that players are split whether or not they hate him or are indifferent towards him, but the players that hate him certainly do.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. You know, Boss G, we've talked about it quite a few times. It's a powerhouse gun, but not great in those 1vx scenarios. So needs to be good and impactful early on because towards the late end, it's a difficult scenario when you're facing yourself in a 1v2 and a 1v3 situation because you just don't have enough to get it done. That's going to be a double
Wow.
kill by Aim Key now as they take down Tristan. A little bit of damage done on Legion as they start to rotate around, but it is going to be Packer and that MP7 to find a kill, and they're going to take Volsper down. So puts us into a 4v2. All of the pressure here onto the defense as they start going in for that plant. Gets himself up onto the counter, going for it. Aim Key with the triple kill. Glaz holding on to the long angle. Bino, though, able to find a second onto Aim Key, looking towards the back end. This is going to be the first big test here. If he's able to find it, going for that planter, doesn't get him down, and that's going to be a prone, pwned, and owned position. That's the second time drop shot has worked for this Mormon team.
And he was even, well, I think I'm pretty sure they had the bulletproof cam set up in the kitchen, holding on to that angle, so they knew that the plant was going down. They just didn't have anybody in place to try and hold on to it. Legion stuck in the bathroom, had to cross over the window that was guarded by one of the attackers, or just getting flashed like crazy from Ying. So yeah, we talked about that, the tertiary site being the best opportunity for the Mormon Battalion there to try and take a win, and they do. They found one, so they got their quota here on Skyscraper to start. Not a bad place to start off. The two uppers going in the way we definitely expected, with the Challenger League for life taking those ones. So now, can the Mormon Battalion find a way to adapt a little bit, or are they going to continue to get shut down by this very good defense?
Yeah, we'll see. These first two sites are the ones that are, of course, incredibly difficult. Now, going back to the cap can, I like the call. It's still going to force that pace. It's going to potentially maybe make them bring out somebody like an IQ to suss out where the heck those things are even sitting at. But nope, not going to be the case. They're going to go with the standard operation that they brought before. Ace to open it up, Gridlock to guard the flank, Blitz to be in your face, backed up by that Zofia and Ash entry. This is a good defensive, or it's a good attacking setup, right? Guard your flank, put pressure on towards vertically, towards the horizontal push, and then put yourself in place to get to execute. But you still got to deal with some of the shenanigans the CL4L bringing to the table, specifically the Legion, the Frost, the Capcan. Those are all operators designed to make sure you slow down, especially if you've got a shield.
Well, and maybe taking advantage of the fact that the Mormon Battalion at times can be quick on the entry, so trying to make the push in. So yeah, focus on the traps. Capcan caught one of the caught and downed the blitz previously. Look at all these drones just wreaking havoc right now. But Giddy going crazy, holding on to that position. This if you were taking a look at as those Capcan traps are going down, they were very late. You still had 3 of them available when the round started, 2 of them going down 20 seconds into the round already. So there's a potential that they were trying to avoid giving away some of those locations, and Giddy going to get one, and the C4 going to get a second. Let's go.
Yep, and Tristan followed up with a third one. And yeah, you said it. They were getting all kinds of drones in place, but they lost them all. There's only 4 drones left. So that late round Capcan means that it's going to be difficult to find out exactly where they're at. Starts to push in, is going to find Tristan off the board, but Giddy's there on the play. Giddy with a 4-piece to absolutely dominate the round. Didn't even let them inside of the building, and that's the trouble with Skyscraper. If you can get in, you can have some success. If you're caught outside of the building like we just watched, well, I mean, there it is. It's 3-1.
Yeah, no, it's one of the things that Fox used to talk about all the time, that that really hated Skyscraper, and one of the more difficult maps to even just get inside the building and try and take the engagement, especially there. As that we were playing the T karaoke side, and a ton of that action happening on the office exhibition. That was just Giddy holding down the fort, holding down that power position, playing in the office side. and just not willing to give up any of that space. So now we're going to see the office exhibition site being played, and we'll see how the CL4L handles their extension. Are they going to try and hold over on the T karaoke geisha side just as hard as they did on the office side? We'll see. I like what they had put together, and right now, Mormon Battalion. I know 5-1's the standard half, but if you're a Mormon Battalion fan and you want to see this Siege, Aim Key, Scoob, Ballspar, Cassia roster make it further, got to see them come together here on Skyscraper and put up some rounds.
That's right. That's right. Okay, so back over to the other side, still opening everything up on the main breach, which means that Mira is going to be in play. They don't opt to go with the castle this time. Instead, it's going to be the Brava being brought out, or the Brava, the Malusi. And I was going to say, I wonder if that's going to facilitate the Brava, because we watched her played out on the last time, taking some of the traps, taking some of the default cams that were in place, but wasn't going to be the case. Flora is going to be the operator to get rid of some of those Banshees this time.
Yep, working on just change up in the way that the round's being played out. But Scoob playing this Nook, wreaking havoc a little bit downstairs. But yeah, it's the same thing we talked about. Heavy holding Geisha from this defensive team. So not letting the attacking team gain sort of a foothold in the horizontal overtake. It's just now starting to rotate back, and what a read there from Aimkey, recognizing that the defense not quite paying attention, gaining a little bit of ground, but this is Packer still holding on to the Geisha makeup side until he's not. That's some real estate that the attacking team finally gaining.
That's right. So 5v3 now. That's Mormon looking really good on this first minute and a half of the game. Now, we've seen this before, right? Where they find themselves up in a 4v2, but then they rush in and throw bodies and lose the round. They got to take a second and redirect now. They've got the man advantage in a heavy way. They've still got some of those floors drones that they can take in and oh, Jesus, that's going to be a great down, especially if he's not able to be picked up. There's a C4 to ensure that is not the case. Bino takes one down, getting closer to equalizing on the man count here as we find ourselves in a 4v3, and that's one of the troubles with Skyscraper, right? You get in, you take the real estate, but by the time you do it, you've only got 30 seconds left on the board to even do anything with. So rotated back over to site. Now is all the pressure put onto the defense here for this last 54.
Yeah, that's right. They've got some time, right? You said it, 54. Still got 50 seconds left. Plenty of time here for these 4 players to put together an attacking round on the 3 that are left. They got to deal with this combination of the Mira and the Bandit, and you still have got 2 of the Ash charges left. They've taken down one of the Miras that was over on the T karaoke side, but boy, not just taking down the Mira windows themselves. They got to take down Mira, the operator, going crazy, and that's Aimkey
Like
finally
that?
going to get one.
That's right. They do take the mirror off the board. Now put onto the shoulders of the Nook here, and their newly revamped work style. It's Bandit and Vigil, the last 2 alive. 7 seconds, no diffuser to be had. This is going to be a round for the defense unless we see something quite miraculous. And there it is.
And by miraculous, you mean that that CL4L would have to act completely out of character and throw the round away, which of course they weren't, just like we expected they would not. Round 6, that's another upstairs attacking win there for the CL4L team. That's, they've taken the standard, but to me, that definitely feels like an unfortunate situation for the Mormon Battalion. You called it. They were up in the body count and threw it away. Just I wouldn't say throw the round is definitely I think bit too strong, but didn't let the power positions that the Challenger League for Life was playing work in their favor and not come together with a strat to try and deal with it, hold on to that man advantage and just trade out and win. Just gave too many away until it was unwinnable. So now 5-1 the standard half, 4-1 at our current position as we head into round 6. You got the opportunity. Mormon Battalion did win this tertiary site the last time it was played. So got to find this opening pick and convert it into a round win. See how they're going to do that here.
Yeah, if you're Mormon Battalion, you need this round, right? Is even if the standard split is 5-1, the problem is on the other side of the board, CL4L is a very methodical attack team, right? It's not just rush in, try to get as many kills as we want. Every kill is calculated, all right? We have to kill this player to take this space. So kill him, push up. We have to suss out this killer, take the space, push up. And by the time you look at it, they've got plenty of time on the clock. They've got a man advantage, and now they're getting themselves in place to get a plant down. So very methodical. Mormon needs this round. They need the non-standard split here, or potentially it's only 2 rounds to win it on the other side. And Makers or X Makers is completely capable of that, especially here on Skyscraper. So gonna see if they brought anything special to the table. They're gonna double up on the drone work, as the Twitch and the Brava going to be utilized here. Brava to mainly grab that intel, or maybe take some of those bandits off the board. Would have liked to see the Brava on the last round, where there was a ton of gadgets that could be took. So it could be a little bit of a comfort pick here for Aimkey, and put him as comfortable as you can. Right, he's sitting in that 6-5. He's the clear frag leader on the side of Mormon, so you want him staying alive.
Whiskey Glitter just caster cursing him right off the board. Unfortunately, he's talking about how he needs to stay alive, and he's gone early here, not even halfway into the round, and no opportunity there for the rest of the Brava drone. I think he still had one of the cludges left to try and steal some of that utility. Not a ton of it, like you said. You still have got a Twitch in place, though, so still have got an opportunity to try and take down some of this utility, but boy, you got Giddy playing that top black, holding on to the stairs, plus shots through the floor. This is a good hold here from the CL4L team.
That's right, and so it is going to be Giddy to take Volspor off the board. Now puts man advantage heavily in favor of CL4L as they find themselves quickly into a 5-1. All of the pressure put onto the Dokeby. It's the devastation from the distance. Can they find a couple? Shot's going to ring out from the Geisha hallway. He's going to rotate around, but the head hole is going to prove too much. Packer on the Vector going to turn this into a flawless round. 5-1 on the standard bit of half, and now the pressure starting to mount for Mormon Battalion. They have got to come up with some defensive wins here, and if there was ever a map for that to be possible, it's Skyscraper. So I expect them to get 2 wins off the board here on T Karaoke and the exhibition office. First real test to see if they're going to be able to be moving on is going to be on that on the Tersh site here. We'll see if it plays out that way. X-Maker's looking real good right now.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Yeah, and certainly looking for that organization. Who is it going to be that that picks up this what has been an incredible T2 roster? Certainly one of the teams that deserves one of those spots, and I hope that they're in negotiation for that, because this is a great team. And continuing to show it right here in these open qualifier playoffs, the opportunity to try and earn that spot in the last chance qualifiers. It's getting close here. Best of 3 to move on and face the winner of the Fluffy Aimers SSG ACAD game that's taking place off stream. We're going to cast that game next, so no matter who wins here, we're going to see them continue on in the bracket.
Okay, that's right. Following the next run. Let's take a look at what we got on the board here for the defense. Going with a bit of that standard setup. A little bit of the slowdown in the hands of the Malusi and the Legion as we find ourselves on the op swap side of it. Fun player coming out. Striker and the Deimos to be utilized here. I love the Deimos call, right? Lots of soft breach. That you can make some of those fire up from underneath, that vertical play happening. But also, it's just one of those agents of chaos who can really just devastate some of those critical push point holds that you're holding on to. And you bring some nades to the field, so deployable shields need to fear the potential push up. This is a fun attacking setup, but you got to go against a standard defense on a defensive side of the map. So let's see what they got in hand here.
And I'm going to take a risk here and say that the Deimos got to stay alive. Packers got to stay alive long enough to be able to try and keep that ability, especially for some of those late round pushes, for them to be able to identify where the defenders are playing. And I can't believe it. He goes down while I'm still in the middle of saying that. What are the odds, my friend?
Well, pretty good. I imagine the caster curse is real.
Sorry, Packer. That was unfortunate. Wanted to see how Deimos was going to be used late round. Going to have to see how Ace and IQ and Buck are going to be handled. But again, it's a little bit of a advantage to the Mormon Battalion. They're in the 4v3. They've got a minute 21 left. This is plenty of time for them to be able to hold on to the defense and just shut this attacking team down. But unfortunate, Exige goes down to Adam. So even though they're continuing to try and hold on, they lose one or two. This CL4L team has hit some great shots over the course of the last hour and a half.
That's right. So 3-3 with 60 left on the board. It is a low health scenario for everybody, and that's going to be Wolfsburg finding Tristan off the board, taking the man advantage back into the hands of Mormon Battalion, and they just got to hold on for 49 seconds. This seems like it could definitely be a win in the hands of Mormon Battalion should they not throw any bodies, right? And that's going to be tough. Adam finds Wolfsburg off the board now into a 2-2. 38 seconds left on the board. Diffuser is in hands, and so they potentially can get themselves set up for a plant, and they're pretty spread out, right? Tea room and one in the hallway. So the potential to take those gun battles one-on-one and isolate those players is very huge. That's going to be a triple kill by Adam now as they find themselves
crazy.
in a 2v1. 17 seconds left. They got to get in and get a plant. They're looking towards the backside, and he's on the other side. So they're going to be able to get this plant down on the doorway. The cross is set up. 7 seconds waiting for him to come around. Takes a couple of shots to C4 to ring out. Not going to claim anything, however, and it's going to be a post-plant scenario. Shots down to the top of black, but not going to be had. Bino going to finish that one off on the back of a post-plant.
You had one of the players left alive. Aimkey has had a great day in terms of his kills, in terms of his plays, and thought maybe he might be the guy to try and hold on there at the end of that round to make something happen, but just unfortunately falling apart. We talked about this one needed to be the place that Mormon Battalion started off with 2 wins on the upper floors before having this have to go to the tertiary site and potentially lose, but it falls apart on their first defensive round, and that puts the Challenger League for life, this X-Makers team, up on match point on the second map in this best of 3. They can find a win here. They will be moving on to face the winner of the Fluffy Aimers SSG ACAD in a second best of 3 in the semifinals. So this is it. Mormon Battalion, it is time. You are on match point, map point, and quarter-final point here to hold on. Got to force that third map. You must win on Skyscraper starting here on round 8.
So not going to lead themselves to some of that standard play we've been seeing. No Mira on the board here. Instead, bring out the Bandit, bring out the Mutes, double up on making sure that you're keeping those walls up, not having those crosses set in play. And then you got the Architect, somebody who we see banned out pretty frequently because of their ability to just create that static warfare that you have to use grenades or some sort of gadget or utility to flush them out. Holding on to the drum area, hitting that critical halfway point. This is a really dug in position, and you have to have control back here, right? Not much of a sight direct. You open up that main breach, put some pressure on from the window, maybe some verticality coming up from the main stair there. This is a good defensive setup. I think they got the potential to get the win here. And then
yeah, no, keep going. I want to hear what is the next step, because they're
having issues.
Okay. Yeah, and they've got the main breach open up. Exige holding on to that spot that we saw Giddy hold on to so well in one of those previous defensive rounds on the CL4L defense. But this combination of Packer playing the blitz, he's just opening up all of these barricades, just running through the defensive setup as they have just gained a ton of real estate, trying to make the push in. And that's one of the operators we haven't said their name very often, Azami. Cassia playing the Azami, even though she was banned out in the Clubhouse, and it still continues to be an important part of the defensive setup. Not really played very often so far on this round, but that's the Ying making the shots out, making the utility dump in to the Dragon area as they try and find a push in. And Aimkey continue to try and hold on, keep this team alive. 7-7 right now at the top frag on that team.
That's right. So now into a 1v4. Malusi is down in this one bullet scenario for the Warden, but Ash just incredibly low, right? This is a tough climb in. Expect them to find this win, and now got to take it either back to that top floor or head on to the turf site. Either way, they found themselves a second and start that climb back up to equalize the scoreboard here.
Yeah, this is it. We said they needed to be perfect for 6 or 5 in a row. They've got one as we head into round 9. You said it. Take it back to the 2FT karaoke side. See if they can hold on to change it up. They had the advantage. They had the man advantage, and it just sort of fell apart. That don't expect to happen again. This time, Cassie going to bring out the Azami as well, change that up. The combination of the Frost and the Solus. We have not seen her very often either. But, with all of the nerfs, there's a little bit of a debate about the nerf and buff that Ubisoft brought, but I think the general consensus is she got a significant nerf and has really held back in terms of what she's able to do. But Aimkey going to try and bring her and that P90 out to try and hold on a little bit longer here.
Okay, Blitz is showing on the board here as Packer going to try to get active with some pistol popping action. Deimos, Striker, this is a fun setup. Oh, they take the Blitz down. They're going to opt for the Flores instead, get rid of some of those traps, some of those Kiva barriers. They're going to help solidify those critical push points. Oh, no, switched again. It's the triple switch. They're listening to me, and they're just doing it on purpose now. Packer takes on the Nook, bring out that flank potential, and so that newest patch, if you're new to Siege or you're new to the last season, Whiskey, tell us how Nook has been made just a little bit better.
Yeah, a little bit of the change in the way that the gadget operates, and no longer using any of its battery if Nook is stationary. That's a big change that enables it to certainly last quite a bit longer. Also, a recoil update for that FMG9 made it a little bit easier, in addition to that 2x sight that it gained, the ACOG back in one of the previous seasons. So it's a nice kit that she's got brought together now, but to me, it felt like the CL4L team, Packer bringing out the Blitz on the previous round was, feeling very confident, like just walking in and shattering barricades as he walked across the map, taking real estate. That felt very like a confident position that this team was playing. And I was thinking that the change over to the Nook maybe was a little bit more conservative approach, but he's going to get a double to start this thing off, minute 46 in this round. And boy, they have found definitely a bit of a dominant showing again off the back of, I think that was the Mormon Battalion opening pick, and it has again sort of fallen apart, all on the shoulders of Scoobs and Aimkey.
Yeah, that Nook huge for the flank. Able to sit, not seen on the cameras, especially if they're not moving. Does amount to a double and a low health scenario for the Bandit, which ultimately did lead into a kill. Now into a 4v2. All of the pressure for Mormon Battalion here as they're looking to potentially get knocked out on this map too. Does take a little bit of damage, so some real low health. Oh, wow. Giddy to find Aimkey off the board. The hero of the previous rounds is going to find Nook. A couple of pre-fires towards that drum area, but now with the plant going down, this is a retake scenario and not gonna happen.
Not gonna happen indeed. The GG's coming out in chat. That is the X-Makers squad. CL4L, the Challenger League for Life, coming up with a big win here on Skyscraper. And I know you all didn't get to hear it, but in the green room as we were getting this thing set up, Whiskey Glitter says to me it's going to be a 7-2 victory for the CL4L, and he absolutely nails it. He has been on fire in terms of his predictions, rolling through the way that these games are playing out in the Open Qualifier playoffs. So another great one, and congratulations to Challenger League for Life winning this best of 3 into and moving on. So now we're going to get to see the next game, the semifinals. Going to find out. I'm not actually sure where that Fluffy Aimers SSG ACAD game is right now.
No, we're going to find out. So it's a classic case of sit back, relax, because we'll be right back. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're here with another run in the bracket. I'm still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run, and we got a special one here for this best of three.
That's right. Welcome, everyone, to the Open Qualifier Playoffs on the road to Montreal. Here it is, the semifinals. We're getting to see SSG ACAD take on the X Makers roster. Challenger League for life. I know the team names have just been destroying me today, but SSG ACAD versus the Challenger League for life, starting in another best of three in the semifinals. And I'll pull up the bracket real quick. We saw that Los didn't have an opponent because there was only 9 teams in the NAL. Fenz's Aura unfortunately couldn't get their roster together, so Team Bello got a bye all the way to the semifinal. So that's the matchup, Los versus Bello for the upper semifinal. Our game down here, SSG just took down the Fluffy Aimers and moved on. So Fluffy and Mormon Battalion going to be playing in those lower bracket games. We are going to see, though, SSG ACAD taking on that CL4L to start.
Okay, let's get into it. Where are we going? Skyscraper and Chalet going to be off the board. Clubhouse and Cafe to follow, which means our first 2 picks in this best of 3 banger. It is the first shot of Lair coming onto the Siege double shot. We haven't got to cast it on our channel before. So, Whiskey, break out the ranked strat book because we're about to see some special stuff. Followed up with Consulate, another fun one that we don't necessarily get to see so often, at least on the Siege double side shot of it. Border and Nighthaven to fall, which means yet again for this second installation is going to be Bank as the decider.
Yeah, that's right. Bank as the decider, but I mean, you talked about it. Layer being that huge one. The first time that you and I get a chance to cast Layer together, I know we've seen it in the Pro League a couple times, although it continues to be pretty rare. So this is a great opportunity. Really looking forward to it. And the teams were already joking there might be a little bit of on ping going on, but this really feels like we've gotten to the point where SSG ACAD, again, a very good team. That core of the roster's been together for a number of weeks, number of months at this point, and prepared and got themselves ready for a layer run. Now, the X Makers squad, same thing. They've been together. They've been nearly unstoppable. I imagine that they have got something special planned for Layer as well. We're waiting for somebody to take a chance and bring it out. So to me, this one is huge.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you follow it up with Consulate, right? Consulate has become a very fun defensive sided map where you got to kind of like there is a pattern to follow for some of the sites, but it's all vertical in nature, right? Whether you're on the 2F, the first floor, the basement, it's all going to be dedicated towards opening up those floors, opening up that ceiling, and putting the pressure on to push some of those players out of those critical push points, including like something that we've seen just really a lot, Tachanka coming into play for that some of that sort of thing. So Lair first, Consulate next, Bank on the decider. Should we choose to get there? I'm excited to get into this one.
Yeah, and a couple, we've got this map is ready. It is time. And unfortunately, I think it's time to go. But I was gonna say we got to see in the Blast final way back on September 8th the match between Makers and SSG ACAD. They played Border and Club, and Makers won both of those in an 8-6 and a 7-3 victory. So they have had a chance to play each other on this channel just earlier this month, 20 days ago. The difference is the map pool, right? That was a Border Clubhouse setup. In this case, we're not going to get to see either of those. So it is absolutely time to get started, and you called it going to Layer to start. I was trying to see whether or not we had any of these maps played out. Makers did play in the Game Row Grand Finals. They played Consulate in an 8-7 victory versus Fluffy. So they have got the team put together to be able to win. And I'm going to see now. I was going to say, the Observer, we're ready to go.
Yeah, let's send it. Let's get into it.
Waiting on
Layer
ready
for map one.
surveys.
What are we expecting to see out of this layer gameplay? Well, it's a huge map, right? So I'm thinking probably going to be seeing some of those strange ops that you don't get to see a lot of, right? The introduction of Night Haven has brought about the rise of the Vigil, right? Night Haven came into the map, and all of a sudden the ability to get yourself in a critical position that can bring about a flank later on, huge. So who am I expecting to see tonight on the defense? I'm expecting to see some Vigil play. I'm expecting to see some Scopos play. And if we're blessed, if we're truly on the realm of new map, who this, man, I'm hoping for some Cav play.
I knew you were going to say that. I know you love getting a chance to see Cav played in competitive play. It does not happen very often, though, my friend. But the thing about Layer is it is a huge map. I mean, you take a look at just that setup of the first floor, and there has got to be more named locations and rooms on the first floor of Layer than some of the other maps combined. Like, first floor Layer is like almost the
Starting.
same size as Skyscraper is together. So definitely a huge map. Lots of opportunity for different ways to see this played out. We're gonna see how Vertical is gonna play. A lot of interesting stuff that's gonna happen. But it is time, my friend. Ready to send that game.
Let's do it. The first part of Lair, let's get into the bands because that's really going to tell how the story is going to be played out. I imagine probably going to see some of those similar ones, right? You lean on the defaults with that Monty, the Ying, the potential for the Dokkaebi. I think the Dokkaebi would be a really great call because the flank is going to be so prevalent. Don't want it to be able to be sussed out. Monty, the first to go. No surprise there. He's just great at taking up real estate, bringing in a player that can gun behind him to execute on that real estate grab. Absolutely huge. And there it is. Dokkaebi off the board, which means we're going to see some dedication and investment in the roam game. Something that's going to force you to check every part of this quite extensive map. And not only that, there's a ton of cameras, right? A ton of cameras on Lair. All of the defaults out. I think there's like 3 or 4 of them outside and 1,000,001 on the inside. So Dokkaebi being able to take that and gain all that intel, absolutely huge. Speaking of intel whiskey, it is going to be the Valkyrie taken off the board next. Kind of a staple of one of the X-Makers team. They rely on the Valkyrie a lot for that intel, so getting them off the board, huge. Back it up with the Architect. The zombie going to be gone, which is good because with this being such a relatively new map into the comp scene and with it being so spread out and huge, you're able to create just some really incredibly long holds that you have to go and push to be able to take that real estate. So she's going to fall, means first one we're going to see is Master Office in the R6 room up on the second floor, and surprise, surprise, Vigil on the board.
Yeah, you called that one out early on. That was going to be an important part here of the defense getting set up. And yeah, if I had to pick one of these sites as the primary, certainly here this mask being that first site. There's the breach right next to the bomb site we see from the rafters outside. A lot of opportunity for the teams to try and open up that breach right on the mask wall from the courtyard balcony, and then to see how are they going to push in either from the storage or from the gallery side. And like you said, not had a lot of opportunity to see it in competitive play, so this is our first.
5 seconds left.
Go. So check out what the defense brings to the table. It is going to be the Vigil for that flank watch, bringing along the Fenrir, which is fun, right? The Fenrir is just fun in this circumstance because not knowing exactly where everything is at, not being completely used to the map. When you're finding yourself pushing into one of those critical push spots and all of a sudden your vision is obscured by the purple smoke and your location given away because of the sound of it going off, that is a recipe for devastation. I like it being brought out here. The slowdown capabilities of the Legion and the area denial of the smoke means we're not going to be putting ourselves on a quick plant through that main breach wall. Going to be a little bit of that map overplay as they open up. It'll be played kind of similar to 2F on Clubhouse, right? Open up that main breach, open up the hallway, and then open up the backside. Push those players back into side, group them together for a couple of easy pickoffs. And they're going to do it with couple of key players, right? Only one on the breach to be opening it up with the ace. Grim not banned out. That means that intel going to thrive and be alive. Thatcher to help get it open, and then the global gadget of Finka gets some of that health as they're still trying to figure out exactly where they're going to be breaking into.
Yeah, you can see they were sort of hanging out on that the shooting range balcony. We saw all those blue outlines out there, but yeah, so this is pushing in from the operational Mez side, opening up, and Giddy working on holding on to that with the bandit tricking on both sides. That's a real common spot. So this will be the question: can they get any explosives in there, maybe to push him and some of that utility out? But you can see Packer coming up from below, potentially a little bit of a flank as these as the attackers are working on trying to get that main breach open.
That's right. Okay, so as the first 2 minutes have counted down, we've seen almost no action as it's just been making sure that you take up all the real estate in the site, in and around the site, pushing up towards the back end, going to put some pressure on to that main door area. You are going to see Finka get a little bit of damage done, in fact, a ton, as they're going to find, Vino's going to take him off the board, Giddy to find one, but Dream to back it up as they take the pistol pack popper off the board. That's going to be a ton of intel coming out as the constant ping of the bees is just forcing them back into that engagement.
Yeah, they're
down to the last.
I'm just gonna say, taking a little bit of a shot into the hallway. Tristan gonna come up with a double. That was huge, and it is all up to Vil. The last one left alive, the Twitch. He's still got one more of these drones, so ability to take out some of that, any of the utility that they've got left, but CL4L just got the opportunity to just continue to swing, throw bodies at it, up that 4-1, and there it is. All right, a little bit of a smack talk happening in all chat already as these two fantastic T2 teams battle out. And again, I know we didn't mention it early on in the setup, but this is for the qualification to the last chance qualifier here. This is it. There are 3 teams again that make it into the team, or into the last chance qualifier out of this bracket. So 2 that make it in the semifinals, and then 1 that makes it out of that lower bracket.
That's right. And just wanted to say a special shout out to the folks watching at 5M inside of the red line. Appreciate you guys tuning in for this best of 3 banger that's going down. Okay, so round 1 goes to the defense. No surprises there, right? This is clearly a defensive sided map at the moment, as they still try to kind of figure out how to do it, right? Here's the fun part about going down to lab and lab support is all of that soft breach that you're seeing right now on the table. It extends all the way back into what would be the other first floor site as well. So the potential to bring along some vertical play here. Would love to see the Ram, would love to see the Buck. Of course, they are going to pick Buck off the board. And I think one of the best adaptations here, 2 of them actually coming out. The Jackal, his ability to roam clear is huge. He could turn on the gadget, look for some footprints, and then knows if he has to pursue that avenue to take out a roamer or not. And then the Brava. There are so many cameras. I mean, an incredible amount of cameras on the board. So Brava getting in and stealing that intel. It watches the flank. It sees the activity that's happening inside. And this is a W call, I think, on the side of the attack.
I like it, the combination of that that intel, and I know when we had the when the Dokkaebi came out early, because we talked about it being such a big map, needing the roam clear, needing the ability to try and find the defenders before you're getting flanked. So either the Dokkaebi or in this case the Jackal, like bringing that out as well. But boy, they've already hit quite a few of these Legion mines. Bino looking to try and hold on here in the armory hallway, taking a shot up the stairs if the attackers try and make the push down, and that is Dream going down. Not out yet, but close.
Yeah, that's a tough one too. Your Thatchers, you try to open up some of that vertical play, but there's no K to deny it. So it's not essentially the operator that you have to have on the board, but definitely important. Focal to take Bino down, and that's going to be the first play as they are able to pick Thatcher up and maintain that man advantage. SSG ACAD now finds themselves up 5v4 as the last minute and a half starts to ring out. A ton of real estate being taken up here by the attacking team, and they now get Packer off the board as Vil takes him down, puts us us into a first floor hold with the Fenrir and the smoke, leaving only mute down in the toxin area.
Yeah, I mean, you've got one of the hatches again. Is everyone is trying to learn this map, right? You've got one of the hatches in Armory there on the first floor that drops right into lab support. So we expect that to be one of the important places that the attack team focuses, right? If you're going to make the drop in and take that direct on lab, that's the place to do it. And that is Dream getting the plant down. The man is an absolute menace at planting, but the C4 from Adam going to take him down. Oh, what a stop. That was so close to getting that diffuser down.
That's right. So pick it up, go for it again. It's now into a 3v2, 33 seconds left. They're going to be able to find Mute off the board, leaving
Rampy.
Fenrir the last man alive. And he's sitting up top on the hatch playing the Armory. It means he's going to rotate around, try to get some of that vertical play to be had as they start to push up and put the pressure back onto him. Still haven't gotten the diffuser down. It's 16 seconds left, but now we find ourselves in a post plant as they're able to finally get themselves into sight and get that set up. It's a low health scenario for the Jackals. It's only going to take one bullet take him off the board. Now, the little pre-fire as he opens up the door, they know exactly where he's at. He's pushing in towards that potential rotate, but he's got the flank that he has to look out for. Here's him. It's the shotgun in hand. Tristan finds his life forfeit, and the attack team going to find their first as we get tied up in the scoreline.
Yeah, when the defenders, I mean, you had Fenrir upstairs trying to hold the vertical, supporting the combination of defense downstairs and the direct engagement on the plant, but SSG was ready. They were working on getting that plant down 3 separate times before finally getting it, because they had plenty of direct control down at the bottom and ready for it. And we saw that was the lab support drop in plant. And you had Fenrir was stuck upstairs. He had to try and make his way down through those warehouse, the yellow stairs, to even try and get close with 3 defenders. It was going to be a tough claw back. So SSG ACAD taking 1 on attack. And that one felt like, again, very practiced. And maybe both of these teams just waiting for the right opportunity to bring out their layer strats.
Okay, take it up to the first floor. Going to be the Tersh in this case, but as we progress and learn how layer works, I think we'll probably see it start to fall in line with a lot of those other sites where first floor kind of seems to be the way to play. Tons of avenues of areas to attack into that basement, and if you got some great roam game, just makes it tough to put some pressure onto it vertically. So attack team did a really good job. Take out those players, isolate them, and then find themselves up in the big man advantage, get a plant down, and then hold the cross. Worked out really well. Going to see what the adaptation is here for CL4L here on the layer play. On the side of the attack, going to bring a lot of the same, right? Just the one adaptation being the Flores and the Twitch being brought out. So a little bit of drone work. Get some of those gadgets down. Get some of those cameras down, specifically those gadgets.
Oh, Giddy.
Jesus. Giddy going to find one. Looking for a second here. It's the Boss G. Not coming up. Oh, my lord. He is going to find a 2 on the end of the backside, trying to push in for a little bit of sight overplay. Finds himself 2 and the man advantage.
Yeah, it looks like maybe he pushed out of exit. It was, to me, was not 100% clear about where he made the run out and then the push up onto Ace. Just really well played. But Rampy going to take down Packer, but quickly traded out. So Adam and Tristan just finished that round off. Boy, they had this thing on absolute lockdown upstairs. I mean, this was all of the action happening off-site. None of it in this case. SSG did not seem like they were ready for the really aggressive defensive play. We didn't even get really a chance to talk about it. The Challenger League for Life team, this X-Makers team, they had 4 of the 5 players upstairs in the 2F ready to hold down heavy roam game upstairs. But a couple of those kills coming out on the run out on the first floor. So yeah, you called it. First floor potentially going to be an important site as they work on the upstairs, the 2F hold. Speaking of 2F, I'm going back to it.
That's right. Take it back up to the top as the first round rotate has been done. SSG Academy finds one. And you know what? It kind of feels like not a bad place, right? SSG Academy get one more, and then they're going to go try their hand out on the defensive side of it. And the potential to take one maybe on that that bottom floor, or that basement, the lab as well. We'll see how they fare. What's the adaptation here to try and chase them out of this 2F location? I like the idea to bring the buck out, right? Put some pressure on them from
5
below.
seconds to go.
Force them out of some of those critical spots. Specifically, it's going to be reliant on taking this Mira out.
Locate a bomb and defuse.
Yep, we've seen Mira have an important part of you know, holding on to that operational mez area, because you've got two of the breaches there that walk into the mask area, right? That double breach area we saw Bandit playing the double trick in, and that's exactly where Giddy's playing again. So all the focus seemed to be on that side of the map. We'll see whether or not SSG changes it up a little bit on what's their second attack here on this 2F mask site.
Okay, so similar setup, right, with the Mira that is being brought along to hold them. Vigil on the roam game, area denial from the smoke. Kind of seems like we're going with a bit of a default strat here, which makes sense, right? They're still trying to test it out, still figure out what exactly is going to be working. Does get droned out up in the top here as the extension is all the way over to the backside of the 2F area, and Vigil, the lone roamer who sits down in the bunk corridor. So bring along on the side of the attack, get rid of that extension util, a little bit of flank watch. I think Nomad's a good call. Wouldn't mind seeing the gridlock being brought out, unless you just kind of favor the Nomad's gun. They cover more areas with that gridlock and give you a little bit of that sound cue as they're coming up, and potential for the damage instead of just shooting them back. But then they're going to find their first kill. The second one actually is going to ring out as Xer going to find two. Adam and Packer finding their life forfeits. Did get the down, so going to try to get themselves around the corner to be able to get him picked back up outside, holding on to kind of a crazy angle here. Starts to take the slow, but it's the prone, pwn, and own. That has worked now against CL4L 3 separate times by 2 teams on the stream today. Just going down, not being not where you're expected to be at.
Yeah, boy. That's crazy that you called it out in that way, because, yeah, we've seen that now twice. Or 3 times, like you said, it between the 2 teams. Crazy that continues to work. But just when you've got, you know, this laser focus, and I think that the hollow sight really just sort of narrows your vision up. But he shoots the C4 out of the air on the stairs, but Dream, after shooting the C4, are going to fall.
Yep, now it's all going to put on the shoulders of Bandit. It's a 3v1. They're getting themselves inside and ready for a plant. A couple of shots off the head holes is going to reduce them down to 19. They know where he's at, so the pre-fire of the cross is set up, and they're going to find it. Attack going to find a second one, as they're looking pretty good. And that's kind of the way, you know, it can go, right? Even if it's a defensive side of map, if you don't have that solid strat set up, then the ability to push in and just click heads off the attack really starts to work. So we get solidified in that 2-2 arena now, as SSG Academy has done their quota. They hit what they needed to hit on the attack for that standard split. Anything outside of this, just going to be icing on the cake.
Well, and between, so that's the second time that we saw that 2F Master Office site being played, and SSG changed up the way that they approached it. The first time we saw them do sort of the operational mezzanine push into Mask as the main point of entry. This time, a lot of the focus was over on the storage R6 room side. So that was, you know, they clearly planned and prepped and ready for this, obviously being their map pick, knowing they were going to need to start out on attack primary focus, so showing that they can do it from both sides of the upper part of this map. So now tied up 2-2, you said it, SSG found their quota here, but I imagine that they're certainly going for a little bit more than that. Gonna bring out the Ying. I like that as a change-up. One of the things that seemed like it had been working well, though, was the roam clear. So they're not going to devote any of the operators in this case to the roam clear. They're going to bring out that Twitch and Flores as the alternatives, more on utility clear rather than finding the defense. And that feels like a little bit of a confidence boost maybe for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like it's going to be a full second floor hold here. So, seeing the operators that they brought to the table here for the defense decided they didn't need roam clear, as Vigil's not going to be the menace, the chaos agent that he was before. We do have one, though, the cap can. Why is that important? We talk about it being so great for either being introduced early into the round or late into the round because you're not looking for it. So, kind of at the halfway, or not round, of the round to rotate. Now, being brought in here, I think is a great call because it's such a new map. You don't know those critical spots where you're going to have to be looking out for those cap cans. So, like we say all the time, it only takes one cap can trap for you to be aware of them and slow down for the rest of the round or even potential for the match.
This is a big hold on the second floor mez here in between the two sites, that right above the lobby. You saw the Flores drone walking up the main stairs from the first floor, but this was the defense all focused on that side of the map. And wow, talked about they had an operational side push to start off with. The first time we saw the second floor played, this time it's sort of taking that same approach, going back to what they did on round one.
Yep, and so they find the first kill with Bino off the board. It's going to give the man advantage back over to the attacking team. And if I'm SSG Academy, I'm starting to feel good, right? I'm starting to feel like maybe we're going to be pulling something off here, the potential for the upset, right? The CL4L at the top of the T2 scene. Now, and the very top, they've got the numbers to back it up. They've got pro league players that went on to the pro league. So it is the team to beat. But SSG Academy are no slouches, right? They've got an all-star lineup here. Oh, the swing!
Oh, he gets it
for
white.
The flashes come out right as they get into it. Packer going to find the first kill with a shotgun, but it's going to be taken down. He's going to find a second. Now Giddy to take Vil off the board, and just like that, it starts to fall apart into a 3v1 as the Grim also goes down. He gets finished off, all on the shoulders of Twitch, who's going to find themselves on the front end of a shotgun.
If you consider the bailiff, the pocket shotty, which you know, I think it's sort of in that round. There was an awful lot of shotgun kills in that round. A lot of just up in your face, close quarter combat, as opposed to taking some of those real long pixel peak kind of shots there on the second floor. So that though is the CL4L, the Challenger League for Life, coming up with their third on defense. Like you said, SSG's already won 2. They've won their quota, but going to see if they can even it up, tie it up 3-3, the final defensive round for the Challenger League for Life team, and SSG looking to see, can they take it? Now we're going to go back to the first floor on the bunks side again.
Okay. Interesting, right, Whiskey? I mean, there's all kinds of factors at play here. So on the side of SSG Academy, I'm going to go for a little bit more of that in-your-face action as the blitz is being picked out here. I like the slowdown capability. If you don't know the map as well, one thing that you can always do is dictate the pace of the round. No matter your map knowledge, if you set the pace, you can determine the man advantage early and force them into that 30-second push. Then you start to make the other team create mistakes, and that can lead to the kills that are, of course, going into the winning strategy. 3-2 now as we sit on the last round of the half. Wonder what the ping is.
On the mask with those red glowing eyes. Again, I'm a huge fan of Lair. I love this map. I think it's absolutely beautiful. Ubisoft and the R6 creators, I think, have done a great job at just making it a really beautiful art piece almost, in addition to, you know, a lot of interesting ways that the map kind of flows together. So I'm definitely a big fan. Taking a look at where you've got the hatches upstairs, where's the drop? It's that R6 room upstairs that's got the drop into sight. So imagine that being a part of the focus. And there we go, Thermite also working on opening up one of those main breaches that's outside on that bunk CC terrace, opening up that main breach direct into sight. I think either was on the green hallway side, but either way, you've got both of those sort of more focused on those terraces outside. Plenty of places to get those the sight lines direct in.
Okay, so Blitz taking a look, right? The potential to get the push in here, waiting for somebody to take the swing and give his partner a potential for the play here. Vigil back on the board for that roam game. And he does sit down in that reception area. Everybody else up on the 2F, holding on that. Look at that. Blitz pushes right in, and they're going for the plant. They've got no idea. Oh, no. Okay, they do. Never mind. Packer going to take him off the board. Plant averted. Now man advantage does sit in the hands of the defense. They're going to find Thermite off the board as well. Now puts us into a 3v5. Minute 15 left on the board as we see Finka start to take a couple of pre-fires, hoping that somebody was going to get caught slipping and put sleeping, but not going to be the case. It's going to be a full-bore hold with the Vigil to be it coming up on from the other side.
Yep, exactly what we sort of talked about there in the setup. That was playing upstairs in the R6 room where the hatch was. You had Warden upstairs with the sight line directly down on the main breach. Blitz walked in, thought he was covered by the smoke, not fully covered, especially when you have a Warden upstairs. But in this case, okay, Dream has got his work cut out of him in a 1v5, now 1v4 scenario to try and win it.
And there it goes. Not going to happen. You're going to able to suss them out, take the kill off the hall in the 90 area, and they find the kill, and that's going to be the half. First one going to go a little bit standard. Defense takes 4, attack finds their 2. Now we're going to see for the op swap, a little switch in gears here, what SSG Academy is going to bring to the table defensive-wise. Here's the fun part, right? If you've got the map knowledge and you're a great attack team, then attack is going to be very fun because you're going to be able to isolate some of those players who are playing out and abroad, and then give yourself the man advantage and get your team set up to get that execute in place. CL4L is a great attacking team, and I'd even go so far as to call them methodical, right? They've got a list that they check off. Get this open, isolate the early kill, get in and plant. And it's a formula that works, as you've seen success all over the T2 scene, and it's all got Maker's name on it, or X-Maker, CL4L, whatever we're going to call them here. It's a goated team. So what are they going to do? They're going to bring out a couple of operators that are going to help facilitate that plan. IQ to get rid of any of the gadgets, specifically those cameras. They're everywhere, and it just takes one quick glance to know where the push is actually going to be coming from. Couple it with the Deimos to get rid of whatever roam game's going to be happening, specifically this Wamai finds himself actually rotating back upstairs. We might have a full bunker strat here.
Yep, everybody upstairs holding on to the 2F site, and I think this combination of Bandit in the mask master area on that double breach setup that he's got, there's a lot of opportunity for sight lines there that the attackers definitely want to control. So that seems like it's going to be a focus on both sides of the map, both teams playing that out to try and hold off on that, like the operational side take. So see, yep, there he is. You got him playing right in place, maybe making a little bit of a push over onto the R6 side, but I like the combination of the Flores trying to clear out some of that utility. Interesting, they didn't have they don't have any like impact EMPs, so they're gonna have to deal with that Bandit utility directly rather than, you know, having the Thatcher or somebody to support the Ace and trying to open up some of those walls. That also makes me think we might see more of like the storage or the 6 side take as opposed to operational, just because like let Bandit hold on to that piece, push from the other side of the map.
Okay, so Packstar finds himself coiled up like a snake, right? Ready for the green light to go in and be that agent of chaos, cause that disruption, use those flashes, and get somebody to get pushed out of a point where a cross is set up and they can be taken off the board. Kind of a slow down approach here as they're really focusing on finding out exactly where these defensive players are, right? A lot of drones being used. They've already lost 5, 6 now. They've only got 4 left in hand to be able to grab that intel. But as the clock starts to tick down, it's going to start to be important to put that pressure on. At some point, you've got to make the big move. So here he is looking, jumps inside, and now he's going to start making his move on in, looking for oh, going around on the backside of it. Smoke canisters do go out. Now looking to put the pressure on from the door. He does spot it out to somebody sitting on the main breach area in mask. But still, nothing being done, right? Still bandit tricking, still holding on to this backside. So there it is. It's going to be a grenade that rings out a couple of shots, and they're going to take the player down. Bandit gone inside of that mask area, so now they can open it up. 40 seconds left to get themselves in play here. Blitz to put themselves on the back end of it. Gets a little bit of damage from the C4, but not enough to take him down. It's going to be some shots towards the feet, but inside the smoke now has nothing to do here. They got to rely on the Warden to get up. He gets close, and he's going to lose his life.
Wow.
Giddy to take Vocal off the board in the trade. Giddy to find a second. Extra to find one. Vil now on to Giddy. Puts us into a 2-2 as the plant starts to go down. They're going to get it. It's a post-plant scenario. No smoke canisters and no C4s in place to get anything from the long bomb. They've got the cross set up. This is going to be a tough climb. Now, a little bit of damage as Vil takes Bino down, now puts it all onto the shoulders of the Deimos, now into a 1v1. 25 seconds left on the clock, looking from the long end. He's, man, if he can,
he's going to run back and go for the defuse. Oh, he's taking too much time.
He's got to have 7 seconds on the board to do it. Knows that he's up close. Oh, yeah, just not going to be able to. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
He went the wrong.
Just too far away and found himself too far away from sight to be an effective member to stop that diffuse. And yeah, defense going to find one off the back of a post plant.
I was going to say, as we were looking at the way that one was played out, that it seemed like to me they opened up that main breach. Like we talked about tossing the nades in to try and clear Bandit out of that double Bandit tricking scenario in the mask area. And that's exactly what we saw the CL4L team do. Finally, very late, getting that ace charts open and opening the wall. The thing was, they got the diffuser tucked really, really far up against the wall, and unfortunately, Deimos was playing like on the Mez reception side of that breach rather than the operational side, so he didn't really have a clear shot, right? The defender could absolutely go around the side of that wall, tucked in the corner, and Deimos had to make the complete run around through the door and around the wall, or like all the way through to the other side of the breach. It was just, he was on the wrong side of the breach to sort of hold where that plant went down. If he had planted like closer to the open hole, then it would have been a little bit easier for Deimos to try and protect that area, but it seems like just a tiny bit of a misstep there on the attacker side.
Well, it couldn't, though, right? Because the players were still alive on the back end. They were watching, and that's the area that you can see from the other site. So he had to take it tucked up to the wall to secure the plant, and they were trying to get the hold on it, right? They were trying to have the cross set up and not have to rely on the Deimos to come back up and get the kill. But yeah, unfortunate for the attacking team. They checked all the boxes. They got the plant down, just not able to hold on in the end. And SSG Academy now finds themselves a little bit closer in the scoreline, and because they're on defense, this is starting to get favored to them just a bit.
Well, this the X-Makers team certainly has got something to say about it, but you can hear Brava just making quick work of all of this this defensive utility, trying to steal it away. Love seeing that. I love that piece of the mechanic here in Rainbow Six Siege, but wow. The sniper shoddy coming out, taking one of those. But look at that. We had Pulse playing downstairs. I don't know whether or not he had been identified that early. And Dream was playing right up next to the chassis. You know, maybe for a late round C4 coming out and just continuing to feed intel. But there he... No way. They knew Blitz was there. There's the C4 coming out. Let's go.
Yep. Does a little bit of damage, takes him to that 22 HP, but he's still alive. Still alive, but he's barely breathing. Takes a shot with the sniper shotty towards the back end, not able to capitalize here as the pressure starts to mount. The two players coming in towards his direction, but he's got the buddy system in play. Smoke canister rings out, stopping that blitz because he's at that 22 HP. If he breathes even a hint in of that smoke, he's going to find his life completely forfeit here down in the lab area. Every single member except for Legion and Malusi back down into the site. So that first floor hold still good. Now find themselves some vertical play here. Oh my lord, that's going to be the double ringing out. Huge play. Now puts us into a 4v2, a 4v1 as Jackal, the last alive, has got an uphill climb here and has to deal with the vertical. So tough spot here. Looking like we might find ourselves tied right up. Ooh, there's the vertical, there's the smoke, there's the damage. They know exactly where he's at. They're going to start collapsing onto him like a pack of wolves now as he tries to make his way around. Swinging in, looking forward to that shot. It's the double, though. Both Dream and the Cade were sitting there ready to take that engagement. It's going to be Dream that finds it, and that's going to tie us up.
Yep, well played, and sort of the same way we saw one of the basement rounds played out when SSG ACAB was on attack, is that... We saw that the hold on the first floor in like the maintenance armory area, just sort of on top of support, and that's held on above the hatch, played the vertical, and were able to take down Blitz. Even though he made the direct push in and caused a little bit of chaos, you know, all Cade had to do was stall it out enough so that way the vertical players could take care of it upstairs, which they did. So certainly seems like right now the Bunks briefing being the favored first floor site now is the fact I don't think we have seen the other first floor site, the armory maintenance side, played at all. So far, both of these teams from a strategy, strats perspective here, preferring this side of the map.
Okay, so take to that first floor, bring out the cap can, and here's the castle. So a little bit of that potential for the extension
5 seconds.
strat. I like it. Maybe the hold up top is that's where you can see him sitting in that R6 room, getting that main breach area locked down. I mean, it's a ton of vertical, right? It's a huge amount of vertical here. So if you can hold it with the castle and the cap can, basically going to play out kind of the way that you saw on the labs site, where they still had they found themselves 2 kills from that vertical because he was just never dealt with when they made that push inside. So a bit more of a traditional approach here as they bring out double hard breach, right? They lost the ace early, so they weren't able to open up the wall or any of the hatches that were brought down. So bring enough that you're going to be able to get the job done. Still going to put some vertical play into action here, Whiskey.
Yep, and we see that Ace opening up the courtyard balcony to the mask side to open up some of those vertical sight lines. That's give them a little bit of entry maybe into the armory down below, but you got to have some of this this 2F hold if they want to try and gain main control of that R6 room up top. That's the one that's directly over top of this first floor bunk site. That's where we expect a lot of this action happening. You can see that's exactly where Rampy is playing upstairs, putting those shots down. Last time we saw it, this SSG ACAD, when they pushed in from the CC like Bunks Terrace outdoor breach right into sight. That was the main focus for them. So we'll see if CL4L has got sort of a same strategy here.
A little bit of damage done onto the mute as he's reduced to just that 85, but Ace on the wrong end of that, right? 22 HP, and they're going to find the first kill.
Whoa.
Mute gone off the board, dealt with as Exer's head just gets absolutely deleted. So body balance going to head back into the hands of CL4L as they find a second Adam to clean up onto Focal, and that's going to be the cap can gone. Now, he got his traps done, so yes, it's a body down, but he's still got those EDDs to be able to facilitate some sort of death. But look at this, it's a double on the back. They are going to find Packer off the board, but the damage has been done. Warden, the last alive, and he's up top to be able to do it. They now sussed out where he is, and they got him. That's going to be a CL4L round as they claim back the scoreline, taking us to a 5-4 scenario, 1 away from that coveted match point.
Oh, man, and the way that they're playing back and forth here and not knowing, not having any real data about how good either of these two teams is in layer makes it even more difficult to try and see who is it going to be as they make the push in. And boy, going back and forth, back upstairs to the 2F site, not really seeing either team sort of take a real dominant position, right? Those first 4 rounds went back and forth. We saw CL4L take 2 in a row and then SSG take 2 in a row, but really that's it. That's the most either team has been able to get from a momentum perspective, just going back and forth here. The rounds that the defense has definitely been struggling on so far, a little bit of that first floor seems like the one that has been more of a struggle. So as we go back up to this 2F site, see if that's going to help hold on a little bit better from the SSG side so they can tie the scoreline up.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Jesus.
5 seconds to go.
Okay, I love this map already, Whiskey.
I know.
The problem is it's so confusing. It's so huge that I can't exactly tell what the strat is or what we're going for. It looks like pro strat at the moment. Run in, click heads, bring along a dock just in case you get low in the exchange. We'll see how it plays out here. Bravo on the board, getting rid of some of that stuff. I guess it's going to be mainly those cams, right? They're absolutely huge, and they're everywhere. No Twitch to deal with the Mira, so going to have to do it kind of in the old-fashioned way, which is push them out. Maybe claim some of that vertical to push them off of that Mira. But other than that, no real way to facilitate getting her out of there.
Yep, using the mirror windows and dream playing there on the dock. We talked about that mez site being a really important part of the hold. We saw 3 of the defenders upstairs trying to hold on to that like mezzanine main stair reception area, again protecting the operational side take. But right now, you know, you've got only Bino making the push from that side. Some of the other attackers. Pushing from the other side, but there we go. Diddy bringing in the utility, gonna clear out some. That's right, maybe take down that that Malusi trap in the hallway.
Yeah, potentially. And speaking of Malusi, all the way down in the basement, right? Down infiltration area. So they've got a roam to deal with, and it's significant, both in the basement and the first floor. So the potential for the flank is going to be huge. Now they've gotten the drone in sight. They can see the mirror. This is the reason they had to plant on that wall for this exact scenario, is it forces you to plant on the space where you can't be hit from. So going to potentially find themselves in a similar situation. There's no bandit to stop the push in, so they're going to have a free chance to plant here. Off the back of the soft breach wall, finds one from the backside as the push starts to happen, and that's going to be one of the members in sight. And just like that, they're getting in, they're going for plant.
Look at that C4!
And they're going to get him. Focal takes Bino out and stops the plant, but now gives away his location that he's down on the first floor, so they're going to have to attend to that. And they do. Now it's all going to be on the shoulders of the dock and the mirror as the plant goes down, and specifically just the mirror. No dock stem where you went, and they're going to find a double, and that's going to put us on match point scenario.
Boy, SSG ACAD starting off looking good. You said, you know, we talked about it. This seemed like it favored SSG on the defensive side as we walked into this, but so far it's been a 2-2 split. Now, those were 2 important wins for the attacking side. If SSG can hold on here to the first floor bunk side, then you know, get them a little bit closer to trying to tie this thing up and send it to overtime. But that was a great one. I know we're going to see that in ranked coming out later on. Perfect play from the Grim to try and take down the mirror window that was playing on the back of Master, covering that the mask double side plant. But the C4 from Focal down in reception up through the floor into that, I guess what we might call that default plant side in mask, just perfectly played. That was a really great showing there from playing down reception. The only thing is, it seems like reception's sort of a dangerous place to play because it's so big and you got 2 sets of stairs. But Focal, you know, had the understanding. He was safe holding on to that spot, and that was a great C4. Can't wait to see that one come out more.
Yeah, no kidding. We're writing that one down. Okay, potential for the last round here for map number 1. SSG Academy got to be perfect for 2, and if ever there was a team that could do it against this X-Maker squad, this is it, right? Goated lineup, goated gunners, and what do they bring to the table to do it? They're gonna kind of rely on some of that same tactics that we see across the board. It's gonna be the castle to slow it down. They're gonna add to the intel with the mobileness of Mozzie, right? And I think that's a good call. And get something in place where those where they've been coming at, and then be able to get another C4 to rock them out. So we've seen a couple on those. There's so many default cams, Whiskey, right? Then they're going to add to it with 2 bulletproof cams as Legion and Castle, and the 3 cams of Mozzie. There is so much intel on the board to creating those opportunities.
Yep, and from an SSG, from a defensive perspective, though, they're definitely running a very defined strat. I think at this point, right, it's only the first time we're seeing it, and the second time we're seeing this specific site. But Rampy playing upstairs in that R6 room, that being the critical vertical control over the bunk site that as the attackers really need to hold on to, and as the defense they need to. So you can see him holding on. He's got all of that vertical sight lines opened up right above the bomb site. So from the attackers, got to get some of those that exterior sight line to open up on that bunk's wall. But rather than have Blitz ready and waiting to make the push into where the plant could potentially go down, he's going to push Rampy directly upstairs.
That's right. Look at that. Oh, shotgun over the top. Rampy finds himself an easy one, finds himself a double.
Let's go.
Now on the back of they've got the man advantage. Need to be perfect for 2. This is a great way to start it out for sure. So 4v3 now as the pressure starts to mount for CL4L. A couple of smoke canisters ringing out and stopping the push in through that breached wall. No C4 on the board for any of that vertical play. Look at that. Bino to find Xer now. Puts us into a 3-3, but at a cost. Flores really low on the HP. It is going to be Adam to take Focal off the board. Now puts us into a 3v2. 44 seconds left as to start to make the push into the site up top for that vertical pressure here. Jesus. Okay. 37 Whiskey. Look at him just holding. He's ready. Wants to hear where the push is. Went for the deployable instead of the C4, so not going to have that vertical pressure that we see so often. Starting to open up that floor with the soft breach charges, I believe. Yeah, ace on those soft breach. Going to try to create that fish in a barrel scenario here. So 18 seconds left as they're getting ready to get that plant down. Flores does get taken down as his 2 HP, and there's a Legion Goo in the gridlock, but she's close to someone, and she knows, so can't really move quick. It's going to be ring around the rosy, and she's going to find it now into a 1v3. Plant going down. They're going to stick it instead. Tristan going to find this double to clean up the round, and yeesh. That finds a lair over and done, and it was exactly what we wanted.
That's right. 7-4 victory here from the X-Makers squad. Challenger League for life. Coming out playing Lair. What a fantastic map that was. And getting the opportunity to watch it. That was seriously a lot of fun, my friend.
That's right. What did we learn? Don't take Tristan to Lair. 13-4 or something like that. Man was having an absolute crazy game. So map 1 over and done. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're bringing you the second map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. If you're just joining us, well, welcome in. I'm sure there's cookies somewhere. We're on the Siege Double Shot, bringing you the North American League qualifier playoffs, where we watched the first set of maps makers take them, moving on, now falling into the SSG Academy. Well, I guess not makers, CL4L, as they found the win on map number 1, which was Lair. Super fun. Okay, so now heading on to Consulate Whiskey. It's a super fun map, super fun strategies that are played. I imagine we're going to see some of that extension coming out, some of that castle play being utilized. This should be a good game, and it's do or die for SSG Academy.
That's right. We saw a ton of play on Consulate as part of the uh the LATAM qualifiers that we got a chance to cast. Ton of Consulate play there, just a little bit, but I think right now that this is potentially going to favor the Makers team, the X Makers team, Challenger League for life. But SSG Academy might have something to say about that, as they are looking find their way back, fight back to their map win. So this is for the semifinals. This is for qualification to the last chance qualifier. The opportunity for one of these two teams to make it. The loser going down to the losers bracket has a second opportunity. So it's not elimination, but it is the qualification. And interestingly enough, same as we saw from the CL4L versus Mormon Battalion, the Monty Grimm attacking bans. Monty continuing his streak as one of the most banned attacking operators for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And a zombie to follow up. Man, if we're following suit, do we see the Valkyrie ban here as well? Potentially coming out, and especially because there's so much soft breach available, those C4s to be in exceptional use. I think when we were watching this LATAM 2, it was every single round that a C4 was nabbing up a kill. So let's see who they bring out. No, it's going to be the Tubarão. Interesting pick. Is that a target ban, or is he just goated on Consulate?
Ooh, great question. I think it's got to be more of a target. I don't think he's really that great of an operator, but potentially they've seen Tubarão come out and be an important part of the defenders, and want to be able to have those quicker entry points in, not want to be slowed down by Tubarão.
Okay, gonna see CL4L on the attack side of it to start us out, and it's gonna be up to the second floor. On the defensive side of it, what are we bringing to the table? There's a couple of classics you need. Because of the quick plant capabilities, or at least, no, it is. Because of the quick plant capabilities, Flora is almost becoming unnecessary up on the 2F, or some way to deny that in the area denial. We've seen smoke used. In LATAM, we've seen a ton of Tachanka being used, although it didn't work out very well, right? I don't know that Tachanka is the hard anchor solution for sure, but it finds himself with a smoke and a Goyo to deny that push in through the window, or that plant off the admin side, which is of course where a big part of majority of that battle will be happening.
Yeah, we have definitely seen the change-up, right? Is it going to be the quick plant, the jump up to that second story window, the combination of the hop in, hop out scenario that seemed to be really prevalent from the attacking squad, or is it going to be the admin overside with Flores making the push up those Visa stairs, clearing out the barbed wire, and if they're going to work on getting rid of I don't know if they have a shield over on vending, but that would be my guess. Got to try and clear out some of that utility for an admin overtake.
Yeah, absolutely. Doka B and Lion on the board to help suss out some of that roam game, but nobody gonna. Oh no, we do have somebody roaming. Goyo sitting down in emergency with a vector in hand. Potential for the flank to be huge, especially with some impacts to boot to create some of those vertical holes, stop the plant from going down. It's a fun little bit of play, and he rotates all the way down to the server area as they try to suss out where the heck these defenders are still sitting at. First minute's done. They get the breach open, so they can start to put the pressure on from a multitude of different angles, and it looks like it's pretty spread out as far as where the attack's going to be coming from.
The combination of the deployable plus the mute jammer there holding on to Secretary, and along with Warden, that's a good setup there from Xer holding on to that area. It's going to make it a little bit tougher for this attacking team to try and gain real estate over on that side of the map. Right? Yeah, they've got admin control at this point, but it's a long way from admin over to site.
That's true. You got to get past that long, invisible wall that is the vending hallway, and full of just death and mayhem. 1, 2, 3, 4 areas to hold from, including vending machine, top of spiral, hallway between sites, and of course, the door going into the admin area. What just happened?
No way!
Oh my lord. Knife rings out, the TK grenades, and just like that, it just is absolutely falling apart for SSG Academy. Look at that. They return the favor. A little prone and known as the pistol pop and Adam finds some pistol devastation.
But there was a fire kill as well.
Was there really?
Yes. That round definitely getting clipped. Yeah, I mean we were watching the Flores drone come up, clear out the bulletproof cam at the end of the vending hallway. You had the defender sitting on cam watching that happen, not realizing that Ying had basically walked up right next to him, just behind the Flores drone. That goes off. Total chaos ensues. The smoke TK, the fire TK. I mean, it's just what a crazy round.
That was a round for the books, a round of all time, if you will. So we're gonna take it back up to the 2F where they're like, you know what, my bad, that's on me. You know, I think there was a lot of that
reset
going
time
on in the conversation. Yeah, everybody having a bit of my bad, that one's on me. So they're gonna run it back, right? It's not an ego check. It's let's try not to kill each other. Let's kill the other team this time and try to bring about some of that success. Gonna lean on some of the same stuff too. The addition of the Fenrir coming in.
Yeah, we saw Fenrir banned out in one of the earlier maps, but it's typical we're not seeing the teams use their bans on Fenrir again just because of the nerf to the way his gadget was operating. No longer bulletproof, losing one of them, losing one of their ability to be active as well. But continues to still be an important part of the defensive lineup if the teams have got it set up that way. So try and prevent this direct push in. I think SSG expecting this X Makers team to be a little bit more aggressive on attack. That's exactly what we saw. I mean, walked right up to it, had the in your face kind of moment with Ying. So hoping the Fenrir can slow it down a little bit.
Oh man, that was just the funniest round I might have ever seen, Whiskey. It was so good.
I do love this game.
Yep, absolutely. So on the side of the attack, speak of aggression, right? Bring out the Ying, bring out the Lion, the Deimos. All operators designed to make you move, right? Make you move, make you miss. And that's exactly what what resulted in that chaos of the last round. Okay, so take some time, get some drones in, figure out where these guys are at. We've got a C4 prime prep and ready to send it. They do. Ooh, they're gonna miss as he draws them over with the sound of the rappel. Yep, baited basically. So throwing a couple of grenades now to try to put some pressure onto that. The breach there, and they do get it off, right? They get the bandit down. Oh, no, not going to be able to hold it. Does it stop the ace? It does.
Yeah, but now they've got that open, not going to be able to put the bandit down, put his head directly in that open spot. So the nades coming out, they're able to get one open. A little bit of wasted utility from the ace side, but they did the job. They got it open. So now Bandit's got to play back a little bit, sort of give up the space for that room.
That's right, and look at this. We're now into the last minute. Everybody's still alive. No engagement to be had. Just really trying to make sure that they stopped those Flores drones from taking out those critical push point positions. And for the most part, I think they did. They were really wildly successful at getting those Roteros off the board. So a couple of swing in here as the Ying Candela does go out, and they're going to take Fenrir down Oh, there's the answer back. That Fenrir cloud just being too much, not exactly knowing where it is, and everybody keeps running into it, just making it incredibly difficult to see. We're tied up 4-4 as 22 seconds starts to ring out. The final bit of push. It's going to be the swing from inside of sight, looking towards the head holes here. And man, going to have to get a plant off the admin side of it. So they've got fire to deal with those Goyo canisters. Warden now down, and it's a low health scenario for both the smoke gone now as they get the plant in. It's 2 seconds left. He's got to stick it here, and he's going to go ahead and do that. Deimos at the 1 HP, going to lose his life, and just like that,
Rampy.
it's a post-plant scenario,
Okay.
but we're in a 2v1. Now into a 1v1, an old-fashioned showdown, and the attackers are going to take it in a wild fashion, get the plant, take the shots, claim the round. CL4L looking pretty good, at least in 2.
Yeah, on the attacking side, right? I mean, typically think of Consulate as more of the defensive sided map. I know typically when you talked about it previously, I know we've talked about it here on the Siege Double Shot, that 2F site being one of the more difficult here on Consulate, and the Challenger League for Life team showing us why that is. A lot of avenues to attack, good use of utility. They even though SSG ACAD had plenty of the slowdown in place, the Bandit, the Goyo canisters, Challenger League able to sort of clear all of those off. Now again, it felt chaotic, right? Both of those 2 attacking rounds feeling very chaotic, but again, they've got the map advantage, right? Challenger League for Life, this is a qualification game to the LCQ, the opportunity to go to Montreal. So, you know, they're up in the map count. They can afford to be a little aggressive here. Lair was SSG's map pick. This Consulate is the X Makers team map pick. So this is you know, they can afford to be extra aggressive here. I love seeing it from this team.
Absolutely. So what do? They're going to pull out the roam game identifiers as Jackal and Dokkaebi going to be utilized here to try and figure out where the heck the game is at. And we've only got 1 member in sight, right? It's only the Cade. So the IGL gets wind of that, and they're going to maybe push for a bit more of that site direct and instead of trying to isolate these members. But there is one that's all alone, right? Mute up on the 2nd floor. See it kind of used how you would see Mute used on Clubhouse when you're in the basement. You send them all the way up to the bathroom to be that end-all, be-all and force the engagements up top, play life, kind of in a similar situation here. Now, he does get Deimosed out, right? They know exactly where he's at now. Drops back down to the 1st floor where he's got a little bit of support here with the Warden as well, and that allowed the Legion to get back down into sight. Also the Bandit and the Cade, so a real big dedication to making sure you're not opening anything up.
God, it seemed like such a dangerous proposition, though, right? You're playing upstairs on the 2F. You get Deimos. Now all of the attackers know where you are from a communication perspective. Dropping the hatch it just seemed really dangerous, right? You don't know whether or not you got any of the attackers downstairs waiting for you for the hatch drop. So I don't know. It seemed risky. He did end up surviving it, so we're still stacked 5 apiece at this point with 1.5 minutes left in the round. But again, I think it's speaking to Challenger League for Life being a little bit aggressive on the attack because they can be, and SSG sort of trying to react to it. It's not feeling, at least from a defensive perspective, it still feels a little bit more reactionary.
Yeah, instead of being proactive and taking those engagements and swinging into those battles with confidence. Absolutely, I'd agree with you there. So as they send in a grenade there to try to force off the main wall, gets the Bandit gone and pushes him back towards the back end of the room, or actually not the Bandit, the Cade, who was sitting close there. They're going to be able to get that main wall opened up. So pressure from multiple directions now going to be allowed to be utilized here. Do have Jackal sitting at the bottom of the yellow waiting for the rotate back down, and Dokkaebi up on the 1st floor looking for whoever was still up there, but they're going to be looking for a while because we have fully bunkered back down now. Cade going to find his life forfeit as he gets taken down. Now puts us in to a 5v4 as they start to make the push from that main breach and that yellow area.
Oh.
But Jesus, able to take Rampy down in quite the shot. Dream does find himself getting one as well, but now into a 4v2. They're going to have to get in and get the plant going into a 3v2. 4 seconds left, and they're starting to get it. They got to stop the Jackal, and this round could be over. Is he going to be able to do it? No, he's going to stick the plant, and the kill is going to ring out as Buck's able to find him, and that is going to put another round in the hands of CL4L.
Holy cow. We're seeing the attackers, the Challenger League for Life, this X-Makers team taking 3 attacking wins rounds in a row on what is a very good SSG Academy team on defense. I am definitely a little shocked at where this has gone so far, right? This is no David Goliath scenario. These are 2 of the best T2 teams in Rainbow Six Siege currently battling it out for a spot at the LCQ to the Montreal Major. And right now, the X-Makers team putting on a bit of a show. Yes, it felt chaotic. Yes, it was, came down to some close scenarios, winning a couple gunfights, but they're just looking better right now. And SSG needs to turn it up, turn it around. So that's the 2F and the basement both lost on the defending side. So they're going to try out, rather than going back to either of those sites again, going to try out that first floor site and see whether or not they can get any success on a vertical hold, which they're very successful on layer at holding the vertical. They didn't convert that into a map win, unfortunately, but I do think that they had some success holding the vertical. Has definitely been an advantageous position so far in the current meta of Siege. So we'll see if they can pull that off here on Consulate.
Absolutely. Chaos is the word, right? All of those rounds have looked very chaotic, but when it comes to the X-Makers squad, it is a controlled chaos, right? It's like fighting a forest fire with fire. It looks messy, it looks scary, there's a lot of flames, there's a lot of smoke, but at the end, you get the job done and you're able to stop the going forward of the fire that you did not control. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're bringing a sense of control even through the midst of the chaos, and it's working. 3 in a row, they find themselves on the attack. So not only have they hit the quota for what you need going into your defensive side, they're above 1. And anything else, man, is just going to lead to the potential for SSG Academy to lose this one. Gonna have to see him step up in a big way here and start to claim some of these round backs, or this is going to be over before it started.
Oh, yeah, and we're talking about a best of 3, and if you're just joining us, you missed out on these 2 teams duking out on layer, and that was the Challenger League for Life coming up with that map win. So all the pressure is on this SSG Academy team, and Nook making the push directly in, taking out Packer, or taking out Xer, the Mira holding on site, and that was the only player they had on first floor. Everybody else off, either upstairs or in the basement.
Jeez, okay. Tough one to lose to your Mira. That's a C4 gone that you're not going to be able to utilize. So Nook make their way up top. Does find his life forfeit. Immediately followed up onto the Capital.
Oh, wow, okay.
And this looks like the first chance here for SSG Academy to get a round win on the board, as now they're up in the body balance. But you can't throw it away, right? Warden now taking a bunch of damage as the verticality is ringing out. They're going to find a second onto Adam, and now into a 4v2, a 4v1.
Whoa.
Dream on a triple kill as he's living that dream. Finds it into a 4v1, all on Jackal's shoulders. 50 seconds left, and I don't want to speak before it's over, but this is an incredibly tough one to climb back from, especially with the gunners that are SSG Academy. Puts himself on top of the piano, and it's a vertical that's going to take the play here.
Off the back of a little bit of individual heroics there from Dream with the 3K, but that vertical hold coming in clutch, like we talked about. SSG not giving up full control of that second floor, taking down CL4L as they tried to make the push in. Yeah, everybody off site. The lone Mira holding down on site, taken down by Nook. That her buff, I think, is going to change up the game a little bit in terms of how often she gets played. I know we talked about that on layer 2. And interesting, you talked about the Tachanka as part of the anchor for the 2F hold, and there's Dream pulling him out again.
Well, they've played 2F twice, right? They played the second floor twice. They lost it both times, and they had two dedicated anchors. They had the Smoke and the Goyo. So what are you going to try to do? You're going to try to combine those into two. Give yourself the distance of the Tachanka. Give yourself the fire-stopping capabilities and spread of Goyo. Combine it into one and get yourself an anchor that technically, statistically, should be very good at this. The only problem is, the gun is so incredibly slow
10 seconds remaining.
that when you finally get around to getting yourself into an engagement, you find your life forfeit because you're coming up against something like a Nook SMG or a shotgun in your face or some sort of verticality to be had here. Now, I said I don't think it's the right play. They're the pros, right? They know what they're doing here. So we'll see if it's going to be the impact that is needed here for this second floor site, because man, losing it 3 times in a row, that not only is it bad for the score line, but it's a mental shock, right? You can't claim this site 1 time in 3 that you played it, really can start to eat away at you.
Oh, yeah, that would be a huge mental setback, I think, for this SSG team. But of course, they are very good. Like we talked about, been playing together for a while, and got some great coaches and support staff as a part of this team. So I don't think when you talk about the mental being chalked, we do see that a lot in the T4 scene for sure. But I think at this T2 level, fighting for that T1 spot, that these guys got a lot of mental fortitude. So SSG Academy just needs to find a way to hold on. A little bit of talk in the chat too about whether or not Consulate being an attacker-sided map, so maybe a little bit of advantage here. This is, again, the Challenger League for Life's their map pick, so also we expected them to be very good on attack. Layer was SSG ACADS, and so that's unfortunate that they lost that one 7-4 on their map pick, so they're going to have to find success here on the X-Makers map pick, try and push forward to that 3rd map, and that'll be Bank if we make it.
I love it on the board. Amaru ready to push in. Ying with the chaos capabilities. They're going to go... oh, jeez, a miss. They're going to go for a bit of a plant here, or maybe just send in some chaos from the Amaru to get that shotgun in the hands and put it onto the pressure of the head holes here. No! You run, you die. Amaru pays the price as Packer doesn't even pull his gun up in the position that they know that he's there. That was a tough one. So they lose out the Amaru, and they're going to find a second one as Giddy gets his life taken off. Now puts it all to the shoulders of just the Ying and the Ace. And I don't want to call anybody out, but the Amaru, that was the misplay there. They take the guy on the head holes. They set themselves up for a plant. You run, you die. It's rule number 1 inside of Siege, and now it's all on the shoulders of Ace as they're looking to...
Whoa!
Oh.
Bino
okay.
just walks across the open door.
Rampy did. He found his life forfeit. Bino finds one, has to be on pace for the Ace to bring this round back in. And it's only 28 seconds left as well. So no unnecessary gunfights to be had here as they send somebody around the backside into admin to try to push him out. There's shots from the stairs. They know he's at. They see him, and it's going to be Dream to take him off the board. That's going to be a second one for the defense as we've got one more round in the first half of the second map.
Wow. All right, there it was. That was an important one. I think, whether or not the mentals chalked, I think also just an important victory. That was SSG finally taking that 2F site. So they had lost it both times they played it on round 1 and 2. Finally found success there on round 5. We're going to go back down to the basement. This one was also won by the Challenger League for Life. And again, that was a bit of a chaotic round, real late opening up of the main wall, and that was a plant that they managed to get down just on the other side of the B chassis. So the double Breach now coming out in the Cade and the Bandit, I think that's a good call here. We know there's such a focus placed on opening up that main breach and trying to hold on to it. That also means I think this SSG team's going to have a little bit of investment in the vertical, trying to hold on to the piano area directly above, because really easy to clear out any of that breach now if the attackers are able to gain control upstairs.
Yeah, I would have loved to see a castle utilized here if we're going to have an upstairs extension, right? Force them to bring along some other utility that maybe necessarily they wouldn't have brought in the first place. So as it stands, only the Legion and the Warden sit up top to stop this vertical game that is for sure going to be coming, right? You got the buck on the board. The fun operator here, though, Whiskey, is going to see the Glaz again. He's very niche in the plays that you bring him into, right? You've got to have a pretty dedicated strat around what he brings to the table for him to be that viable option. So whatever it is that they're cooking up, I'm excited to see how they're going to do it.
What are they cooking up? That is the great question here. Now, the thing that they got to watch out for, again, Rampy playing the Warden again. Definitely favoring that operator. He showed how successful he could be on layer when we were watching that one play out. Interestingly, though, that no real focus from the defense on the secret side, right? That wall able to just be opened. But that's, Glaz, I think, in the smoke, can definitely feel very confident, right? Taking shots, taking angles that you might not otherwise take with a regular gun. So you got to watch out for whether or not Warden can play the spoiler, and if he's going to be in a position to try and hold down one of those angles that Glaz overpeaks.
All right, getting that main breach opened up. And they're going to go ahead and put some pressure on. This is be the fun part, right? You throw a couple of smokes in there and then let the Glaz do his work as you push in for the plant. It could be the potential for a little bit, not of a rush, but of a quick execute once they actually get the call for the 3-2-1 go type stuff. So heading down to the yellow stairs, make sure that they're not going to be able to be flanked out. Gets Claymore and start to take a look towards the back end. It's 1:18 left on the board. Who's going to get this entry pick? Who's going to start the chaos of the round? Because yet again, we're finding the time wind down with every single member still alive. They've got to suss out. Oh, look at that. Pushing down the stairs, backing up, doesn't take a shot. Giddy finds one for free. Packer going to answer onto Rampy as well. And just like that, push in, get the plant, and Packer on the triple kill. Fenrir, the last alive. It's a post plant. They've got a Glaz to back it up, but they're not. Twitch gonna get taken down on the spiral. Reloading siege timing. Yeah, he finds it. Vil gets taken off the board, and that is gonna be a 4-2 in favor of CL4L as we get to the op swap. As we switch gears here.
All right, so if it's an attacker-sided map, standard split 4-2. SSG taking 2 on defense. I'll be honest, though, it feels like that puts SSG on the back foot here a little bit more than a little. Challenger League for life in a little bit of a commanding position, right? They are up in the map count in this best of 3. They won layer, and SSG has got to find a win here on Consulate to be able to force that decider map. And I would love to see these two teams battle it out on Bank. And, as casters, we try to never have any favorites with the exception of just watching more Siege. I would love to see SSG make the pushback here so that we get to see these two teams battle out on Bank. If you're an X-Makers fan, if you're a Challenger League for life fan, you want to see them close it out here on Consulate, though.
That's the dang truth. Okay. Who are we bringing to the table as far as the defense? It kind of feels fairly standard. Is Consulate going to be one of those default maps where you have to bring along the anchor and the area denial? You got to bring along the warden because of all the flashes for the quick plant. Legion to stop any sort of that shield play or quick action coming up from the stairs. And then, of course, mute to take away that intel. This is a setup that we've seen time and time again, especially they were doing it in the LATAM as well, is this, like, goated setup. Now, the Fenrir could be interchangeable with, maybe somebody like an intel operator or something like that, maybe something to help your roam game out. But for the most part, this is a fairly standard setup.
Yeah, that's right. And we've seen, to me, I feel like, we talk about the second floor being, maybe not one of the favored sites, but certainly the teams definitely like playing it, which I think leans, gives a little bit of credence to this being a little bit more of an attacker-sided map when even the favored sites are still difficult to defend. But they're not gonna opt for the Amaru. They're not gonna opt for that hop in, hop out strategy, which we have seen be very successful from an attacking perspective. They're gonna try just this admin over, and wow, what a late barricade there on the window. That seems like taking a bit of a risk. And oh no, trade's ringing out. Yeah.
Ying and Capitao off the board. That's your Agents of Chaos gone, but they do take the Legion down as well. So everybody's starting to get bunkered back up here. A little bit of that admin play as the flashes start to ring out. He's got a shotgun in hand waiting for the potential for the Repel to get in there. Is he going to take the chance? There it is. Flash, and he's going to set himself in and ready, hoping that somebody going to try to push that window to take him off the board, but no, not going to be the case. They've got the man advantage. They don't have to sell any bodies. That's going to be quickly down to a 4v1, and it is just starting to look very dire if you're an SSG Academy fan. Pushed in, lose life. Tristan going to take Focal off the board, and that's going to put it now heavily in favor of Makers, or X-Makers, or CL4L. Jesus.
Well, we have been talking about it. These teams' names are absolutely killing us. And what that says to me, though, is that this is an org that absolutely, or a roster that absolutely needs an org. They need somebody to pick them up. This is a team that is certainly showing why, they're making a case for being in the Pro League, filling in either that 10th NAL spot, or we're going to get a chance to see the battle between the winner of this game and Los for seeding. Because we know that Los, came in through the Twitch chat. Los did win that semifinal matchup versus Bello, so they've got the opportunity. The winner is going to get a chance to see, can they take down a Pro League team as an opportunity. So this team looking for an org still after parting ways with Makers just after the end of their qualification.
Ooh, one away from that coveted match point scenario, Whiskey. It could be over. We could get no map 3. What then now becomes the win condition for SSGA, right? I mean, they're doing the right stuff. They're clearing out the people. They're gaining that real estate. They're winning some of the gun battles, but they're just losing the round, right? Even when they come in with the man advantage, it gets brought back. Is Makers just too good, or is there a winning strat here that could be had?
That's a great question. I know we talked about this being Challenger League for life, CL4L. This being their map pick, and this is interesting. The combination of the Capcan EE1Ds and the Mute Jammers. We saw them use that strategy on Layer 2. But what's the win conditions here for this SSG Academy team? Makers had been. Boy, even I did it again. They have been playing, again, the vertical really well. So whether or not this SSG Academy needs to fight that and continue to push down on the vertical side, I think that they seem to be winning more of those gunfights. So I know we talk about the buddy system being an easy answer, but from a utility perspective, to me, they also seem like the CL4L winning some of that utility war. And there it is. I like that. Rampy playing upstairs and the 2F down, clearing out some of that. So taking one of those potential win conditions and making use of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Vigil gone. That was, step number 1. Get Packer off the board if you want some success in the round. So minute and 29 left. They've got themselves the man advantage, and now everybody is bunkered into sight, so you can not have to necessarily worry about the flank coming or the potential for vertical play to be had here. And there's going to be Bino getting taken down as we find ourselves into a 5v3. Still a minute and 13, so they're looking towards secret area or that back stairs to potentially get there, catch the flank, and look at that. That's the Jackal ping, but even with knowing where he is, Tristan's going to win that battle, puts us only 1 away from tying up this body balance now, and a minute left in which to do so.
Okay. When you're losing those and you're losing those 1v1 fights, right? Either the combination of maybe some of that throwable utility, something to distract, a little bit of the. This is interesting. The C4 coming out, not gonna stop that thermite, but yeah, they're losing some of the gunfights. CL4L is just hitting everything. Right now, they've got everything going in their favor.
That's right. So 19 seconds left. Gonna have to go for the execute here, and it's gonna be Mute coming up from the top area. Warden goes down now into a 4v2 as Focal takes Adam down. A couple of grenades. The smoke's coming, and look at this. It's the play from the top as they're able to find one, and now
Okay.
into a second to get it down, and now it's a low health scenario. 1 second left. They've got to get the plant down, and it's only a bullet apiece that they've got for it. But Dream, looking for the vertical, finds him on the back of some really treacherous play, right? There was a huge flank that came up, found the kill, stopped the plant, and as they went to go for it again, just the heads up play, the game sense to know he's still going to look down here with only 1 second left. He knows he has to stop the plant. He takes the shot. They win the round, and now they're 2 from tying it up.
Man, that was so close. Excellent job there by SSG to hold on by the skin of their teeth. The plant going down, a fraction of a second left, and then holding on to the vertical. We talked about that being one of those win conditions, was holding on to the vertical, and it got so close. It didn't have it, and luckily Dream was able to find the shot up through the floor to take the win. So 3-5 on CL4L's map pick, with them up 1 map to 0 in this best of 3. It is a must-win scenario for SSG ACAD. They have got to find at least 2 more here on attack to tie it up, and then 3 to at least force the overtime if it makes it that far. So right now, really pulling for this team because I want to see more Siege.
That's right. So we're gonna get into that first floor play, and I love it. Right, it's a super fun site. It's got vertical from above and below, so look for that roam to be really invested in. But a couple of classics coming out. Somebody we see the CL4L team play a ton, and for good reason, of course, is the Valkyrie. That intel just being so huge at creating those opportunities and giving you somebody on the cam that can say swing now to win your gunfight, catching people off guard. So we do see them bring it out and double it up with the castle as well. So help facilitate some of that extension, help facilitate some of that slowdown action that really can start to put the pressure on, right? It came down to 1 second left when they got that kill, had to plant or had to get the kill. That's only going to work so many times.
Good point. And look at this boy. Almost loses that fight, dodges a couple literal bullets and survives, and that is what they needed. The SSG side and needed to take one of those opening picks, and that's Giddy going down. I know you always get to say it, reduce their cams, but what the skylight drop and knife on Packerville. What a play.
Man after my own heart there. Oh, look at that. Finds a double as they come to the backside and just looks like a completely different team. It's a flawless round. A 3-2-1 kill 'em type scenario off the back of some heroic double play action, a knife, and then the swing at the top of yellow. That looked real good here. So we head into round 10, 1 away from tying this up, and SSG Academy starting to turn on the burners.
This is exactly what we wanted to see. We wanted to see them turn it up, and maybe playing a little bit more aggressively seems to be working against this CL4L team. We know that they play aggressively, but if you're winning all of the 1v1s, push it and maybe sort of get them off kilter a little bit, just upset the flow of the game. And boy, so a basement win, a first floor win, and now up to the 2F. When we saw this played back on round 7, the CL4L team won that, but now in maybe a little bit of a resurgence for SSG ACAD, maybe they take it this time. So see how this one plays out. The smoke mute combo there feels like a little bit of classic Siege with shotguns all over the place on this lineup.
Yeah, that's right. 2 shotties in hand and a couple of pocket shotties in place as well. It screams, I dare ya. Come on in. The water ain't fine. And this is a great map for it too, right? There's so many close quarter combat areas in these restricted hallways when you have to start to get in and put the pressure on to make the plant. So I like it. Bring out the shotties. On the side of the attack, I'm gonna go in a bit of a standard play here, right? You see Ying utilized a lot here. Is taking that admin control. It's from the skylights, and of course, when you start to get yourself in for that plant off that admin door, could be absolutely huge. And then the Capitao to probably, if I had to guess, to take the player off the vending machine area, right? Fill it with fire, make that player move, and then get caught up in an engagement of the crossfire, and it's worked lots of times. They don't have a Wamai or a Jaeger or anything to stop any of those bolts from coming in, so if it gets down to it, that's going to win it for sure.
I love this continued play of the Deimos side. Dream 10-5-3, having a phenomenal game so far, and you know, the little bit of, I know you talked about Deimos having that that vertical capability with that Vendetta opening up the soft breach through floors really well, and the this ability to track and clear out some of the roamers as long as he can stay safe and stay alive. And I feel like that's a dangerous statement to make with how often we've seen some caster curses come out today.
I was just about to say that. Well, goodbye, Deimos. You solidified his future on that one. Okay, 5-5. Here's the last minute 20. Still going to start to count down. No engagements yet, and here it is. Capitao looking to flush out that player off of the vending side. Oh, but Shot's gonna fire onto them. So it is gonna be Legion taking a bunch of damage. But on the back side of it, it's some stare action with the Shotty in hand. No Finka boost where you just went to. Does get traded out. Smoke gets taken off the board, so it does put us into a 4-4. And does the player on the vending stand, did they smoke him out of there? They've got a BP to help make that swing.
Yeah, they had forced him out using the Capitao fire, but it was Legion that was playing in that area. So you've got two in Secretary and the Warden continuing to hold. It's the question, though, but that's the diffuser down right now. None of the attackers have that diffuser, and it looked like you had one of the... Yeah, Warden is playing downstairs for... That was Giddy with the C4 from below.
Jesus, shotgun comes out as Dream says, I'll just do it myself, except for vertical to be had. Now puts us onto a match point scenario, a move on point scenario. This is absolutely huge. It is now all on the line for SSG Academy. Will their run come to an end, or will they be able to bring it back and force a map number 3? They got to be perfect for 2. And if there's ever a team that could do it here inside of the open or the qualifier playoffs, I think SSG Academy could pull it off. They need overtime, or it is a dundada ciabatta.
Perfect for 2 to send it to OT. That's what we want. I want to be able to say it. I want to be able to yell it out because I want to see more Siege. I want to see it happen. SSG, they've got 2 more opportunities to hold on. And we got to say it once earlier. Here it is again. They are on match point, series point, and at this spot in the game, semifinal and LCQ qualification point, CL4L has made it all the way, and we'd have to go back and check. I'm not sure that they have dropped a map in the Blast Open qualifiers. This team right now, I know we said it at the setup, almost unstoppable. SSG, this is the opportunity to show that you can shut this team down and send it to bank.
That's right. So put a rock in your sling in this David versus Goliath battle here. It's time to show up, SSG Academy. And how are they going to do it? They're going to rely on a couple of classics, right? Bring the Blitz back out, couple that with the global gadget of Finka and the roam capability searchers that are Dokkaebi and Deimos. This is a good strat. I like it. You see some vertical hat here on the 2F and most everybody up there for it. Mute being the only one left down inside of sight with a shotgun and a C4 and a Dream, potentially, if they just rush straight in.
Shotgun, C4, and a Dream. Love it. And I mean, we did see that from from the Makers team, when we saw that first floor, they did the same thing to SSG playing on defense. Just walked right in, took out that first floor player, and then had to deal with the up and down vertical play. So that was one though that SSG did end up winning. So hopefully they learned something from their own attack and win on the attack here on that first floor site. Can they find a way to win here?
Okay. Boy, this is a tough one. We've already seen the first minute go down, and they have cleared out some of the real estate, right? And you can start to see some of that engagement happening, but we still got people outside, which is tough, right? Especially on a match point scenario. We're gonna have to see a little bit more of the quick action. Now, you don't want to go quick and make a mistake, but you still got to make that push for sure. Blitz pushing up into the vending hallway. We're gonna see a C4 go out and take Dream off the board. That's gonna
Wow.
be Deimos going down. Now, Capitao does fall as we're in that low health scenario from Finka. The global gadget does
No,
get
he
pushed
missed.
up, and oh my lord, not the TK. Giddy takes Bino down as the pistol popping action of Blitz really starting to cause some chaos. There's a C4 that rings out now into a 2v2. It's all on the line here for SSG Academy. They got to pull something off, and it's all going to be on the shoulder of some shield play and 22 HP. The drop down the hatch, will it prove to be successful? No, it won't. It's too little. It's too late. CL4L moving on, and on the road, the path to Montreal. Sheesh.
This is a team that is absolutely unstoppable. I know we have said it before, and boy, it feels like we've got to repeat it again. Unbelievable game from them, even with that Dream subbing in and pulling up 12 kills, just not able to find a way to take it down. The X-Makers team, Challenger League for life, coming up strong and qualifying to the last chance qualifier along with Los, and that the seeding game between Los and Challenger League for Life taking place tomorrow. I think we still have some lower bracket games left to play out today that we might be able to bring you. So, but I mean, first, huge congratulations to the Challenger League for Life team. You guys have put up an unbelievable run and at the top of T2 Siege. SSG Academy put up a huge fight, and I love that they picked Layer, and that was amazing to finally get a chance to see and cast. But Challenger League for Life just showing up on both of those maps and taking it, my friend. Holy cow.
Yeah, absolutely. Valiant attempt by SSG Academy, but the Goliath keeps on Goliathing as they stomp through this whole entire open qualifier. Just a huge GG's to CL4L. And off the back, some incredible gameplay. They're just fun to watch. They deserve a spot in the NAL, and I think that needs to be the next Twitter post, right? Makers for Pro League, or X-Makers for Pro League.
Right,
CL4L for Pro League.
Yeah, Challenger League for Life. I think that is going to be a short-lived name because this is a team certainly that has put together an amazing roster, great set of strats. But man, SSG Academy wanted them to be able to force that third map. They did a fantastic job. Congrats for making it this far. Their run is not over though, because we are in a double elimination bracket. They are going to get a chance to play in that lower bracket. So Fluffy Aimers and Mormon Leadership playing, I believe right now, the loser of that game, or the winner of that game, taking on Bello, who lost to Los earlier. So Los is up at the, they have also qualified to the last chance qualifier, and we are down to the final spot out of the lower bracket to see who's going to be the other qualified team. So SSG ACAT has got one more opportunity, and they have got to beat either Fluffy Aimers or Bello or Mormon Battalion, whichever one makes it all the way through the lower bracket.
All right, folks, sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're going to chat about it. Heyo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. If you're just joining us, well, hello. You look really nice today. We're happy to have you in here. If you did miss two best of threes that was happening earlier on in the game, in the round, it both went to just two. And they were both really exciting. Finally got to see the first iteration for the Siege double shot of Lair, and it was exactly as we had hoped.
Yeah, that one was a blast to cast. A great map, a lot of cool strats that we saw coming out. Some similarities in the way that the map is played compared to others, but gotta say it was fun to watch. Talk a little bit about the bracket for a second. I know again there was some questions in the chat, so we got the chance to see the quarterfinals and semifinals being played out here today. Los and the Challenger League for Life, the X Makers squad, both have qualified to the LCQ after winning their respective games. Unfortunately, Fenz's Aura again didn't get rostered together, so they weren't able to play Bello for that spot. Bello and Los both getting a bye into the semifinals to start. The teams going down to the lower bracket, Fluffy Aimers and the Mormon Battalion in that first round, and then Bello and SSG ACAD in the second. So take a look at, let's pull up that lower bracket for a second. And so lower bracket, the Fluffy Aimers Mormon Battalion game is going on right now with the Fluffies taking that first map, the second map being played out. We're going to hop back in the stream and continue the cast with match 11, which is the lower quarterfinals. The winner of that game taking on Bello in another best of three. That you can see SSG down there already has a bye to the lower semifinal. That will be the qualification match, and I believe played out again tomorrow. The final seeding match between Los and the X Makers team Challenger League for Life for seeding played out tomorrow, and then the qualification game of the lower semifinal played out tomorrow. So the next game, that's what we got coming up, is the lower quarterfinals with Bello taking on the winner of the Fluffy Aimers Mormon Battalion game being played right now off stream. And once again, I hate that one of those teams has got to go home, but this is it. We are in the time when one of those two teams has got to go home. So
Absolutely.
so close, man. I
I
hate
know
that.
it.
I hate that one of them has to go home.
I know. One's got to win, one's got to lose in a quest for glory for it all. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to get back, wait for that game to finish up, and then we'll get the lobby set up and bring some more Siege back in your direction. It's going to be just as fire as what you were watching before. In fact, maybe even more, because this is truly your last opportunity to put yourself on the path to pro, the march towards Montreal. So sit back and relax, because when we come back, we're bringing you some more maps. Ayo.
Let's go. What's up, and welcome back, everyone. And big switch up here for the Siege double shot tonight. Whiskey Glitter had to take a break from casting, and I am joined by Nomical the Great. Thank you, Nomical, for coming and filling in for Whiskey Glitter here to cover the last best of 3 tonight between Bello and Fluffy Aimers.
Absolutely, Whiskey. Should be a lot of fun tonight. I didn't really get to see much action earlier on in the day, but of course, I'm going to try and fill in here the best I can. You know, Glitter leaves big shoes to fill, so I'm going to hope to do the Siege double shot name proud. But this should be a fun one, Whiskey. You know, it is the lower bracket. 2 teams fighting for their lives here in the Montreal Major Open Qualifier playoffs. And I think with what's on the line here, you know, facing elimination should lead to a barn burner of a series.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, we're not going to get to see Layer played out. That one was reserved for that SSG versus the X-Makers squad. Fluffy's going to ban it out. We're going to start ourselves off on Skyscraper for this first map in the best of 3, heading into Consulate, and then, if required, that decider on Nighthaven. And this is an elimination in this this double elimination bracket. The loser here going home. The winner going on to face SSG ACAD in that final lower bracket game. And here it is. We're ready. The game is going, and we waited long enough.
Oh yeah, let's get into it. Starting things off right on Skyscraper. Should be a lot of fun here. Of course, Skyscraper, a very defender-sided map. Would not be surprised if we see Fluffy Aimers step out to a big lead here because they are the ones starting on the defense. Ron, I want to get your thoughts here because I think there's a lot of interesting bans that we can get here. Maybe we see something crazy like a Monty or a Blitz ban rather instead of a Monty. Maybe some hard breaching operators getting taken out here.
You know, that's I am definitely expecting Monty to be banned out. I think he's been banned in nearly 100% of the open qualifier games that we've had a chance to cast. The other one that made an appearance, we'll see, on our previous cast of Sky was Grim. A lot of windows, a lot of opportunity, a little bit smaller. Grim makes it a little bit difficult for the defenders to move around, so sometimes we see him banned out, but it is going to be the Monty.
Yeah, the Monty, you know, you love it, but you hate it at the same time. You love it because you hate to see people crutch the operator, but you hate it because it is such a strong operator and, you know, it doesn't really leave a lot of flexibility in terms of what else you want to ban because you don't want to have to go against that lumbering shield that's run straight at you. Now, Bella will ban out the Valkyrie. That's a fun one. I actually really like that one. I think that Valkyrie is a very strong operator overall, but particularly on Skyscraper. There's a lot of great hiding holes that you can put Valkyrie cameras in, you know, over by Drum, Dragon, places along those lines. And the QUAL ban makes a ton of sense as well. I really like that one, actually, because it means while you usually do see a lot of, you know, Cade and Bandit on this map, you won't have to worry about that extra delay that the QUAL brings. And I think that will favor the attack a lot more because you can be a lot quicker with your hard breach.
Yep, exactly. Favoring the attack. Now, it's a lot of similarities between Chalet and Skyscraper here in terms of where you can hide those Valk cams. So yeah, definitely not surprising to see her banned out. And it certainly seems to me that that we're seeing, you know, we get up into the higher level T2 teams that are playing here for their spot in Montreal, that Intel is king, and having Valk banned out really sort of hinders that game a little bit and forces them to be a little bit more creative. From an Intel perspective, Fluffy's not going to add anything, but they're going to go for the deny, bringing out that combination of the mute and then also the Warden to help slow some of that that entry down. Even with Ying off the board, we've seen Warden be just a really important part of a lot of these defenses.
I really like Warden.
10 seconds left.
I mean, sure, you're not going to get as much value of it here because the Ying is banned, but there is still a lot of potential for flash grenades and other smoke utility to be dumped in. You see that a lot here on a map like Skyscraper, where there's a lot of different cutoff angles that a good flash or a good smoke can negate. So I really think that DD bringing out this here will get great value throughout the round. The only concern that I have is you don't have a lot of wall denial, and there is a lot of important walls that you need to deny, particularly that Geisha wall that you see Amelia put a mute chamber down on. Then again, you know, you've got a really aggressive lineup here from Fluffy Aimers that I think will play well in their favor. They can get in the face of Bello and really slow them down here.
Well, here's the question. Who's going to be the first? And that it's going to be Kronk going down. A Deity, holy cow, getting the double. I win, never lose, the tagline, rather than keep Fluffy in that Ubisoft tag. I like the addition of the I win, never lose. It just shows a level of confidence that this team has got.
Well, are we allowed to take like little joking shots here, Whiskey? I'm not exactly sure because I was gonna
I
say.
mean, you can take a couple. You can take a couple shots.
Okay,
It is a
well,
community cast.
I'm gonna take one here, and I'm just gonna say it. If he never ever loses, then how come he's 0-2 in the last couple weeks against ex-makers?
because Makers is literally unstoppable. I want to go back and check Wikipedia. I don't think that they lost a single map in all of the Blast qualifiers in this stage or the previous. I mean, they have truly been unstoppable when it comes to this. So if there is a next up in terms of a team that is going to be a pro league, it certainly seems like they're the open ones. Whether or not that team stays together, plays in the pro league together, or more of those players earn some pro league spots, they've just had an absolutely fantastic run. But that's a great question. If you never lose, how can you be 0-2 versus Challenger League for life?
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Well, Eli's gonna work his way in towards Terrace here. He's got some shots heading his way up from over by Dragon, but he still survives nonetheless. Got a little bit lucky there with the random spray. Schmink as well has made his way into the map. Despite being on the back foot, Bello are doing a pretty good job here of taking space with about 45 seconds left. They've got to move quickly, however, because they still are in that man disadvantage. They've got a lot of work to make up here, and that's not going to help them at all. Emilio with two, the one tap and the reload. Wow, what a play from the mutant. Now Zim's left in a 1 versus 4. And Whiskey, that's exactly what we're seeing here. That skyscraper defense coming to life. Now it's all up to the Ash, who does get 1 kill, as Deity with an ill-advised swing out towards Geisha, but still a lot of work yet to be done. Try to work his way over towards Terrace to eat some damage from long range over by Geisha. Fluffy Aimers want this kill. They are coming for it, and it'll be JJ end out that round. A couple of masterful shots hit by players in that round, but it's Fluffy Aimers to emerge on top.
Yeah, I think JJ was a little bit upset, obviously after their upper bracket loss, and stopped that stream really quickly, just as we were going to try and maybe do a little bit of coverage of his point of view after our first game had ended. But it was clear that he, was unhappy with that result. So looking to avenge that and be a little bit overconfident or a little bit over aggressive. I love seeing that from this team. Just being take it a little crazy, take the fight to Bello. Both of these teams want to fight in that spot, but Fluffy really has got a lot to prove here.
I really think Fluffy Aimers have a lot of potential as a team. They have proven, back in the wildcard restart, that they are capable of beating pro league rosters like Luminosity. So it's a bit surprising. They're a bit up and down, honestly, but I think on one of their best days, Fluffy Aimers are capable of going head-to-head and beating so many different teams. And you kind of saw in that last round the exact reason why they have that capability. Because they have players like Deity, like Rival, like Emilio, who are just capable of going nuclear and getting all these crazy kills, hitting these insane shots and just single-handedly winning around for their team. You love to see it. Of course, like I said, you would love a little bit more consistency out of them, but this is definitely a match where they can prove that. If they can win this match cleanly and set themselves up with a game against SSG Academy, that would be quite a game to potentially move further in towards the qualifying bracket.
Yeah, I would love to see. Well, SSG is going to be a tough opponent for either of these two, so they've got their work cut out for them when they finally make it to that spot. But look at this, the bait and then the C4 coming out. Not going to land, though, but I love that Zim just... All right, nice shot there, taking advantage of the bait and switch. And no! Wow, all right. Bello is getting a great read on the now appears to be overconfidence from Fluffy Aimers, going for the runouts, going for those hero plays. Might have to take a step back here in this 3v5 on round 2 of a best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Zim get that opening kill, and then he hit the question mark right away. Like, what are you doing there, Fluffy Aimers? And I have to agree with him. I'm not exactly sure what they were doing. A little bit funny. Ooh, but we got the death mark tracker. There's a good down onto 1. It's actually Zim to get another kill. Emilio's still persisting over by Highway, and he's allowed to escape back through towards site, but not for much longer. What is that, Krong? 2 kills on his way out. A flawless round from Bello to answer round number 1. What a great response.
Yeah, boy, they answered back cleanly and quickly and capitalizing on every Fluffy Aimers mistake and, again, their overconfidence. Right, we saw it, and I talked about how great it was on round one, a little bit of that avenging of their loss earlier, but need to slow it down. Round two was absolutely taken advantage of by a great Bello attack there. So now that if the typical split on Skyscrapers at 5-1 half, Bello has already done their job on attack. Even if they don't win another, we'd end up with this half saying, yep, that's typical. So that to me feels like a little bit of added pressure here on this Fluffy Aimers team to try and hold out for the remainder of this round, because typically you're losing the third floor, you're losing that tertiary site. That was the office exhibition site going down, so now they're going to end up having to play that tertiary still and defend. So a little bit of added pressure here on Fluffy Aimers.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, 5-1 halves are typically what we expect on this map, so, you know, you can't really afford to lose maybe no more than one other round. And we're only 2 rounds in, so that's a lot of pressure for this defensive half. Bello now actually having that round enables them, I would think, to play a lot more free. I mean, looking at the team as a whole, you've got Zim, Schmink, and Eli who love to go off and just kind of do their own thing. You know, maybe we see them go for some sort of crazy sneak-in play that they otherwise might not have gone for if they didn't get that last round. So we'll just have to see as things go on.
Well, and I would say the combination of the Ashe and Iana to me says, you know, a very forward, very aggressive attack, because like you said, they can afford to take some chances. They can afford to maybe play a little bit more aggressive in that Ashe-Iana combo. Certainly with Iana losing her nades and just dropping off the face of the earth in terms of competition picks, she's still a great forward operator. And we'll see if her in the hands of Teddy can find his first kill on this map.
You really don't see Iana that much anymore. You make a great point there. You know, you never see the Iana pick just because there's so many other better options, quite frankly. You know, a lot of times you see people bring the Flores because he can do Iana's job, but even better by gathering information and destroying defender utility. And you're gonna need to get a lot of great value out of these different operators because there is a lot to deal with. You've got the Aruni, the Jaeger, the Warden Shield, a couple of mirror windows that you're gonna have to deal with. There's a ton that Bello are gonna have to clear through in order to get their way into the site. That might be a good start. I'm not sure. Did the Flores drone? No, it missed.
No, it was that looking Warden right in the eyeballs as he stopped it early, almost like he stopped it early on purpose. Whether or not there was going to be some other pieces of utility coming in, but that one I think is close enough to take the shield down.
Yeah, good piece of utility there from Bello, but he's already gone through all 4 of his Rotero drones, and I'm not exactly sure if he got much value out of it at all. So, you know, Bello are going to be very careful here in this final minute.
Oh, Eli, all right. There's one that found that initial opening, that opening pick there. Now, can they convert that into the round win? Can they take that opening pick? But you still got people outside the building, right? 2 of these attackers are still not even in the building yet with 30 seconds left in this round.
Gronk on the board now, recited with a quick pop-up, but it's still Bello to emerge victorious. JJ does some damage, but oh my gosh, exposed himself.
What?
Kills Teddy. Ow! How are you getting away with that, JJ? Nonetheless, he dies in the process. And it leaves Recited left in a 1v3. Does have a potential easy kill if he could find out Kronk, because he's only on 7 HP. Zim as well on a little bit lower HP. With 10 seconds left, he's got to be careful here. He doesn't really have much more time than he has to waste. Bello, hello, where is the plant? We need something to go down. Recited with 1 kill. That might be the round winner.
No
he
way.
Wins the 1v3, only getting 1 kill, Whiskey.
A 1v3, and the attacking team looks lost. They didn't know where the final defender was, and apparently weren't ready to get the plant down, walking across open doors without even looking, totally falling apart there. And to me, that felt like a free win for Bello in that 1v3 scenario. And we're talking about 2 of the attackers were still outside the building with 35 seconds left in that round. Still should have been an opportunity in a 3v1 scenario to come back and win it. So now, since they played the office twice, they're able to come back to the T karaoke site and avoid going down to the tertiary. And like we said, that one round, that 5-1 half is going to be standard and looking better here for Fluffy.
That was crazy. Like the fact that he flanked and won, I don't know. That was just
10
nuts.
seconds left before insertion.
But we are back on karaoke, like you said. No
5
tertiary
seconds
site just
left
yet,
before insertion.
which is kind of sad because I kind of like that site, quite honestly.
Attackers
I think
must
it's a lot of
locate
fun to
and
try and
defuse the
defend,
bomb.
but I also am the type of person that loves to play operators like Buck, so I love to play the vertical, you know? But nonetheless, let's see, what are we working with here, Fluffy Aimers? We got pretty much the exact same lineup from round number 1, and I actually really like that play, because if it ain't broke, well then why would you need to fix anything?
Yep,
I think the phrase is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But, yeah.
It's
I
an
forgot- I
old
forgot
it's
to
an
phrase
old
that.
man it's an old man phrase, but it still has got a lot of applicability even in Rainbow Six Siege as you're talking about how are you going to work on setting up that defense. And yeah, you called it out. They won that T karaoke site when we saw it back on round 1. I think the difference here is now Bello has got a little bit of an opportunity to see how Fluffy Aimer is going to play. We saw them punish this team for being a little overconfident, a little over-aggressive. And yeah, I mean, you're seeing, right, Recited holding this open office area. We saw a little bit of that in the, let's see, I'm trying to think. Oh, Mormon Battalion versus that X-Makers team in that very first best of 1. We saw a lot of vertical play here on Chalet, and that the opposite end of the map on the second floor really was a stronghold from the defense on every site. They really were taking this sort of extended roam game on this other half of the map upstairs to heart and using that to their advantage. So sort of playing out in the same way here in this game.
Well, initially, Fluffy Aimers on the disadvantage. DAV will respond onto Eli finally, however, to take off the only hard breach that Bello had available to them. May have a second one presenting himself later on as Kronk looks to rotate over towards Geisha. But are they aware of the fact that this Warden is still there? They are, and they will light up most of DAV's HP. Petty and Kronk working together here to try and get that man advantage back. They aren't able to find anything just yet. This is kind of a really hard spot to take, Risky, because there's so many different angles that you have to worry about.
Well, and they need the ace to be able to open up that secondary wall in between Makeup and Geisha to try and get a little bit of an added line of sight. But with ace down, no opportunity to do that, and the defense punishes them for it. 2v4 here with just 30 seconds left.
It's all up to Schmink and Zem. Zem's been having a pretty good game so far, so he could potentially fight his team back into this round, but they've still got a lot of work to do and not a lot of avenues to go through. The only good news is that a couple players from Fluffy Aimers are, in fact, one bullet away from death. It will be the Toxic Wave to down Zem, and JJ will get the confirm onto that one. So now it's all left to Schmink in a 1v4. Not much time left. It certainly seems like an unwinnable situation here, and Fluffy Aimers look to pick up their 3rd round here on defense. Shotgun blast raining out. The time will expire. And indeed, Fluffy Aimers will take that one right to the bank.
Loads of shotguns, and really, we talk about that mid-map crossover, the drum shrine line, and how the attackers have really got to make that transition over from one side of the map to the other. And it's one of the struggles you get on Skyscraper on the attack is just couldn't even make the crossover. They got a little bit of an opportunity here, though, right? Going downstairs to the tertiary site, you get to see how that first floor barbecue kitchen site's going to play out. Expect definitely a lot of vertical play, and right now, at least, I know it's a little early to talk about the attack, but showing the Amaru, showing the Ash, and showing the Deimos, again, a very forward lineup here from Bello. That might switch out a little bit as this gets set up. The interesting one on the defense to me is the Solus. I know Solus really nerfed into the ground almost here between the Year 9 Season 2 and Year 9 Season 3 updates to her gadget.
You call me a bad caster, Whiskey, but I don't even remember what they changed from Season 2 to Season 3. I know they, like, nerfed the prep phase and stuff like that, but
10 seconds left.
I don't remember what else they changed. Quite
The
honestly.
change up here for Year 9 Season 3 was the change that her gadget no longer operates in the entire field of view. It only operates in the small center window of her viewfinder. So she has to do a lot more looking around to be able to try and spot gadgets, and you got a lot more opportunity for some misses in terms of trying to find it. And it changed not all of her pings now are available to the rest of the team. She's got to make some calls, similar to the way that the Deimos information isn't available to the rest of the team, unlike the Jackal pings.
I like that. So it's kind of like a hybrid between IQ and Deimos' abilities. That's interesting. I'm going to be honest, I've kind of just... It's been a while since the patch notes came out, so I kind of forgot that was a thing. But Eli didn't forget how to shoot. Deity will be the first one in the grave here, and this time the ace will survive and get some impact in the killing department. But once again, on low HP. But the good news is, Whiskey, they've got that Finka to get some of that health right back up and give Eli a little bit more of a fighting chance.
We have definitely had some trouble with caster cursing tonight. Every time it seems like we talk about a specific operator, they have been one of the first to get taken down, sometimes in that first sentence. So right now I'm a little worried for Zim's life. But you're absolutely right. As long as Finka can stay alive, you can be able to boost some of these players back. And right now Eli desperately needs it, sitting at 22 HP. And they still have got another wall or two left to open. He's got one more Selma charge left.
There you go. Back up to almost half of his original health. Ooh, but he's a player there from Fluffy Gamers that was right in the crossfire of Bello. It's actually going to be JJ, the next one in Zim's line of fire. He seems to be a little bit cautious over here, not ready to go for this fight, and they'll lose Kronk in the process. JJ will kill Zim on his way into Pantry. But Kronk and Teddy will actually find value as Kronk's back up on his feet, and another player's dead for Fluffy Gamers. Recited with an equalizer onto Eli, so as a minute left starts to tick away, Bello find themselves in kind of a disadvantageous spot here. They don't have that Finka anymore. They don't have their ace. They've got a couple guns. They've got some vertical destruction in the Ram, but other than that, they have to be very careful and very vigilant with their gunplay. Otherwise, these Fluffy Gamers players can just sit back and wait. Oh, Schmick not ready for the rival with another kill.
No.
And now it's Fluffy Gamers with the lead, maybe a second one, but a quick equalizer from Teddy keeps Bello fighting through this round. Kronk has to find value here. He sees a player over by Pantry, or at least he has some sort of idea. Oh, but look at this. The diffuser is down, and JJ's ready for it, guarding that diffuser with his life. He holds his turf and puts Teddy in a 1v2 situation. Can he get one kill on his way out? No, he can't. Recited's there to cover his teammate, and Fluffy Gamers add yet another one, and it's 4-1.
Yep, I feel like that's exactly what we were talking about back on the beginning of round 3, is that that one Bello round, they looked very good there on the second floor office exhibition site, able to win it, but Fluffy taking a win on that was the complete round rotate done. Office, T, and the first floor, so now they're going to get a chance to go back. And interesting they pick the office side rather than T, since they had won it twice. Oh no, they had to because T was back on round 4. So last opportunity for Bello to try and go beyond what that standard round split, that 5-1 here. Try and put a little bit of extra pressure on Fluffy. This was their map pick, so Bello wanted the opportunity here to play Skyscraper. So I imagine that they're going to come out with a really strong defense. So finding this this first round and then second on the attack, going to be huge for them.
Attackers discovered the location of a bomb.
Final defensive opportunity here in regulation for Fluffy Gamers. And we go to a site that they haven't really had a lot of success on. The only time they won it of their 2 attempts was that 1v3 attempt by Recited. That, honestly, you and I probably would both agree that he probably should not have won.
Definitely should not have.
Yeah, I mean, you know, but I guess you get lucky when the guy with the diffuser happens to run right by your crossfire, or by your angle rather, with like 3 seconds left in the round. So they'll be thanking their lucky stars for that one. We'll see if they can have a little bit more just outright success in this round. Now, not a great start as Rival ate some friendly fire damage from JJ's shotgun, but nonetheless, he's still fighting. He's still got that Warden. Still going to have a lot of impact against a couple of those smoke grenades coming out. but he will lose his shield as the Rotero drones once again finding great value for Bello.
It's one of the operators we hit when Azami was not banned on Sky. She actually wasn't played very often. Seems like one of the few maps that you don't see her being played that often. But that looked like a bit of a misdrone there from the Flores side, not realizing that Warden was still playing in the Shrine area. Whether or not going to be able to convert that into a kill is a bit of a question mark, but it seemed like with that Flores drone dropping down, they didn't catch that he was still holding on to that position behind the Azami barrier.
DD trying to get aggressive outside of house, will run out through the breach, send some shots down long range, but no kills or no deaths, nothing gained and nothing lost. But Bello will continue to press forward here. They've got some of those Selma charges.
What a shot! What a perfect use of utility there, or waste of utility that the defense took advantage of, right? Using a Selma charge on the Kiba barrier and then tossing the Flores drone into the waiting gun sight there of Warden. Boy, that thing just felt like it completely fell apart for the attackers.
Moves and counter moves, eh? I believe that's a quote
real.
from the If I remember correctly, that's a move from the Hunger Games. Plutarch Havensby was the one who said that. I like using that quote because it's very much true. That's what Siege is. It's a game of moves and counter moves, reacting to what the other team is showing you. And right now, Fluffy Aimers are showing us defensive dominance, as it's a 4v2 in favor of Fluffy Aimers with 45 seconds left. Prone on the floor is DD. He'll get one rival traded back by Kronk, and it leaves Kronk, who's on that said Flores, in a 1v3 with 30 seconds to go. He's got a lot of work yet to be done, and he's kind of trapped inside of Dragon. A very unwinnable situation, quite honestly.
His WASD is going crazy right now. He's able to find one, taking down Deity, but Recited is going to finish him off. He was just going nuts with those keys back and forth, looking for every possible angle. And there's, like you said, too many to cover in Dragon to hold on. And there it is, that the Fluffy Aimers 5-1 half, just like it was sort of expected on Skyscraper. It's the standard, so here's the opportunity. Can Fluffy Aimers turn this thing around and pull up a couple of attacking wins of their own and really put Bello on the back foot? It is a best of 3. If you're just joining us, welcome everyone. We're in the lower bracket quarterfinals here between Bello and Fluffy. This is an elimination game. The loser going home, the winner going on to face SSG ACAD in what is potentially that final LCQ spot.
Yeah, big stakes. You and I talked about that when we first got into this. You know, you really, if you're Fluffy Aimers, want to get to, as far as you can, at least get yourself into the LCQ, because they've shown before that they are capable of going up against and beating some of those PL teams. So I think it's very much a possibility that if they can get there, Fluffy Aimers could potentially give some of those teams a run for their money. I'd also like to look at that X-Makers roster and see what can they bring to the table after having some time together with their new roster. I think it's going to be very fascinating when the time does come. But that to match tomorrow, Makers versus Los, I think will be a great first test for that X-Makers roster. I think you said it's CL4L is their team name now?
That's right, Challenger League for life.
Yeah, but yeah, I think you and I would both agree that that game is going to be very important to see. Is that CL4L team really capable of beating some of those high-quality rosters?
Well, and our friendly neighborhood Liquipedia editor did go back and check. Yeah, that X-Makers roster, Challenger League for life. They're on a 13 map win streak without losing one here in the Blast Open Qualifier playoffs. So.
Oh, wow.
Los is really that opportunity to maybe shut it down, but holy cow, that thing completely falling apart top black, and Bello going crazy with the combination of smokes, SMG-11, shutting it down and taking their first defensive round.
Yeah, that's got to be a big momentum builder for Bello. You get that 5-1 half where you're facing down that 4-round deficit, but you come back and start off your defense with a flawless round. That's a great start, and that should give them a lot of confidence to potentially bring this one back. There's still a long way to go, but if what we saw in that last round continues, it's very much possible.
Yep, and I love this game, Namako. I love the back and forth. I love the tactical aspect, but I love that any given round can come up with a win. And sometimes mechanical skill, sometimes great team play, and it all matters in Siege. So between these two teams, still too early to call. Again, this best of three has got to hit. Going to Consulate next. And we've seen quite a bit of Consulate here in the Montreal Open qualifiers, both in the LATAM region and here in North America. I really feel like that map is sort of increased in the amount of times we've seen it played, increased in favor amongst the competition teams. So that's the next one to get to go to. Who's going to be the better team here? This is Bello's map pick. They really want to find the win to start off right now.
Yeah, it's not going to be a great start for Bello if they fall down here on this map pick. Because Kronk is outside for some reason. I'm not exactly sure what he was thinking there.
Confidence. Jumping out, taking the fight to the attackers.
Yeah, I guess that's what it is. Pure confidence from Kronk. I mean, he is 7-4, so I'll credit to him. But, when you're down with this 5-2, deficit in the round count, you got to be careful because one slip up and that finds you already on match point. There's a big difference in the mentality between being down 5-2, 5-3, and being down 6-2. Because once you get on that match point, there's a ton of pressure on you. And it kind of gets in your head that, hey, there's no more room for mistakes.
Look at that.
That's interesting.
We've seen this twice now in competitive play recently, using the thermite on the floor to open up the bottom of that wall if it's using a Cade up top to be able to provide the reinforcement on. It doesn't open it up big enough to be able to walk through, but does provide the sight line into drone.
Yeah, Fluffy Gamers definitely need that sight line to push their way towards the site. They do have that man advantage to work with, and they did kill Kronk, so while he did go unpunished for that jump out earlier on, he will get punished with an early grave. JJ will meet an early grave as well. The Twitch off the board. The Fluffy Gamers continue to push their way forward here with this Deimos on Resided. There is a player right next to him inside a Dragon, but he doesn't have a very advantageous angle, so he's going to have to be really careful here. Unless Schmink potentially just gives him a free gunfight. He wants to go for this challenge, but instead will have to fall back. With a minute left, he's got to be really careful here to not give up this 4v4 man count.
It's right there, the Deimos ping coming out on the Azami, and holy cow, she makes them pay for that overconfidence, thinking they can swing her, knowing where she's at. She fights back with the Una reverse card and takes down a double. Let's go.
Now Deity on Emilio on low HP.
What?
It's a swing in from Deity who gets one, but he's quickly traded back by the Bandit. And that's 2 rounds in a row for Bello. You like my little rhyme there, Whiskey?
I did.
I'm so funny, I think...
You know what?
Me and Goose always have this joke when we're casting where we I'll be the guy who comes out with all the stupid dad jokes, and then he'll go randomly throughout the game and make one random one on his own, and then I'll just be like, hey, that's my job. It's my job to do the dad joke. Stop stealing my thunder.
Well, and being a dad myself, I love the dad jokes. So please keep them coming. Keep the stream lively. That's what we need. I'm here for the dad jokes, my friend.
Finally, somebody who appreciates my craft.
Well, speaking of craft, how exactly is this Bello team going to handle their first opportunity to hold down the tertiary site in the basement? Yep, or on the first floor. A lot of second floor hold, right? The players moving all over the map, and really this is a pretty spread out defense from this team. Skyscraper is almost small enough that it feels like heavy roam doesn't really apply because the map is so small, but certainly there is quite a bit of roam game here coming out from this Bello team. They've got openings in the floors, in the walls, and hold all the way across this map for the tertiary site. And spawn peeks out the black door as well. They're not giving up at all.
Yeah, you definitely have to roam just a little bit, because if you don't, it's very much hard to just sit back inside of the site and wait. But you also have to be careful with how much you roam because it is very small of a map, like you said, and it is also really easy to become isolated
Attackers
as a
have
roamer
located a bomb.
if the attacking side can quickly gain control of some of that limited space on the map that you have to take before you actually hit the site itself. And looking at it right now, we're about a minute in, and so far Fluffy Gamers have done a pretty good job of not only gathering intel, but also dealing with some of the intel that Bello had on the board, like some of those default cams, like some of the other utility, like some of those Fenrir Dreadnought mines. You know, they've got the Brava, they've got that Twitch that make a great combination of dealing with Defender utility and information, and they're using it to full effect.
Yep, if Bello was crutching on any piece of this this extra defensive utility that they had, the bulletproof cams like you talked about, the Fenrir, those bandit batteries, Fluffy brought along all of the pieces that they needed, but boy, losing 2 direct gunfights, unfortunately, going to put them back in a 4v3. Halfway through the round, yes, they've got some of the sight lines opened up, and boy, there it is, JJ. Gonna jump in, take Teddy off the board. Still 2v3 though as Schmink pushes it back a little bit. Minute 18, and I think we still have a few too many of the Defender gadgets open, and now it is all up to, well, I was about to say Ace, and Zim took care of that for me.
If you didn't think it was going to be a Defender-sided matchup, you were very much mistaken, my friend. So far, we have had an entire 1 attacking round through the 9 total that we've played to this point. Not a very good stat line for those of you who like numbers. Let's see if Fluffy Avers could break that trend, because, you know, they had that 5-1 lead at one point, and they're very much in danger of throwing it all away. You know, just 1 round away
Attackers
from
need to
being all
locate
tied
and
up. And not only
defuse
that, but Bello get to go back to the most favored Defender side. They get to go back to Karaoke and T, a site in round number 7 that they won flawlessly, because I don't know if you remember, but it was the round where Fluffy Gamers decided to just run him through top black, and
Attackers
they
have
fed
located
picks
a
to
bomb.
players over inside of Karaoke. Not a great plan. Let's see if Fluffy Gamers can fix that here, because like I just said, they really need to get this round and keep this game from being tied.
They did have, you know, I spent a lot of time on this the Geisha side when they first played this
10
map,
seconds
and we
left
saw a
in the
couple of those kills come out as a result of the electrification that breached an aisle holding down the makeup Geisha wall, and that mid wall, right? You need the ace to be able to open up that piece. So JJ's got to stay alive long enough to try and open up that extra sight line. And we've also seen them commit a ton of resources in the shrine area with at the time Azami was holding down that area or that deployable shield. So they can try and, you know, decide which one of those 2 places they're going to spend the focus, and maybe punish Bello for taking some of their overconfidence, peeking outside of these walls. That might be the little boost here that Fluffy Amers needs. And holy cow, the barricade wall bang, great there from JJ. I don't think they had a ping on him.
Wow. Like you said.
I mean,
that's 1 in a million right there. That lucky headshot through the wall. And hey, I mean, Fluffy Gamers will take that all day. They need everything that they can get to try and give themselves an attacking win. And, you know, that's about as good of a start as you could hope for. Recited might have another one here, but Schmink is just ready for that one. Not sure exactly what Recited was doing on the demos, but now that's another free pick given one right back. A 4v4 now, and Fluffy Amers don't really have much going for them. They've taken some map control, sure, but they haven't cleared out a lot of this Defender utility.
we talked about the Deimos, right? Deimos going down early. He's that operator that gives you a little bit of ability for roam clear, for finding where the defenders are, maybe at the end of the map, but he's got to keep himself safe to be able to use that gadget, and certainly he's got to be able to keep himself alive. So unfortunate that right now they had the opening pick on Eli, and then Emilio and Recited going down has given this over in favor to the Bello team. It just was a very unfortunate set of circumstances, and they're not converting that opening pick right into into the advantage. They might still find a way to win it, but it definitely got a lot harder here in this final 50 seconds.
Oh, deity, flatten.
Let's go.
Schmink now off the board as well. Still in down state, so maybe retrievable, but likely not here with 40 seconds left. It's going to leave Kronk and Teddy left in a 2v3, make it a 1v3 now, as Rival will ascend the stairs and keep things going for Fluffy Aimers. DD will confirm onto Schmink, so now Teddy at the top of Black Stairs has a lot of work to do. Maybe
Oh,
hears
he's
the
not
user
planning
going
on half wall. He's playing. I don't think they know that Ella was playing top black, and just a second too late to be able to take down the shot. I think it could have, you know, if they had launched that that impact nade, might have been able to stop the plant just a hair earlier. So just waited just a little bit too long, and I think Fluffy Aimers getting a bit of a gift there, taking it to match point.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered for Fluffy Aimers. They really needed that. Like we said, to stop the momentum that Bello had been building through that previous 3-round span. And now Fluffy Aimers find themselves on match point in map number 1 of our best of 3 series. Just 1 round away from getting Skyscraper and being able to put that in the vault. Put themselves just 1 map away from potentially moving on in our qualifier bracket. Like we talked about, this is an elimination matchup here in the Montreal Major Open Qualifiers. So very big stakes for both these teams. Bello looking to make a name for themselves here with this new roster, and Fluffy Aimers looking to continue their streak of dominance throughout the summer. We'll see if they can continue to build off of that here as we're back over to Exhibition and Office, a site that once again, Fluffy Aimers have had a little bit of trouble attacking onto, but they broke the trend in that last round. Let's see if they can't keep things going.
Boy, that was an awful lot of wall that was opened up there by Zim over on the Makeup Geisha side, just blasting that wall and the exterior wall wide open. But Schmink again playing on the Azami, gonna hold down potentially that shrine area. Did a great job of it. I wondered, we were seeing Fluffy Aimers and really Bello when they were on the attacking side too use a ton of utility to try and clear out those Kiba barriers, but I wondered whether or not they might have had a better opportunity of just, you know, adding in the DMRs or the guns to try and clear it out rather than wasting so many of the Flores drones or other explosive pieces of utility to try and get it. And look at this, Eli just taunting the attackers.
Well, those EMPs will go out to potentially open up that main wall, but Krog, I believe, got the bandit trick off, or at least maybe they didn't even deal with the bandit. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but the Selma charge will get destroyed, and Zim will destroy Deity's health bar. Now a 5v4 and a lot of utility wasted and bodies wasted and time wasted for that matter as well for Fluffy Aimers here. They're gonna have to go for a full rotation. You can see they're shifting their entire focus over towards top black to try and see if they can reset this attack to some extent, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to actually facilitate this.
Yeah, they got to make the crossover between that drum shine passageway, and you still have got Schmink holding down the shield. And oh, what a miss! That was a Zofia charge that didn't take down the shield. I think that. Yeah, they're only now going to be able to take down the Kiba barrier that was holding and just backing up that deployable.
Nothing going Fluffy Aimers' way right now. They have so much work still to do, and like you said, the utility is just getting flushed down the drain at this point, it seems. They still do have a minute, so it's definitely not over for them just yet. At least in this round. They've still got more chances to try and take this over the hump. Their time is slowly but surely dwindling away here, and they still do not have that all-important answer back in terms of the kill department. They still find themselves in that disadvantage, and Eli still finds himself getting aggressive. Fluffy Aimers have not shut him down at all, and with how confident Bello is playing right now, I really don't see a way in which Fluffy Aimers win this. They're just kind of stalling out right now. They're not really doing anything, and they're just letting Bello just sit in these spots and wait. There's Eli with a run out over towards Terrace. We'll get one kill, Zim with another one. Rival undecided left in a 2v5. Whiskey, it seems like it might all be over here. It's just Rival, and Krog will end him. Round number 11 for Bello.
Yeah, I mean, when you were looking at, as you were talking about that round being played out, we saw basically the complete horizontal overtake for the Fluffy Aimers. They were top black, finally made that push over across the drum shrine halfway point in the map. But to me, the big thing was they really had no pressure from anywhere else on the other side of the map close to sight, right? They weren't taking the window that looks into sight. They weren't putting any pressure on the main breach, not putting any pressure on Mira, who was just sort of free to move in and out of the wall, free to take shots,
Attackers need to
free to take the
locate and
rotate
defuse
out
the
through the
bomb.
door and get a kill. It seemed like just a lack of that extra pressure that keeps the defense from taking some of those overconfident swings. A little bit of a miss, I think, from Fluffy Aimers, but they're still on that match point scenario. They could afford to lose one and still here protect their regulation win. But this is the last opportunity. We're in round 12. Fluffy Aimers have got to win this one if they want to take Skyscraper before they hit overtime. Bello got to win one more to force that OT here on map 1 of the best of 3 in this elimination game between these two great teams.
5 seconds to insertion.
Let's see if they can do it. Would we
Attackers
see
objective
the
is to
identical
locate a bomb
5-1
and
halves
defuse it.
coming out here? It certainly seems like it could be a possibility. You know, it was 6-4, it was 5-1 for Fluffy Aimers at one point, so Bella have definitely proven that defense is the way to go. Fluffy Aimers really need to recapture some of that magic that they have as a team. You know, we talked about it, or at least I talked about it and mentioned it to you going in, that Fluffy Aimers are a team that likes to play aggressive, that likes to have those guns going and that chemistry flowing, I guess you could say, but they haven't really had that on the attack. It's kind of been solo for them. They haven't really had that confidence about them that you see so often with this Fluffy Aimers team, and I think they really need to recapture some of that magic and get those guns going once again if they are going to avoid overtime and potentially losing this map.
A little bit more spread out approach in terms of the attack take here. I think that's what they need to do, right? Bello, you know, has not played together, I think, as long or in as many tournaments as the Fluffy Aimers. This is a team that's got a lot of time together, even from a core perspective. Put more pressure on this Bello team, I think, could be the strategy that kind of upsets them. And to me, it was feeling like Bello was starting to feel confident. Again, if you can find ways to punish them for that, maybe take that opening kill. They have not had a great conversion rate. Now's the time to start.
About halfway through. And so far, nothing really happening for Fluffy Aimers. They are dealing with some utility, so I'll give them that. They have made some progress, but they still haven't found that all-important opening kill. They need to get something on the board here, and they need to clear out a little bit more of this utility to get themselves towards that site. Because Whiskey, like you mentioned earlier, they still have yet to clear out the all-important kind of middle of the map, that terrace position, or not that terrace position, rather, that drone position and that shrine position that so often pose problems for many teams. But 2 kills going back their way will certainly help with that. It's 5v3 now.
Oh, 3-3 Teddy. Oh, man, evening this thing up.
Bomb located by
Yeah, you
attackers.
called it. Fluffy was having trouble getting it going, but this is it. JJ getting that diffuser down. They've got a little bit of the half-wall coverage. Kronk and Eli trying to find a way in, but I was going to say they lost 1, lost 2. Holy cow. A 1v1? What?
Oh, Eli! A huge flank to win the post plant. That certainly seemed like it might be it for Fluffy Aimers. But we have overtime on map number 1.
Defender mission successful.
That's right, my friend. A 5-1 half. Again, we are
Flush it
going
down the
to
drain.
overtime. Yeesh.
Yeah, Fluffy Aimers, you gotta be kicking yourselves for that one. You had that 5v3, and even when it was down to a 3v3, it certainly seemed like it was winnable because they had site control. They were getting that plant down. But you didn't have the proper coverage. You let Eli walk down highway and get a free 2-piece on his way back into T. And it's plays like that, it's mistakes like that,
Defenders
that
protect your
have
bombs
been the
from
big
being used
reason
by attackers.
as to why Fluffy Aimers have squandered that 5-1 lead. it certainly seemed like Fluffy Aimers had this map in the bag. You know, you and I were talking about it. Bello really could not afford to lose this map in that dominant of fashion as we turned our sights towards Consulate, which is map number 2. Yet here we are. They brought it all the way back. They've got all the momentum, and I would not be surprised if they stole this one away right back.
I think Bellows definitely got a bit of the advantage here, starting on defense for overtime,
10
right?
seconds left.
Fluffy Aimers going to have to pull something special out. They're playing on the office
seconds
exhibition
left before
site because the one attacking round that Fluffy did win was that T karaoke side, so not going to take a chance there. But boy, they and really on that round 12 on the T karaoke side, Fluffy got that down. What was that?
Well, I mean, it worked. You know, he got value out of it. He got a drone. So I guess we can't argue with the results. I mean, sure, you're throwing your life away potentially, but you know what? With how important drones are in Siege, a drone kill is worth a life, in my opinion.
Well, late
Not
round,
really.
definitely. Yeah, no, definitely not worth it, but it's a great thing to joke about. Here's the question, though. Is what piece of utility does this Fluffy Aimers team need to keep alive long enough to try and get a kill here and try and force this Bello team out of their positions? We haven't seen a lot of success on the open or on this this exhibition office side. And part of it was we didn't see a lot of focus on that main breach, right? It was real horizontal over from the T karaoke side, and they seem to be running it back in a similar fashion, with the exception of a little bit of that added work. They did, I think, they got part of that breach open, I think, right?
I think
Attackers have
so.
located a bomb.
At least they tried to. Yeah, it looks like they got him. But you asked what utility that they need to keep alive to help them win the round, and I'm going to give you my official Siege Analytical Nerd Smart Guy comment.
Let's hear it.
They need to keep all of it alive. All of it. No wasted
Drop the
utility.
bomb diffuser.
All value. That's exactly what they need to do. But let's be realistic here. That's just not going to happen, which is why I called it my Analytical Siege Nerd Smart Guy comment. Eli thinks he's a smart guy, still running out of lounge for some reason. But Teddy is actually the one to get the kill onto the guy on the rappel.
There
But
it is.
JJ's there for a quick trade right back. Eli finally punished for his crimes, and it's a 4v4 with a minute left.
Yeah, 4v4, but in this case, it feels much better from the Fluffy side. They have got the part of the breach open. They've taken down Mira. She's no longer that menace. Eli not going to be able to hold down that corner there in office. And they've got a couple of sight lines here on the defenders, plus approaching it from a pressure perspective from a variety of angles, and I think that seems to be, like we talked about, upsetting Bello just a little bit. Now there's 30 seconds left, so it's not over yet. Still plenty of time for Fluffy to throw this, or for Bello to.
Oh, JJ with another kill. Didi on the board. It's 4v2 in favor of Fluffy Aimers here, and Kronk and Teddy are all alone. Oh no, not even a C4 for Teddy. This is going to be potentially
10
huge.
seconds
His
left.
rival looks to get the plans
Attackers are
down.
activating
Didi
the
will
bomb
fall to
diffuser.
Kronk. Long range shot from Kronk coming in here as Teddy looks to work his way back up the stairs. What can he find as he tries to work his way back out? Well, he can find his teammate dead. Now 1v3 with 30 seconds left. Oh, nice flick on to one player, but it's quickly traded back by Fluffy Aimers. And they do what they could not do in regulation. They win an attack onto Office and Exhibition, and they find themselves right back on map point.
Overtime match point 6-7. Fluffy now in a definite advantageous position. They have found a way to win on attack. You said it, on the office exhibition side. It was the site that they had not found any success on during the regulation rounds. Now they get to defend the T karaoke side. And when going back, when we saw Fluffy won in their on their attacking round for Bello was on the T karaoke side. I don't know whether or not this is going to be it. Can they hold on here in round 14? Bello needs to win one more to keep this little bit of a dream alive. Otherwise, Fluffy's going to take this first. This is the first map we talked about, is Bello's map pick. We're going to be going to Consulate next, Fluffy Aimers. And this is, if you're just joining us, an elimination match here on the road to Montreal last chance qualifiers. Only one of these two teams can go forward to face SSG Academy for that final
10
last chance
seconds left before
qualifier
insertion.
spot. And not sure which one's going to be yet.
5
Both of these
seconds to
teams
go.
playing really well.
Yeah, it is such a shame, quite honestly,
Attackers' objective is to
Whiskey,
locate a
because
bomb
not
and
only,
defuse
like
it.
you said, it is an elimination match, so one of these two teams won't be playing in the LCQ. Does the lower semifinal, do both of those teams make the LCQ, or does it have to be the lower final?
It's the lower final. There are 3 teams that qualify here from the playoffs into the LCQ. 2 was the 2 upper bracket teams that have made it already, that being the X Makers roster and Los have already qualified. So of the 3 teams that are left, Bello, Fluffy, and SSG, only one can remain.
Yeah, that's such a shame too, because I really like the SSGA team, and one of these 3 teams, whatever combination it might be, will not make it, which is quite unfortunate, quite honestly, because I think at least Fluffy Aimers and SSG Academy have a really good shot, especially with how good that SSG Academy team has been. But we'll have to see them in action tomorrow. Right now, Deity's in the most forward action. He's got players all around him, but 2 kills for Fluffy Aimers. Rival gets 1. JJ on the board. And now on match point for map number 1, Bello find themselves in a
Attackers have
3v5.
dropped the bomb diffuser.
This is not where you want to be if you're a Bello fan. On overtime match point, down on attack in a 3v5 with half the round left. Yeah, you still have got time. You still have got some utility. Still got those Capital bolts, fire and smoke, plus a Selma charge, plus a ton of Grimbees to try and identify where the defenders are playing. But they can afford to be a little bit aggressive here on the Fluffy Aimers side and take some shots. And Bello has got to be careful about how they approach it.
Some random spraying through the wall, but it's Deity next one on the board. Eli and Teddy, now the last hope in map number 1 for Bello. And they've got a lot of work to do for Fluffy Aimers, still having 4 healthy bodies out around the map. Eli, Teddy trying to work their way towards the site here, but they are a little bit spread apart, which is very concerning if you are a fan of Bello. They're going to try and join back up with each other as Eli just decides to go for broke on the vault in. He drops the diffuser, he loses his life, and it leaves Teddy in a 1v4. Teddy will get 1 kill on the recited. Now a 1v3, but with only 40 seconds to go, it certainly does not seem like a very good situation for him to be in, especially without that diffuser, which is miles away inside of Geisha. He's going to have to go for some kills here. There's a player over by Geisha. There's a player over by Drum. He's pinned. He's got caught in a crossfire. It's JJ to end out the map, and it's map number 1 to go to Fluffy Aimers.
That's right, 8-6 victory, hard fought indeed in overtime for Fluffy Aimers to take that victory, and huge for JJ to be one that finally gets it. Like we talked about, a little bit of a redemption arc for him here to find that win. And it's the first map though in the best of 3. The next one is Consulate, my friend. We're gonna go ahead, take a quick break, but gotta say, it was a good run there from Bello, trying to find a way to win, but Fluffy Aimers coming up huge. Any thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think it definitely was interesting to see kind of how Skyscraper usually plays out, but it was kind of concerning if you're a fan of Fluffy Aimers, especially on that attacking half. Looking at the team as a whole, they kind of lost their mojo there for a little bit, but I was glad to see they got it back, and I hope they could continue to have it as we set our sights, like you said, towards Consulate. But we're going to have to wait a minute. We got a few minutes to let the players rest, so you and I will take a quick break, and we'll see you in just a few.
All right, let's go. What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We are here in the best of 3 elimination game between Bello and Fluffy Aimers. Joined with me tonight, again, filling in for Whiskey Glitter, Nomical. Really appreciate you being here, man.
Of course, it's always fun to jump in and do a little bit of Siege casting, and I'm honored to be joining you on the Siege double shot tonight. Of course, big shoes to fill. You guys always do a great job. The community really appreciates everything that you guys do. And, speaking of appreciate, I think we really appreciate the game that the players put on for us for map number 1 of Skyscraper. If you missed it, it was an 8-6 victory for Fluffy Aimers. But Whiskey, that game really didn't start out that close. It was a 5-1 half that started out for Fluffy Aimers. And you and I both watched as Fluffy Aimers kind of threw that one away a little bit. They still did end up winning, but it was a lot closer than it probably could have been.
Yeah, indeed. I think there was a definite opportunity there for Fluffy to win it in fewer rounds. But like you said, they did finally end up winning it anyway. So they've got the opportunity here now. Like we talked about, it is a best of 3. They have already won map 1. It's elimination time. Bello is on the chopping block. Is this going to be their round? Is this going to be their map? It's Fluffy Aimers' pick, so we know that they feel confident going into Consulate.
Well, there's that Monty ban once again. I actually don't mind that from Bello, because JJ is very commonly seen as one of the best shield players in a amateur siege. He's actually really solid on it. Like, it was such a good operator for him over the summer that it kind of became a permaban for a lot of teams in Element. Just whenever I was watching it, they would not let JJ get on that operator because of how much value and how much Fluffy Aimers liked to use it to kind of coordinate their attacks. I actually really like the Deimos ban here from Fluffy Aimers as well. Consulate is a very large and very linear map that an operator like Deimos can have a lot of value on when it comes to roam clearing. So not having to deal with that as a defender will be a huge sigh of relief. There's the Valkyrie ban once again coming out, this time by Fluffy Aimers. And similarly to Skyscraper, like we talked about, it is a map that has a lot of big areas and a lot of hidey holes that you can get those Valkyrie cameras into. So it makes a lot of sense to get rid of that.
Yeah, you talked about it, and we saw Bello do a great job with using the Deimos, and we talked about that and getting rid of the intel. Clash, that's an interesting one. I don't know whether or not Fluffy has had some great Clash play. I know we've seen Clash be a really useful operator as part of the Consulate defense, but not usually worth a ban. That, to me, definitely an interesting one.
I'm not exactly sure why they banned the Clash. The only real thing I can think of is maybe you don't want to have to deal with it on the garage site. But Fluffy Aimers aren't really a team that's known for using Clash as much as they are, like I talked about, the Monty and the Blitz.
By attackers.
And it does leave a lot of powerful defenders up. Like, you got the 2-round, you got the Cade, the Goyo, which we're seeing right here. I mean, you don't really ban Goyo a lot, but still a very powerful operator nonetheless. Let me think, what other defenders are there? You still got a zombie that you have to worry about. So with all those powerful defenders that are still on the board, I'd not be surprised if we see kind of that 5-1, 4-2 defensive split again, just because of how powerful some of those operators and some of these sites are now because of those operators.
Well, and speaking of operators, on the defensive side, one that we didn't see a lot of in some of these previous maps, Scopos. Really, our map earlier on Clubhouse was really the only map where we saw her being played very much. And part of it was that interesting trick that the Mormon Battalion had been using of the combination of the mute and the Scopos in that upstairs bathroom on 2F. But Reppers is going to continue the reign of domination that Eli brought to the table on the Bello side and take the first Fluffy Aimer attacker off the board. Holy cow, early in this game, my friend.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
That's the Amaru gone, not somebody that you really wanted to lose first. So big find there for Bello, shutting down the big play that Fluffy Aimers potentially wanted to go for. And now I really worry about Fluffy Aimers' chances in this round. But they do still have a Ying, and speaking of said Ying, that's Deacon currently working his way up yellow stairs. and he might even find a potential pick here. He spots one, but is he ready for the shotgun swing? He's not, but he gets baited out by Recited, who quickly trades that right
That
back.
is the
So,
greatest
this is still man
moment
advantage
in my
for
life,
Bello.
bro.
They are not quite in the same exact spot that they were,
Attackers
because
have
that
dropped the bomb
smoke off the
diffuser.
board's a big loss.
Ooh, like you said, it big
Bomb
loss,
located by
and
attackers.
the man advantage continuing to be here for the defense, and still have got that
Attackers
Scopos
recovered the
playing. I'm gonna see whether or not she's gonna be the could play the spoiler. I'm not sure where the idle shell was placed though. A lot of times we're seeing her used in an area that's used for a flank late in round, and sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. But look at that, Warden playing up on top of the desk, preventing the Buck from taking the vertical play from below.
Wow. Just wow. Emilio spent a solid 30 seconds looking for him, and then Reapers just turns around and kills him through his own holes. That's crazy. That is the definition of karma right there. But now in a 4v2, what can Fluffy Aimers do?
There
I'll
it
tell you
is.
what they can do. They can get the kill finally on to Reapers as its rival on the board here for Fluffy Aimers. But they still find themselves in that man disadvantage. A lot of work still to do. And slowly but surely, Whiskey, that time is really ticking away.
Time's ticking away. You got 38 seconds left, and they still have to deal with this this fire. They had the Goyo canisters in place. Defense, it's late to try and get that utility out of the way, and I don't know if they still had some left open, but you still have got Scopos with both of hers, both the active and the idle shell available. This is looking a tough position here for Fluffy.
15
Well,
seconds
speaking
left.
of the Scopos will deal a lot of damage to Rival before he gets a kill right back. But it's Recited now left in a 2v1 with 8 seconds to go. Not much time and a lot of work still to do. He tries to flick onto Teddy's head, but he doesn't have the HP, and Teddy's just got the perfect read on it. Round number 1 goes to Bella.
All right, on the defensive side again, not unexpected there for Consulate to have the defense take one. Now, when we saw SSG ACAD take on the Challenger League for Life, the X Makers roster, that one went 7-4 in favor of the X Makers team, and they won 3 in a row early. There was a lot of attacking wins on that map, and there was a little bit of discussion about whether Consulate was an attacker-sided or a defender-sided map. So, to me, I still had felt like it was a defender-sided, but that last game between those two great T2 teams really made it seem like there was it had been moving in the attacker-sided favor. What do you think? Are you thinking attacker-sided or defender?
See, in my opinion, it's very much dependent on the operators. I think a lot of it has to do with A, what operators are banned, and B, what operators does the defense bring out. Because I think there's a lot of certain styles on a lot of these sites that work a lot better than others. You know, you've got a lot of maps and a lot of sites on other maps where you can bring out multiple different styles, and it works the same way because the map is just set up in the right way. But I think with how linear Consulate is, there's a certain way that you need to play it. You need to have that certain amount of aggression on the top floor and other areas of the map, but you also have to be really careful about not, you know, overextending yourselves. I think on a map like this in particular, if you overextend yourself, it's a lot harder to come back from, because once a team gets control of the site, there's not a lot of ways to get back in. Looking in particular at the mid floor, you know, there's only like 2 or 3 doorways to get back into that piano site. Looking at the basement, you know, you could just sit outside of garage and hold it. Looking at the top floor, you can just sit outside of the windows like we saw in the last round on that big CEO window that the players like to hold. So it really depends on, like I said, the operators, but also just the general play style of the teams. Now Smink will get a kill right back, because while I was talking, the opening pick went the way of Fluffy Aimers. But Whiskey, that's kind of been a thing we've seen, is one of these teams gets an opening pick, but it quickly swings back in favor of the other team.
Yeah, really nobody able to sort of use that opening pick and hold on to a bit of momentum in this case. And holy cow, Fluffy just falling apart from a defensive perspective. It's not a flawless, but it certainly felt like it as Ying walks in overconfident with the Warden holding on upstairs. Again, tons of play upstairs on that second floor. This consulate really evolving into that vertical play map, similar to most of the maps in Siege with, having that first floor site, most of the action happening upstairs. See whether or not that changes, though. Basement's got a little bit of a bunker strat that starts to happen, and Blitz not banned, potentially showing on the attacker side, but gonna have to deal with that addition of Warden on the defense and Mira ever present here in the basement. She's got the great holds in place. Really feel like we're going to want to see Fluffy make a switch to either the Twitch or the Ash to try and deal with that push into garage.
Yeah, I definitely would love to see a Twitch here. Because not only can you get the mirror windows, you can get the Cade Claws, you can get the Legion Mines, the Mute Jammers. There's so much great value from a Twitch. And don't get me wrong, I definitely agree, and Ash is a great hero as well. But you can't go wrong with your good old friend Twitch. You got the smoke grenades you can bring out too, which would help with an execute on a site like Garage because of those long lines of sight that you need to cut off. But
5 seconds to insertion.
both have their benefits and negatives. You don't get the soft destruction from the Twitch that you would get with the
Attackers
Ash.
are moving to defuse a bomb.
But we can yap all we want, Whiskey, but if the players don't want to listen to us, we can't make them. They won't bring either. They'll instead opt for a really heavy roam clear lineup.
Which I like that as well, right? If they're trying to figure out, you got Consulate's a big map, 3 full floors, pretty spread out. Yeah, definitely linear, but when you've got so many places to stash defenders, and here on the basement site where you've got 2 floors above to be able to extend the vertical game, having the roam clear I think is a good choice here from Fluffy as they're working to sort of dismantle what Bello is using. Try and hold on to some of this space. Plus a little bit of flank watch from Goodlock. I know Glitter would be talking one of his favorite ops to see come out, but man, there it is again. You talked about it the last round. Opening pick there from the Bello team, but then quickly traded out. So no man advantage extended for more than a couple seconds.
Nope, neither of these teams really escaping each other to this point. Rival will run right into Schmink and finish him off. So now man advantage for Fluffy Aimers. Oh, look at this, Whiskey. Emilio getting that Dokbi, using that ability to hack the cameras. Great bit of utility there. And now all those default cameras, all that other utility that Bello had potentially brought out is now going to be all for the attack to be able to use. And while that's all going on, JJ will go right to work on some of the ceiling and start to tear away at that safety of the defense.
Oh, look at this. Oh, taking a shot, using the C4. Love seeing that from the Warden, but feels like playing that bottom yellow maybe a little bit risky. Feels like maybe he wants to get back behind some of those the mirror windows like you talked about. Maybe just take a step back and hold rather than push up on that yellow. That seems like a really dangerous position for Teddy to be playing. Of course, he's going to show up and take 1 down. How about 2? You know what? I'm just going to leave it up to Teddy. You got this, my friend.
Teddy said, or Teddy heard you, I guess. You cast your curse them right into 2 kills. So I think he'll actually be thanking you for that one rather than saying, why did you curse me into an early grave? Well, it suddenly was a 4v2 for Fluffy Aimers, but now it's a 1v1 technically. As Kronk will be laying down on the floor, taking a little nap here. Oh, he gets the finish, does JJ. Does he know about the second one? Has he potentially had Teddy lined up there for a kill? Oh, these players just not aware of each other. JJ nearly loses his life in the process, but he swings
What?
onto him, and Teddy's not ready that time. Somehow, one of the crazier 1v1s I've seen in a while goes the way of Fluffy Aimers. They finally win an attack.
We talked to, I don't remember, somebody in the Twitch chat said, this is the JJ Redemption arc. That's what we're watching in play here. So Fluffy Aimers have found the first win on that first map. They took down Skyscraper 8-6, looking to still find their way into this last chance qualifier through a lower bracket run. Bello standing in the way. So a nice win there on attack, though, as they take the basement site, which I definitely think of as
Attackers need to locate and
like
defuse
probably
as
the
many bombs as they
secondary
can.
site here on Consulate. So that was a big win for them. This Bello team defense is going to go upstairs back to the 2F, and from my perspective, I definitely think the 2F is more of the tertiary site. There's a lot of avenues for the attack to handle. You're generally a little less spread out from a roam game, not spending so much time downstairs on the first or the basement floor. So it's a little bit easier for the attackers to sort of consolidate and push the attack. So see whether or not this goes Fluffy's way. It feels good. That's a good little piece of momentum there on round 3 rolling into 4.
5 seconds to insertion.
Definitely need to see a little bit more, though,
Attackers
from
objective
Fluffy
is to
Amers.
locate a bomb and
One round
defuse
is
it.
good, but like you mentioned earlier on, this map certainly feels like it is attacker-sided nowadays. So they definitely need to bring a little bit more out in terms of round wins before they get to switch over to defense. We need to see a little bit more from JJ, from Emilio. Not having the best of starts to this game.
Attackers
Deity as
drop
well,
the diffuser.
not exactly in the most ideal spot, but I will curse JJ to an early grave. I apologize, my friend. JJ off the board early. And ooh, look at that. The diffuser dropped outside on the terrace. And not only that, there is a Solus on the board. That is going to be very advantageous for Bello here. If Fluffy Amers try to go back and retrieve it, they will know immediately will Bello, and they could potentially position themselves to
Attackers
go
will
for
cover
an
the bomb
early
diffuser.
shutdown. Poseidon will pick it back up on the blitz, but I'd imagine that he will not keep it for very long because you really don't want to keep your blitz frozen. You want to keep that blitz fluid. You want to keep him moving throughout the map and causing a little bit of chaos. There's nothing quite like a blitz shield just running you down at full speed.
It's interesting. I mean, it looked like we were seeing Blitz and one of the other attackers set up for like a secret kind of push down into the basement, which talked about seems like a bit of a waste here on the 2F site. But look at this. He swings in the rappel. Yeah, not focused on the secret there. And then a double taking 2 attackers on at the same time. Smoke is going to push Blitz back just a little bit. Boy, they're just opening up all kinds of lines of sight here to the attackers as they try and push in admin side over, and it falls apart.
Wow. Fluffy Amers, try as you might, but you just cannot win in that situation. Man disadvantage with a blitz still on the board, kind of stuck over by admin side, and you walk right into your doom. 3-1 now for Bello as we set our sights towards Piano. Another site that Bello have had a lot of success on. They, did a great job of getting in the face of Fluffy Amers and just overall keeping them out of the building. That's one of your biggest strengths if you're Bello, is keeping Fluffy Amers out of the building and keeping them from getting established. Because if they get a lot of control, they gain more confidence. And as they gain
Attackers need to locate
confidence,
and defuse as many
they can start to
bombs as they
steamroll
can.
rounds in their favor. So if you could keep Bello, or rather, if you're Bello and you could keep Fluffy Amers from gaining that confidence, gaining that control, it will bode very well for you throughout this map.
Talking about the second floor here on Consulate, it really felt like, it's sort of different than the standard sort of take you see on Clubhouse or Chalet, where you've got the very defined points that you're always opening up those sight lines, cutting
Attackers
off
have
lines
located
of
a bomb.
exit and
10
rotations
seconds
for the
remaining.
defense by being able to cover those. It felt sort of haphazard
5
from the
seconds
Fluffy Amers attack, right? Not really coordinated on the full admin side, not really pushing up the spiral stairs, using any of that utility clear. It felt disjointed in terms of the way that they sort of approached it, and Bello making them pay for it. So I don't know whether or not that's because they're trying something different in terms of their attack on Consulate. This is their map pick, so they know they were going to have to start on attack here, and maybe they've got some great defensive strat set up that they're not so worried about. Maybe not really taking a huge advantage on attack, but certainly felt like it was a little bit of a disjointed approach to that last round.
Reapers, down goes Rival. That's the Nook off the board. And Whiskey, this is an operator that I do know the changes that happen. You can usually, or not usually, but essentially use Nook's ability forever in a round as long as you aren't sprinting or shooting, which is actually very powerful because you can sneak into the depths of the map without having anything happen to you and gain a lot of control and maybe cause a little bit of a backstab. I've seen Asher do it a couple times in Pro League. And not having that and not having your ace are definitely two huge operators to lose early on if you're Fluffy Gamers. 5v3 now for Bello. And what can they do?
What can they do? Yeah, and in the addition of the recoil buff on that FMG9, I think just even adds to Nook's pick rate there. But holy cow, all up to Recited, bringing the Ash and just not even in the right place and getting taken down by the Bailiff to finish it off. Boy, it just feels like right now nothing is going in their way. Of course, it is attack. I know we talked about whether or not it was an attacker-sided map. Definitely not in Bello's house. It's not. They are holding down the fort on defense. Going to go to the basement, and that's the one round that we did see Fluffy Aimers take. So maybe this vertical down play is where they're really going to shine. Their last opportunity to get the standard split, that 4-2 half, before we switch sides and see how Fluffy's going to handle their defense of Consulate.
This is the one site that Fluffy Gamers have won to this point.
Attackers have discovered
So
the
I definitely would
location of
not
the
be
bomb.
surprised if we see them take this and get that standard 4-2 like you just mentioned. The only problem with that is you got a couple players from Fluffy Gamers that aren't really showing up. And like I was talking about, they are very much momentum based. They haven't been able to get that momentum through this game. And you have to worry as this scoreline keeps getting worse and worse for Fluffy Gamers. Can these players like JJ, who's 1-4, Emilio 0-5, Deity 2-5. Really, the only player that's actually even doing somewhat well right now is Rival. So can the other 4 players on Fluffy Gamers step up, being down as much as they are right now? And if not, you have to think that we will very quickly be seeing ourselves on map 3.
That's right, that map 3, the possibility here, and it is Nighthaven. And we know that Fluffy Aimers very good on Nighthaven, so I think that puts Bello at a little bit of a disadvantage, but I mean, the bottom line is they've already lost that first map, so they absolutely must win here to even force that third map. They're going to have to play it either way, otherwise they're out of this before it even gets started.
Yeah, Rival unfortunately runs right into Reapers once again. Back-to-back rounds, he finds himself the opening death. And like I said, not ideal to have him the one dying first, especially being the fact that he is their top killer throughout this map, up to this point at least. Reapers still up on the top floor. He found that opening kill, but he's continuing to lurk on the Vigil. And it doesn't seem like Deity is out of that concern with him. He's kind of just going straight to work with the boogie drones of the Ram. And Reapers can potentially have some quick value here. Indeed, he does. Reapers is able to find Deity for free. Deity had no idea. Teddy on the board now. JJ off the board. And it's Emilio. Well,
what
no
is going
Emilio.
on?
It's just Recited Whiskey in a 1v5. What has happened to Fluffy Gamers?
I know that, you know, we're talking, well, I know you're joining me here for this final best of 3, but we've been casting for almost 6 hours at this point. I think it's likely that, you know, the team was preparing before that, right? This is an absolute marathon in terms of gameplay. Fluffy has been playing and not waiting for every game here as they've rolled through this open qualifier playoff, and it's been a roller coaster, right? Losing the first, winning the second, and now rolling into the third best of 3 in a row. It's a ton of siege, and there's a lot of opportunity to just straight get fatigued in terms of how it's going. They've got to hold on a little bit longer. Bello has got a little bit of an advantage there because they had a big break in between their loss to Los. Because of the way that the bracket rolled out, they didn't have to play Fenz's Aura because they didn't have a game. They didn't have a team. So that's if fatigue and the amount of siege you're playing is a factor here, Bello's got a little bit of an advantage, and it's showing up here on Consulate.
Fenz's Aura? Did I miss a team?
Fenz's Aura was one of the teams that qualified in qualifier number 2 and was made up of a bunch of previous SSG Academy players, and they were supposed to play against Bello in the quarterfinals, but unfortunately did not have a complete roster Because you've got roster locks in place for all of the open qualifiers, once you qualify, they were not able to continue with a full 5-stack. So definitely unfortunate they had to give up. So Bello got a forfeit win to start this this open qualifier playoff.
Yeah, see, this is why I hate going to work the day of the qualifier and coming straight home. I had no idea that had happened, quite honestly. So I appreciate you filling me in, but also filling the audience in if they may or may not have been aware of that. Fluffy Gamers on the defense. What can they do here? They have to kind of pull exactly what Bello did in the last map, where they were down 5-1 and came storming back to force overtime. And you'd have to think at a minimum, that's what Fluffy Gamers are hoping for here. See if they
That's
can't
right.
force that reverse sweep.
Holding on to this this 2F site, spending a lot of time. You got everybody, if you want to call it, bunkered back upstairs into this 2F. Nobody really putting any pressure downstairs. Nobody playing any of that vertical from the bottom up for a C4. Everybody more directly engaged. And what's Bello doing? You know, everybody outside with the exception of Ash. And so with a half this round gone, it's not a bad slowdown there from Fluffy Aimers, but boy, they just cannot win any of these direct gunfights. Reaper's winning another 10-2. What a sub coming in for Eli.
I believe the term that you might use is ringer. He's the closer for Bello, bringing this right back for Bello. On the back foot now are Fluffy Gamers, but they're definitely not out of it just yet. They've got a minute left to try and hold on here, being the defensive team. They definitely can just sit back and wait, but they can't do that too much. They've got to find something to slow down Bello, because right now they're just moving around with a lot of freedom, a lot of excitement, a lot of energy. They're very confident right now. That's the word I was looking for. But they kind of started to slow to a halt here. Fluffy Gamers have done a pretty good job to this point of holding them at the doorstep, using those Goyo canisters to their utmost effect, using those smoke canisters as well from the Toxic Babes, but not for much longer as JJ's off the board, quickly traded back by Deity. Fluffy Gamers on the board in this round.
Attackers have dropped
Still
the
a
bomb
4v3, make it a 3v3 as Deity with another kill right back onto Kronk. Certainly seems like it might be that much more winnable, but Schmink is keeping his team fighting in this round as it's Emilio 0-6 and Rival, the top killer for Fluffy Gamers, the last two alive to try and put this one over the line.
There
One
it
kill for
is.
Emilio, finally on the board. Yes, indeed. Maybe a second one? Come on, Rival. What can you do here, my friend? Sight control for Bello now. Looking to get that diffuser down, but the time expiring means that it's all up to Teddy as Rival just swings out, and it's Emilio on the back stab. They may have gotten the diffuser down, but Fluffy Gamers will get the round.
And we got to see Emilio get to and finally get on the board. That was what they needed, a little bit of the confidence boost. I was a little worried as that round started off that we were seeing Bello do some of the things we talked about Fluffy not doing on their attacking round, which was having, pushing from a variety of places, right? Spiral pressure plus the admin side over, clearing out some of that utility. They were doing some of the stuff that Fluffy was missing. But in the end, ultimately, that double from Emilio coming up huge, giving them their first defending win and a little bit of confidence rolling in, getting that scoreline a little bit better shape, 5-2. So now we head to the basement for this second round of defense for Fluffy.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I gotta ask, are you a betting man? Are you a betting man, my friend?
Oh yeah, no, I'm all for it. We can take some bets.
All right, well, what are the odds that Fluffy Gamers can complete the exact same reverse sweep in map number 2 that or not a reverse sweep, but rather the same comeback that Bello did in map number 1, being down 5-1? What do you think? What are the odds that we see it?
Left.
I would probably take the over in this case. I think they can do it. I think that that Fluffy Aimers, you talked a little bit about momentum and, can they get a little bit of momentum in place and ride that wave to at least 5 victories here on the defensive side? Based on what we saw, I think the answer is yes. Like you said, Bello did get the diffuser down, but shut down pretty quickly there by the Fluffy Aimers. The big question will be, it's early in their defensive half, so we've only seen one site so far. Certainly, you've got the basement and that first floor piano as the next two sites that they're going to have to roll through to be able to get it. But I'm feeling like they got a better than average chance here of completing a 5-1 half and sending this thing to OT.
I, at least to this point, will tend to agree with you. I really like what we saw from Fluffy Aimers in that first defense. They did a great job of being patient, not giving too much to Bello. And they did it again here as we're on that basement site. They got a couple players up above, holding it up inside of the piano, keeping Zim and Teddy from causing chaos on the bottom floor with that vertical destruction. Zim will be the first one on the board in this round. Emilio off the board. He got on the board last round, but won't have the impact here. DD will quickly trade back onto Reapers, and there's JJ onto Zim. So look at that, despite losing the opening pick, and now a man advantage situation here for Fluffy Aimers, and they look to respond here and keep that momentum going.
And that was taking down Reppers and Schmink and Zim. You know, all three of some of those top kill leaders here for the Bello team.
Wow.
Triple from Deity on the back of some individual heroics. There's a minute 20 left, but I'm not sure Croc is going to last that long.
Nope, he did not, but Recited is there to quickly get some revenge for his team. And I gotta tell you, Whiskey, it seems as though Fluffy Aimers might be waking up here a little bit. I talked about the fact that some of those players weren't having the score and the impact that we needed them to have in the first half. Now that we've switched over to defense, in that last round, Deity in particular, seems like he might be waking up, and that's a scary sign for Bello.
Yeah, and you know the other thing to add to that is that this was Fluffy Aimers map pick. So I think they knew that they were going to have to go into attack. I don't think 5-1 is obviously what they wanted. I think they were probably hoping for more like a 3-attack win on their map pick. But I think what we could be reasonably assured of is that they had some very good defensive strats in place to try and hold this map down on defense, being that it was their map pick. So that, I think, is giving them a little bit of an advantage. We're going to start to get into a situation where Bello might start making mistakes because of the urgency factor, right? Fluffy has got the advantage with already having the map win. So if they win here, they move on. If Bello, they have to win here to force that third map. So now we're getting a lot more pressure on the Bello side. And if Fluffy can get a few more round wins, I think that is going to play right into their favor.
Well, let's see here. What do Fluffy Aimers have in store? Actually, they've got a lot in store. As we've got a pulse on the board for the very first time. Not only that, you got the combination of that with the Solus. A lot of information available for Fluffy Aimers here. You'd have to wonder, are Bello aware of this? Doesn't seem like, at least initially, that they are. They don't have really anything to help deal with it. They don't have an IQ. I guess really the only thing they've got will be that Dokkaebi, but that Dokkaebi has seen some nerfs recently, so not quite as powerful as she otherwise used to be. Still definitely a very strong operator, don't get me wrong. But nonetheless, speaking of the Dokkaebi is just in the lounge, gets an opening kill onto JJ, and somehow a huge gap has been exploited here by Bello. That Fluffy Aimers left wide open, and the site's just absolutely free. I'm pretty sure Teddy's actually already in here. Reapers will sprint his way in to join him, and Fluffy Aimers, where are you at? Hello, knock knock, nobody's home.
They're playing that upstairs vertical, though. This is potentially a dangerous spot for Bello. Yeah, if they've exploited a little bit of a hole with too much vertical hold from Fluffy, but the danger is that you put yourself in a position to get taken down. And there it is. The C4 coming out, Recited taking down that top frag. That's a huge loss there for Bello. And that's the Dokkaebi. I don't think she was able to... I don't know if she was able to steal the cams from this defending team.
I don't believe so. It didn't seem like it, at least, because the only player they killed, JJ, she never actually made her way over there. Deity with a quick trade onto Schminks, but the vertical play working out pretty well right now for Fluffy Aimers. They may have a second one lined up as Zim looks to work his way forward, but he quickly levels Deity, now down to a 3v3. But they still are being halted from advancing even further by the mirror window of Rival. And even more, look at this, that pulse once again back into play. That information being fed to the defensive side. Emilio looking to send some shots down long range. He's got player nearby, but is he ready for the fight? Certainly seems like he might be, but he's not ready. He doesn't spot the head of Zim. Man
No.
advantage now
Oh.
for Fluffy Aimers with about 30 seconds to go, and a huge response is needed, and it's Rival to get it. Gets one onto Teddy. Now a 2v2 with under 30 to go. Fluffy Aimers trying to close the gap here, but they have to be very careful. But they do have that X Factor. Oversighted still on the board, and
Wow.
Rival well up aboard, levels yet another one. Croc in a 1v2,
seconds to
and
go.
Whiskey, we might have been right on our bets.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, I think Kronk is going to be able to get this diffuser down, but the vertical coverage in place. Rival holding down the literal fort upstairs on the 2F. It was what we worried about. It had tons of vertical control, and Fluffy Aimers very good at the vertical game. In this case, both above and below. JJ playing the pulse in the basement, and Bello never, even with the C4 kill coming out from below, never really spent any time or effort trying to get him out from under there.
We're just one round away from potentially being right about our prediction. Fluffy Aimers are definitely awake here on the defense. What have we seen so far? I think it's been 3 total attacking rounds
Attackers
through
need to
2
locate and
maps
defuse
now.
bomb.
Because it was 5-1 in the last map. It was 5-1 back-to-back, and then Fluffy Aimers won an attack in OT. So I guess
Yeah.
4 attacks? So 4 attacks.
And if you only count regulation, I mean, in the regulation games, yeah, it's 3 attacking wins in all of the siege we've seen tonight, plus that 1 overtime. I mean, that is definitely crazy. This is very much, and part of me thinks that that we're seeing that level of defensive wins because everything is on the line here. The opportunity to get into the qualifiers. Right, you have to play a little bit more conservatively, or at least that's what the teams are thinking. You don't want to give up anything when it's all on the line, right? This isn't, a T4 league or, one of the games in the middle of the league. This is it, the last opportunity to make the LCQ and show what you can do against the pro teams. So I think that the teams are playing maybe a little bit more conservatively, which helps on the defensive side.
Cower in fear. The defensive meta is
Bomb
back.
located by
Oh
attackers.
no. It's definitely not the utility meta back in like 2020, but still. I actually kind of like it when the attack is a little bit more powerful because it's a lot more fun seeing the attack go really fast paced and have a lot of, fragging. But Reapers will shut down Recited, so maybe it's time for the attack to strike back as they've got a 5v3 here with barely a minute through the round. And they've also got those Dokubi logic bombs going off here. So, Fluffy Aimers are definitely in a little bit of a rough spot.
Yeah, this particular round, we talked about this second floor being difficult, I think, to hold on to. A little less opportunity for the vertical play that Fluffy was exploiting from that previous round. Everybody's upstairs on the 2F, so no dedication. Downstairs, gonna take a couple peeks, and I can't believe Rival won that. I thought for sure we were gonna see Teddy take that down, and it is evened up and surpassed with JJ finding another huge kill. 2v3, a minute 30 left. Boy, in the last 30 seconds, this thing is completely turned around. I thought for sure we were seeing Bello set up for that attacking win. Like you said, they were resurgent in this case.
Yeah, well, they threw it away. Threw it right in the trash. An easy layup seemed like it might have been a half-court shot missed. But nonetheless, they still have a minute. It's definitely not over. Kronk and Schmink could definitely bring this right back here. They've got low HP of JJ. They've also done some damage to Rivals, so it's certainly not out of the question, but it's not going to be easy if Emilio's fragging onto Schmink. Now a 1v3 with Kronk on the ace. He's got the diffuser, but he's also got 3 players looking right at him. Fluffy Aimers have done exactly what we thought they might do. A 5-1 half evaporated. It's 5-5.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, the 5-1 half looking very good right now for this team. They had the full round rotate done, right? They had already won on the 2F basement and piano site, and restarting that rotation with a win on the 2F. And, Yeah, looking very good. Now I think we're talking about Bello sort of losing momentum and not able to do anything against this team that was set up very well, and I think has the defensive strats in place for the reason. That's why they picked Consulate, and now I'm getting a little worried we're not going to get a chance to see that third map. If you're a Bello fan, now is the time for them to step up, show what they can do. Got to find at least one more attacking win here to just even get us to that overtime point, and that's what we would love to see. Both of these teams fully engaged, giving it their all. It's the last opportunity for both of these teams here to make it to this last chance qualifier, to make it to Montreal.
5 seconds remaining.
All right, since we've already done one prediction,
Attackers
I want to do
objective
another
to
one
locate
with
a
you.
bomb and defuse it.
We said the 5-1 half would be gone. Gamers would bring it back. But now I have to wonder, do we see the flawless defensive half from Fluffy Gamers? They're 2 rounds away from making it happen. What do you think? Do we see the flawless reverse sweep?
I mean, Bello has gotten close a couple times here, right? It hasn't been a steamroll train wreck from the Bello attacking half. They've got the diffuser down twice. They have gotten close. So I think that, my initial gut is that we're going to see an overtime here. All they got to do is find one round to exploit a Fluffy Aimer's mistake, and we've seen that they certainly can do that. So the question is, are they going to be able to do it in the next 2 rounds, which is all they've got left? I think the answer to me feels like it's yes, and we're going to see overtime.
Oh, well, you might have spoken a little bit too soon. It's a 2v3 now. It was a 4v3, but Zim did a good job to find a kill right back. Almost gets another one through the hatch, but Rival's ready for it. Another kill to add to his tally. And it leaves Teddy all alone in a 1v2 now as he shuts down Rival. No more kills for him in this round. 13-7, having a great game to this point. But Teddy will need to have just as good, if not a better one, if they're going to stave off match point here. Potentially 5 rounds in a row for Fluffy Gamers. Just 1 kill away from making it a reality. And putting themselves that much closer to moving on to the next round of this Open Major Qualifier playoffs.
You got a minute 20. I'm really wondering what the... No way.
I spoke too soon. Wow.
I was literally, we were just saying that I was thinking, seemed like a bit of a mistake on Teddy's part to just, hit fire into the floor and then use the drone. But I think that worked. It caused both of the defenders to peek his position, thinking it was the clone rather than the actual player, to get a double off the back. Like you said, W bait, well played by Teddy, and that's Bello's attacking win that they needed to put them up 6-5. Now to close it out, I said yes to the 5-1 half, and that means we would be going to overtime, and yes to Bello taking a win. So really, to cash in on both of those bets, really need Fluffy here to take one.
Fluffy Gamers, you played so well throughout this half, and then you let one slip through your fingers. Is that going to be the one that potentially haunts you? Is that the one that sends us to map 3? The next 3 minutes or so will determine the answer to that question.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Let's get it answered, shall we? Fluffy Gamers,
5 seconds left before
down
insertion.
to the basement once again. Bringing the 2-brow, bringing the Cade,
Attackers are
bringing
moving out
that
to
cap
locate a
camp.
bomb
A
and defuse
great
it.
lineup here for them. A lot of delay-o, a lot of potential traps being brought out here as well. Have to wonder, are Bello going to be ready for this? They've got a great lineup to potentially play for the vertical. They've also got a little bit to deal with utility, but do they have information available to them? They've got the potential for it, but they're going to have to be really careful with how they gather it. Otherwise, they could fall victim to some of those traps.
Oh, he doesn't get the steal on the cap can. One of my favorite things for sure in the game of Siege. The Brava stealing the cap can trap. and then maybe finding one of the attacking or one of the defenders getting hit by the cap cam. But look at this. Reppers playing the vertical. This was what I thought may be in a bit of an advantage for Fluffy going to the basement, was playing the full vertical site, but they have basically bunkered back down. You still have got Recited and JJ playing on that first floor, but that's Mira playing in the spiral stairs. I thought the bit of the risk from utility perspective that Bello had here was not bringing anything to deal with the windows, but right now it doesn't seem like they need it.
We'll get a trade back, so that's a good start for Fluffy Aimers here. Rival with another one, and there's that momentum once again.
Wow.
Swinging back in favor of the defense. Man advantage situation here for Fluffy Aimers, looking to push this to overtime for the second map in a row. I'm not actually sure where they're going. I guess oh, never mind. I didn't even see JJ up there. Apparently they knew, but JJ's ready.
How
for
about
it.
a
JJ
double?
with a quick turnaround on to two members of Bello. It's Schmink left alone to stave off OT. He's getting lit up from all different directions. C4's raining out. Bullets flying in all directions. It's just a matter of time. They're coming for him. They want the kill. They will do whatever it takes to put him in the dirt. And it's JJ from above. How about it, Whiskey? 2 maps in a row. We go all the way. OT is needed.
That's right, my friend. We are going to overtime. Fluffy fulfills all the predictions we expected, and a 5-1 half from both of these teams on defense. And a little bit of a maybe an advantage here again. Fluffy starting on defense. So that's the question. How are they going to handle it? The site they lost was the basement. And interestingly enough, that was the site that both of them lost on their attacking or on their defending halves, was the basement. So that was the dangerous place. They're going to go up to the 2F, which so far undefeated from a defensive perspective.
That's a crazy way to end regulation, Whiskey. We end round number 11 with a 1v3 bait clutch. And we end round number 12 with some fireworks of its own. JJ going huge on the top floor, shutting down that Bello attack. We get our way into OT. We start things off, like you said, with Fluffy Aimers in the advantage on this top floor. They've got the Goyo, they've got the smoke. And interestingly enough, they've got the Bandit. I'm not sure if I agree with switching out the Bandit here. I believe they used the Azami in the last round. What are your thoughts there? Do you agree with
10 seconds left.
not bringing the Azami? I feel like that's kind of a little bit of an oversight.
Yeah, I like the way that they were playing Azami up here. It just was really forcing Bello to use a ton of utility to try and clear those out. Now it's going to have them available to take out the Malusis, have the available to take out the deployable shield. You can focus more on that. So I agree. Seems like a bit of a risk. Now, whether or not, I mean, you've got the hard breach wall to the outside. That one at least you can have locked in, and there it is. He's gonna bandit trick there and steal one of those ace charges off the board. I think that was maybe a little unexpected from the Bello side. They didn't bring any. Oh no, Dokubi's got the impact EMPs, but was not in a position to support Ace as he's trying to get that single open. So whether or not it's enough, losing enough utility, I don't know, but at least that piece of it worked maybe the way that Fluffy intended.
Well, Recited's play will not work the way that he intended it, as he'll meet the first grave of the round. Reaper's 14-8 now, trying to match Rival's impact on the round and on the game as a whole. What more can he get? He's playing that Ashe, and you expect him to get in the building and get active early. Deity will be forced to, retreat a little bit further back towards the site as he's getting pressured from all different angles of admin. That's a little bit of control now in the favor of Bello. We've also got players down below here. Reapers has actually repositioned his way to the main lobby. Looks to potentially cause some chaos from down below. Are Fluffy Aimers ready for it? It seems like at least initially they might be, as they change positions a little bit. And they're trying to just keep themselves mobile, keep themselves flexible, and keep Bello guessing as to where they might come from. Deity swings out on a Teddy, so a great equalizer there. But as we enter the last back half of this round, they need just a little bit more than that to give themselves a real advantage.
Yep, they're able to use the grenade to clear out some of that utility, clear out that Goyo trap, but they still have got the deployable shield at the end by vending, and the defense holding it down, and you got to watch out for Deity in that position. But It certainly feels like they haven't done their job clearing out that shield yet. It's going to be a great piece of utility to hold on to. Plus, oh, the Goyo comes out late and is just going to have to force them around the edge of admin right into the waiting arms of the smoke from JJ. There's 35 seconds left, my friend, in the first round of OT.
35 important seconds here for Bello. Can they give themselves match point once again, or do they fall on elimination point? Time to find out. Rival going in first with the first kill on his Zim. Kronk with a quick trade back. Kronk with 2. Now man advantage for Bello. Rival, Emilio, the last 2 left for Fluffy.
What?
Rival falls. Now Emilio left with 10 seconds. Can he get in? Can he stop that diffuser from going down? From long range, he spots 1 kill, takes down Schmink. Maybe a second one available to him as the time starts to tick down. The C4 will go out, but it will miss. And now a post-plant situation here favoring Bello. Gonna have a lot of work to do. Eats a lot of damage from outside, but he is allowed to slip by. He knows kind of the general spot of where the second player is from Bello, but will instead attempt to try and bait out this defuse. One player looks to press forward here, but Emilio hops off, trying to find a kill right
He
back.
got it!
He gets the second one. Now it's a 1v1. Can he get that last kill onto Kronk? He's running out of time to get it, but it's certainly not out of the question yet. Trying to bait it out, but Kronk swings at the perfect time. Emilio off the board, and it's map point for Bello.
On the back of an attacking win on 2F, and that was the site that we had said was undefeated at that point from a defending perspective. No one had won on the 2F site yet until Bello shows up in OT and shuts it down. And that really felt like, again, throw is certainly not the right word, but definitely a little bit of crumbling there from Fluffy. I thought that they had that one in the bag, and it just fell apart into that 3v1 scenario. Boy, did they try like hell to hold on and got so close. But again, great job holding on to that long angle from admin to protect the defuse.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Woo! We gotta catch our breath there for a second. That was crazy. But it certainly has the potential to get crazier. Will we see it? Does Bello win it out here on the defense, or just Fluffy Aimers give Bello a little bit of a taste of their own medicine here in overtime? And will we get that all-important, all maximum OT, round 15? I don't know about you, but I think the way this has gone so far, it certainly deserves a round 15. And boy, oh boy, would that be suspense at its finest.
Bomb located
But it's
by
going to be up to
attackers.
Fluffy Aimers to win that attack.
5 seconds
And looking
to
at this
insertion.
lineup, it's a little bit scary. There's a lot of, well, there's
Attackers
actually
are
a little bit of
heading out to
everything
defuse
here
a bomb.
for Bill. They got information. They've got delay in terms of time. They've got a lot of utility clear. They've got that execute denial. They've just got it all. It's a well-rounded lineup, and I really think Fluffy Aimers going to have a difficult time clearing it out.
Yeah, and when we were talking about the defensive half for Bello, Fluffy really seemed like they were struggling to get going, right? That was a 5-1 half for this team. Again, that second floor seemingly unbeatable here until Bello pulled it off. But so far, Fluffy hasn't found a way to win on that second floor site. So this is going to be a tough push in. Utility clear from the Flores. I love having that. Get those Flores or that Goyo canister out of the way early and get the opening pick onto Teddy. That is huge. That's exactly what this team need. Can they find a win? Are we going to see a double attacking win here? Zim's got something to say about it.
Yeah, but Rival screaming even louder. On 17 kills. Having a great game thus far is Rival and looking to add to that total. 3 players left for Bello to try and close this out. 8-6 and give Fluffy Aimers a taste of their own medicine. That'd be pretty much the exact same. Identical maps, just switch the names, Whiskey, in terms of what happened. Oh,
No,
Reaper spawns
no.
the gap, gets the kill onto JJ. That's diffuser down. A C4 rains out, but it misses. 3v3, the diffuser down. Fluffy Aimers have to scramble. They need that diffuser back. They need that kill onto, I believe it's Reapers. Yeah, Reapers. Who just spotted a gap once again and done a crushing blow to Fluffy Aimers. Kronk on the board. Rival down. A minute left, and suddenly it's all coming up Bello.
Boy, when they peaked at exactly the right time. We still have got a minute left, but Emilio is in a really tough situation. He struggled to get anything going on this map. Took several rounds before he even found his first kill. So, Emilio, I don't know whether or not he's going to be the clutch king right here, but he absolutely has to be. It is the last opportunity. Otherwise, we are going to Nighthaven unless he can come up with 3 kills or a plant in the next 38 seconds.
Well, he's got side control. Spots 1 kill. Hang on a second. Definitely not over just yet. But he's going to have to relocate because those 2 players from Bello are just guarding the diffuser, holding down the fort with their life. They do not want to give up this space. They must keep Emilio out of this spot, and it'll be Kronk to do just that. Whiskey, a great series. It would not have been appropriate for it to end in 2 maps, and that's exactly what we will not be getting. Map number 3 on the board. It's a comeback from Bello, and we go to that all-important decider. 1 team moves on, 1 team goes home.
Holy cow. A double 8-6 overtime game here between these two to try and find who's it going to be? Who is the team moving on to face SSG Academy tomorrow in that lower bracket semifinal? Boy, you know what? Walking into this, I had no idea. And the way that those 2 teams played regulation, so evenly matched. Bello peaked at exactly the right time, though, to force this 3rd map.
I gotta tell you, it's been a nail-biter of a series. We've had back-to-back games with 5-1 leads blown just for the team that blew the lead to come back and win it in OT. You can't script a better story than that. But the story is not yet done, Mr. Whiskey Run. We've got 1 more map together tonight. It's Fluffy Aimers, it's Bello. The winner plays Space Station Academy. And we'll see you after the break. Heyo!
Let's go. What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players, and welcome to the Blast Open Qualifier Playoffs. We're in the lower bracket quarterfinals with Bello taking on Fluffy Aimers for the third and final map in this best of three. Joined with me today, filling in for Whiskey Glitter, Nomical. Really appreciate you being here, my friend.
Absolutely, I wouldn't have it any other way, and I appreciate you bringing me in for such a great game, honestly, Whiskey. We've had a lot of fun to this point. Like we were talking about before the break, we had back-to-back blown
Awesome.
5-1 leads just for the team that blew the lead to win it 8-6 in overtime. We've had identical maps of Skyscraper and Consulate in terms of what happened. But now we go to Nighthaven Labs, the all-important decider map to determine which team moves on to play Space Station Academy tomorrow, and which team, unfortunately, will have to watch the LCQ and maybe even eventually the Major from the couch. And I gotta be honest with you, Whiskey, just based off the map and the history of these two teams entirely, heading into it, it favors Fluffy Aimers by a long shot.
Yeah, you were telling me something about the stats rolling into this one and how Fluffy Aimers had handled Nighthaven in the past. What, you got anything for me on that?
Yeah, so heading into the XGS Season 7 Grand Finals from about, we'll say, about 3 or so weeks ago, over the summer, Fluffy Aimers were 6-0 on that map. Now, recently they have stumbled a little bit. They actually lost it 10-8 in said XGS Season 7 Grand Final against the X-Makers roster, but it still is a great map for them. They really like to play it, and they're very confident on it too, so I'd be really looking forward to seeing them build up a big lead here.
Yeah, that's huge. That's a tremendous record to have in competitive play at the T2 level. And I know that, you know, Fluffy has got a little bit of this aura around him of you know, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They're not winning these tournaments, but they are perennially in grand finals. They are in it to win it all the way to the end. The Tubarão and Valkyrie bands to finish out a combination of Monty and Flores. Monty banned again. This is it. I think I got to go back and check. So close to 100% ban rate for him, and he's important here for a lot of that push up and rafters. So sad to see. Actually, they wouldn't have seen what the game would be like having him in. I really wanted to see how that would play out. Sadly, we're not gonna get to see it. We are going to get to see how Bello is going to handle their second floor defense here on Nighthaven.
Really actually like this site as a whole. I think it's probably the strongest site on the map just in general. It's so hard to get into the map other than IT. Really the only spot that's typically viable for an early round push is going to be that IT spot. Rafters is so hard to clear generally. Aqua's so hard to clear. It's so... I would say even the hardest spot of all is to clear somebody out of E-Box and Pillar. Like, those are some of the most powerful positions on the map that are so hard for the attack to get rid of. And when you pair it with something potentially like an Azami or a Wamai, rather, that just makes it that much more powerful. And hang on a minute, Kronk on the jump, how gets the opener on the deity.
No way.
Fade, and a huge start for Bello.
Boy, if there's a little bit of a mental game being played here, and Bello continuing to feel good and want to push this a little bit, is exactly what they needed. Put a little bit of pressure on this Fluffy Aimers team on attack. You called it. Tons of hold there on the defensive side. So is this one going to go more attacker friendly? We'll see. Love seeing Nighthaven though. This is definitely one of our favorite maps.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Oh, not even one of. This is my favorite map by far to play, commentate, just anything in general. I love the way this map is set up, and I love the way it's played overall. Like, it's not even close for me. I would say my second favorite map is probably... Ooh, honestly, I like Consulate a lot too, but this one is just far my favorite. Like, it's so balanced, it's so well built. I think the developers did a great job with this one, and it just looks pretty too. I mean, it's got that nice modern, sleek appeal to it. I don't know, Whiskey, but to me, it's just got it all.
Yeah, Nighthaven for sure. Similar to Lair, we talk about being such a beautiful visual map, and really the developers did a great job on these last two. And you were certainly in good company. This is absolutely Whiskey Glitter's favorite map as well, and love that we get a chance to cast this one again. And this being the final map between these two great teams to see who's it going to be. Blitz trying to walk in, though, just getting a face full of bullets from this defensive team holding upstairs. Unfortunately, though, boy, some quick trades coming out.
Yeah, JJ walks his way into the site, gets
What?
one, but he's left all alone in a 1v3 now is Amelia, who does get one player over by IT. And now a technical 1v1 as Reapers as well is down. This is very much winnable for the Thatcher. It certainly seemed like it might not have been just moments ago. But Emilio has definitely made a fight out of it. He will get to confirm, so now it is a official 1v1 with 40 seconds to go. And he might actually have a potential reposition.
What?
Emilio!
How does he
Walks
win
into
that?
the- What a shot by the Thatcher. The 1v3 clutch and fluffy aimers start off the top floor with a beautiful attacking win.
Oh, my. Lucky shot. I mean, there's definitely some mechanical skill involved in Siege and in that shot in particular, but man, I feel like that there was a little bit of luck behind that one. And Emilio said it, I needed it. Yeah, he struggled there on Consulate, and what a way to start off this first round here on Nighthaven.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
See, that's another reason why I love Nighthaven. There's just so much potential for craziness and chaos. And as a caster, I don't know about you, but the number one thing I always hope for, no matter who's playing, is chaos. I just live for it. You get to see so many exciting things happen here in the game of Siege. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. And that last round is exactly the reason why. You see great gun skill from both teams. You see great utility play. You see a blitz that eventually has little to no impact, but still, the idea was there. And then you see a masterful 1v3. You see something slip away that should not have happened. But now we go back to the same site. And I really like this change from Billow. They had the Azami in the last round. This time they will bring out the Fenrir. Certainly has to be reactionary to what just transpired against them. They do not want something like that to happen again.
No, for sure. They're going to try and hold this down a little bit more careful. Now, the question is, I say careful, but Rappers is right there waiting, going potentially for a run out. Looked like they were prime prepped and ready for it, but he's going to maybe hold back. Wait, going to work on this IT wall. Interestingly, though, Fluffy not taking any of the approach downstairs. That's one of the things I think we typically see is even if you're going to push the IT wall, somebody playing from downstairs, taking the shot to try and prevent that bandit trick from happening. But he's not going to get it anyway, just runs right back, not going to push that engagement at all on Kronk's side. So they are going to get that IT wall open.
Thus far, and pretty good progress being made from Fluffy Aimers. They've got that main wall open, like you said, but they've also got map control down below. Rival being droned in by Recited here. He's also got the Deimos tracker available to him, and maybe, just maybe, a fight with Kronk upcoming, as the bandit seems to have little to no idea about the fact that Rival is here. But it doesn't seem like Rival knows that the bandit's here either, so whichever one of these players catches the other one off guard might have the potential for a free opening pick. And now Kronk seems to have made aware of the fact that this player is here. We'll go for the reload. Giveaway's position, pops up and wins the fight. A great start for Bello here, and it gets better as Sim on the Deity gets another one, but it's quickly traded back by Recited. So these teams still not dealing a death blow to each other yet.
Oh man, what a set of trades back and forth. Definitely going in Bello's favor. I mean, Kronk playing downstairs on the stairs, it didn't look like they had any bit of information that that Deimos had walked right up to him, but he certainly had a piece of knowledge, peeking his head up and taking that fight. Swinger be swung, and he swung it and won it. Now, down to a 2v2, though, as Fluffy answers back. You got 45 seconds left, and that is the plant going down.
Yeah, Amelia looks to attempt it. It's all up to Recited, though, to be the coverage. He
What?
will do a great job on the coverage. He gets one kill. Now it's Kronk, who we saw moments ago was left down below. He'll have to work his way back up here and find his not only second, but third kill of the round and get that diffuser with 30 seconds left. It's definitely not out of the question just yet with these two Fluffy Aimers players being very far apart from each other. But as the time starts to tick away, it gets more and more unwinnable. And you know what else becomes unwinnable? A situation where you find yourself with a gut full of lead. And that's exactly what will happen as the Thatcher, once again of Emilio, finds great value and is a 2-0 start for Fluffy.
Yeah, boy, Emilio, like we said, struggled on console. It took several rounds to even find a single kill, but has completely turned his gameplay around here. Maybe got a bit of a pep talk from the rest of that Fluffy squad, and has definitely showed up on Nighthaven exactly when it counts. Now, starting off on attack, this is, again, I think the most attacking wins we've seen on a half at this point to start off with between you and I. So, Fluffy has turned it around right now, firing on all cylinders. Bello needs to turn up the heat on their defense here. Now, rather than go back to that second floor or the first floor, they're going to try this basement site, and we're going to see how much of a roam game, what kind of extension they're going to play. We've definitely seen teams play Nighthaven in the basement, fully extended, maybe a single player who chooses to stay back in the basement as they focus on keeping a little bit of map control and wasting a lot of time here on Nighthaven.
And you know what, Whiskey? This is exactly getting back to what I was talking about when the game first started, at least this map first started, was how comfortable Fluffy Gamers are on this map. And I think so far we've seen exactly why. They sure might have lost some early bodies, but they don't panic. They know exactly how to play the map. They know what they need to do, and that's enabling them to play with so much confidence. And it's also allowing them to be able to come back in rounds where they may not have the best start because they know exactly how to play the map, how to take full advantage of different operators and of different spaces to leverage things back for themselves. They're doing a great job of that thus far, and I would look to see them continue to do that, especially as we go to a different site, one that Bello may not be quite as comfortable on because they haven't gotten their feet wet on it yet.
Oh, well done on the bandit trick there from Kronk. That was what they needed, but when you're ace, you're able to hit both sides of that wall pretty quickly. Bandit is only able to trick one half, so they're going to have that wall open, and yep, he realizes and runs right back to hold on to that double, maybe a little bit longer. But at least having one piece of it open, we've seen, though, teams be successful attacking this basement site completely from a vertical perspective and not even working on getting those lower sites open, so this could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the buck, they've got plenty of operators for the vertical, they've got the gridlock, the jackal, which can all help with that. With half the round left, they go right to work on dealing with that flooring, but they don't know about Reapers, who's just stuck inside a poke check. He just swings out with the Solus, finds an absolute freebie on a rival who's having a little bit of a rough game compared to what we just saw from him on Consulate. And that's another opening pick going the way of Bello. And you have to wonder, what could Fluffy Aimers do now to try and fight their way back into it?
Well, I mean, they've already found two on attack. On even if we call this, I mean, certainly a defensive-sided map, I think Nighthaven will swing that way. So you've already found two. They've already got to, you know, even if they lose the next 4 rounds, yeah, that would be a huge loss from a momentum standpoint, but they're in good shape already. So what do they need to do? Partially just hold on. Yeah, it's the basement. Now they get to see how Bello is going to play it, but they're still putting vertical pressure down on this team. Everyone except for that Mira and Bandit pushed down, back down to the basement in there. Both of them make the push down.
JJ
Well,
caught between a
fell
rock
apart.
and hard place there. Yep, and
What? And he wins the vertical play through the hatch against the player with the high ground. Boy, that one definitely fell apart quick for the Fluffy Aimers.
felt like overall that Fluffy Aimers were a little bit too spread out there. They didn't really have a coordinated plan of what they wanted to do. They had players all over the place on the top 2 floors. And then you had an ace who I believe was recited, if I remember correctly. It was either recited or Emilio, who just was in the site. He ran in through Animus with no control from above, none of his teammates supporting him, tried to find a kill, and then he gets flanked from the guy on the storage hatch, who just drops right behind him and kills him. So just overall, not a very coordinated round from Fluffy Aimers, and that's something that we cannot see out of them much more. Otherwise, they will not be able to build off that success they had in the first 2 rounds. They really need to get back to what they do best, playing together, playing aggressively, and playing with confidence. Because sure, you can have confidence, but if it's individual confidence and you're not playing with your team, then you're far less likely to have success, and that's exactly what we saw in the last round.
Yeah, I was going to say that's sort of the feeling that we were
5
getting
seconds
here
left.
from Emilio. Completely turned his gameplay around compared to Consulate. 5-1, amazing start to that round. And maybe feeling overconfident in a solo hero play downstairs in the basement falls apart. So we're going to take Bello sending this defense back up to the second floor, which, I mean, Fluffy Aimers took round 1 and 2, seemed like rather easily. So interesting that they're not even going to give the first floor a chance. I think there's some great defensive holds on those first floor sites, especially on a map that's got so much vertical play available. But gonna try this second floor site again. Hold on, and there's the thermite going for the trick. Is he gonna be able to get both?
Oh, he did. Kind of. I count it. He didn't let the whole thing go off, the whole Selma, so I count it as a win. Plus, he got the exothermic, so that's like a 2-for-1 combination right there. You keep the wall from getting properly opened up, and you get out with your life. That's a huge win there for Bello.
Once again, no pressure from down below in IT. I'm just surprised that, you know, even just a gun shooting up through the floor, you've got a vertical take available to put pressure on the bandit tricking from below. That just seems like a big miss for me.
Wait. Oh, he caught JJ lacking. Reapers gets one, but he's quickly traded back by Deity. But still, the impact is felt. The ace now gone. Your team captain watching the rest of this round from the grave, but the rest of the team is coming alive, doing good things. Recited will shut down Zim, and it's man advantage now for Fluffy Aimers.
Yep, they got the man advantage, and the Deimos putting a little bit of pressure on them from a roam clear or just player identification perspective. Iruni though playing those that top river stairs in a little bit of a dangerous position. We still got the bulletproof, but this is a big push here from the attackers.
Rival gets on the board with Schmink now dead as well. All left up to Teddy in a 1v4. He knows that there's at least one player over here. He spots the head of one, but Recite is just ready for that fight, shuts him down, and that's 3 attacks for Fluffy Aimers. Almost matching the entire score of what we've seen to this entire series thus far, Whiskey.
Yeah, they really turned up the heat, and I think you talked about it. That stat at the beginning, a 6-1 victory line here on Nighthaven for the Fluffy Aimers. I don't know, like we talked about, Bello is a collection of players that have played together before, but not this whole team except for in this third open qualifier. So to me, it kind of feels like maybe they didn't realize or didn't, I think maybe letting Nighthaven go through all the way to the end was a bit of a miss, and they're definitely going to be regretting that decision now. It's still early. We're only in round 5. Plenty of opportunity for them to come back on the defense, and if they're a good Nighthaven team on attack, they've still got that whole half as well, but going to have to slow this Fluffy Aimers team down starting right now. Now's the time.
Yeah, they're definitely running out of time. With every passing round, Fluffy Aimers get closer and closer to that matchup with Space Station Academy.
5 seconds left before insertion.
What can Bello do to turn the tide back in their favor? We have to wonder, is it just the fact that maybe Nighthaven Labs is unlike what we've seen to this point through the other 2 rounds, and maybe it is just attacker-sided? Or is this Fluffy Aimers finally starting to flex their muscles as we get later and later into the night? Main wall will get opened up by Warehouse, but an impact grenade from Reapers will force Fluffy Aimers to burn that little bit of extra utility, and that they probably didn't want to have to burn there. but they might just be content to leave it as a line of sight. It seems as though at least that might be the plan initially, as they've switched positions and instead are opting to open up the IT wall. Zim opens up onto Recited, but he's quickly traded back. Maybe a second one coming in from Didi, who only gets one. Kronk with 12 HP trades it right back, and Bella with the advantage.
Oh man, this thing is just an absolute roller coaster. You know, even when we're seeing one of the teams be dominant, the back and forth, right? I'm not feeling confident on which team is gonna take this each of these rounds. We're seeing 1v clutches, we're seeing crazy plays at the end. You called it. One of the best parts about being a caster, getting to see the chaos play out. And upstairs, you know, we're finally seeing this first floor site with a lot of that second floor hold and utility being used.
You want to know some chaos, Whiskey?
Yeah, I do.
To this point, all 5 rounds, Fluffy Hammers have lost the opening pick. But at least right now, they're 3-1. Looking to fall to 3-2 potentially if they can't come back here. But it's certainly not out of the question. It's a 3v2, and 2 players from Bello are on critically low HP.
Yeah, that 12 HP from Kronk, he is nearly a dead man and no opportunity to try and get any health back until the round is over. So you've got a minute left on the attack. You have the diffuser. You've caused a lot of chaos, opened a lot of that space upstairs, but both of the attackers on the first floor, no one right now holding on to any of that vertical space, but that is the diffuser going down and up on the desk to avoid the C4 from below.
Activating diffuser.
Oh, he certainly wanted to go for the C4, but he's not in the right spot. Emilio down, however, by Zim at long range.
Oh,
And it
wow.
left Rival all alone in a 1v3. Yeah, you said it. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. He escaped to the top floor. This might put him in a great spot here. Do they know where he went? Bello seemingly might want to look for this. They're trying to bait out the diffusal here. Have they sent anybody upstairs to deal with them? They've sent one player up here, maybe a second one, but is he able to kill Teddy? No, he's not. He's able to get the diffuser off. The sneaky counter diffuse, and Fluffy Aimers are just not ready for it. A good try, but Bello finally have an answer.
Wow, unfortunate there. Yeah, I mean, I guess Fluffy Aimers again, 3 wins already. They've sort of surpassed the standard split that you'd expect here on their attacking half, but so close to winning another. Having only 1 player to try and cover 3 in that diffuse. Yes, it was great that they got the diffuser down, but unfortunate that they lost one of their 2 attackers trying to protect that in the direct engagement. So great job by Bello, though, getting the counter diffuse down while putting pressure upstairs. That was a first floor win, so they have were not able to find a win on that second floor. That was 3 in a row that Fluffy Aimers took on attack. So going to go back to the basement. We saw Bello win this back on round 3.
Yeah, that was probably the most convincing defensive win that we've seen to this win. Actually, that was a flawless win from Bello, so most definitely their most convincing win up to this point on defense. We'll have to see if they can't replicate some of that success.
5 seconds left.
I don't necessarily think it'd be out of the question, because obviously tank is very much a hard site to clear. If you aren't vigilant with with your vertical game rather. They've got a lot of vertical operators once again, so this clearly screams at me that they want to take storage control. They want to work their way in through lounge. But I don't know. It's going to be a little bit scary when there is that vigil of Reapers still out and about.
I'm actually kind of surprised from this defense that you've got 4 of the 5 downstairs. I mean, this to me says they're definitely expecting a more of a direct site take, right? It's like Bello is expecting Fluffy to do that that direct basement take rather than spend a lot of time upstairs, and maybe reading into that, recognizing they were going to change up their play style and try and take advantage of it. Whether or not that's going to work in the long run, a bit of a question, but there it is. Boy, that's got to be one of the first rounds you said that Fluffy is taking the opening pick, right?
Yep, that is the first time this whole map that Fluffy Hammers have won an opening engagement. So we don't have any previous attempts or rather information to know what happens next. Can Fluffy Hammers push it over the line, or will Bello make the comeback? Because to this point, it's been all Bello in the early round. They've gotten all the kills up until now. with Recited getting that one onto Schmink. But having the advantage this time, maybe that means Fluffy Aimers can be even more dominant than some of these attacks. We'll just have to see.
Interesting to me, the other thing on the defensive side, not bringing the Mira. She's not banned out, but is so good at holding on to this basement site. I wonder if that's a bit of a miss from the defense too, choosing to bring the Warden and the Azami as alternatives to try and hold on a bit here. But look at this, the long game played by Vigil, able to take out one upstairs, but very good play here from Fluffy downstairs in the direct site take.
Or they're going to be able to get Teddy back up.
Oh, wow, they did.
Like it. Reapers still up above. Fluffy Aimers, please clear this man out. This is back-to-back rounds on Tank where he's just been allowed to throw a wrench in your attack. Rival has worked his way into Exo, but Reapers is the next one on to Recited. Rival now all alone. Everything going Bellow's way in this round. He's got a lot of work to do from long range, but he has no idea that Teddy's in Nano. And it's all Bellow in round 5 and 6. We got a tie game.
Boy, 3-3 half, and especially how those really, we'll call it the first 4 rounds, because even that third round felt like a bit of an anomaly, that it was really all Fluffy to start this thing off, and the tide has started to turn. It sort of swung back, but if we think about Nighthaven as being more of a defensive-sided map in that standard 4-2 split, Fluffy is in a great position here. Going to start off on the basement. Again, just we don't have a ton of data yet, but the big thing was Fluffy was very good on attack on that second floor. We'll see if they can have some of that same success on defense as well, and going to see sort of a similar lineup, but a double up on the hard breach denial with the Cade and the Bandit added in. Plus, seems like Warden is continuing to just his reign of terror on defense, being a staple of most of these defensive rounds.
Round number 7. What do you have in store for us, Fluffy Aimers? That is the question. We go to Tank. And we got a lot of wall denial here. I don't know. This certainly screams to me we're going to sit down in the basement, at least most of the players are, and just wait. They will hold their ground, they will play with the vertical, and they will keep Bellow out of the sight. They've got the Cade to do it, they've got the Bandit, they've got the Warden to potentially stop any potential late round pushes. You got a couple flash grenades that you could be effective against, you got a couple smoke grenades. Oh, but Whiskey. We got 4 players stacked outside of Animus. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Absolutely. They are going to go for this direct, maybe recognizing that it felt like a bit of a gap from this team, but no, it's sort of, boy, this Bellow team does not seem like they know exactly what they want to do. Seems like it's kind of falling apart. They're going to lose the Thermite. Yes, they're going to get one of those ace charges open, but that certainly does not seem like enough push in, and the A site is definitely not free. Fluffy Aimers has got a ton of control to hold on to that, even if they try and make the push in for the plant.
Oh, they're in all right, but they're walking in and meeting early graves. It's actually JJ to lose his life first. Zim on low HP. There's still a lot of work to be done here for Bellow. It's going to get better for them as 2 players come in. Hang on a second. Rival through the smoke gets a kill. Maybe a second one awaits him, but no, he'll have to fall back because he's kind of getting pushed back by these members of Bellow. A second one down. Bellow now losing everything at the doorstep. It's a 2v2. Make it a 1v2. Make it a none v2. Fluffy Aimers, the last couple members holding their ground, keeping Bellow out of the building. And the rush, well, it falls flat.
How many was that for Recited at the end? It looked like a 3-piece there for him at the end, and having all of the players, it just developed too slowly from the Bellow side, from the attacking side. It looked like it was going to be a quick execute kind of a play, and then it just stalled and gave all of the Fluffy Aimers time to rotate back, gave Warden time to rotate back, see through the smoke, see through the flashes, and completely shut that thing down. Yeah, Recited on 9, 4, and 1. Again, having a great game. Only JJ lagging behind. Tied with Schmink for that 1K category. So both of them looking to get maybe a little bit more active as this one rolls on, but There's
Attackers
that
have located
the
a bomb.
Mira coming out here for this 2F site, and again, Fluffy was very, very good on 2F, not losing it even on attack. So we'll see if that's going to be the case here as they try and hold it for defense.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
What a round number 7. Round number 8, what you got for us? What you got for us? I'm very curious to see. Let's unpack this one, shall we? We got a Mira. We got an Azami. We got a Bandit. Those are the big 3 defenders you got to keep your eyes on here. Mira's going to have a lot of denial here for Fluffy Aimers, keeping Fluffy Aimers, or not rather, yeah, keeping Bello rather, excuse me, pinned at bay, keeping those longer lines of sight open. You got the Bandit to deny different walls. You got the Azami to keep Raptors safe, but the Bandit won't have a lot of impact, at least after the first 30 seconds or so, because of the fact that using a lot of that hard breaching utility that Bello brought out, they were able to get that main IT breach open without a lot of sweat, blood, or tears expended. Just some extra hard breaching utility and a couple EMPs will do the trick.
Oh, another opening pick going the way of Bello. That is just crazy that they've had so much success but have not been able to convert that into round wins. That to me is the biggest surprising part, but wow, look at this. Reppers 11, 5, and 1.
And yeah, not only that, but he flattens JJ Amelia with a 1-tap onto Kronk.
Okay.
Put the thermite in the dirt. Deity now off the board as well. Or not Deity, but Teddy rather off the board at the hands of Deity. Rival on the board. Everybody from Fluffy Aimers getting involved in some action. Schmink finally brings something back for Bello here. But still the damage is done. That big lead that Bello had built is gone. And it's a 2v2 with Zim and Schmink. Schmink's been having a little bit of a rough map. Zim's been doing okay for himself. Not quite to the level of Reapers, but still having some great impact. Emilio, that big factor here for Fluffy Aimers. It's been him and Recited through this map, and Emilio will need to go big here. Do they know about Rival? They certainly do. One off the board, a second one gone, and Schmink and Zim clutched that one out. It's just too easy for him, and once again, we're tied back up.
That one to me felt like Fluffy sort of gave it away at the end, right? They were not, he had the attackers not on site. They didn't have a ton of control at that point. And the last 2 alive for Fluffy in a 2v2 situation, swing in what felt like an overconfidence kind of a situation. I don't think they needed to. I think they could have walked back, held some positions a little bit longer, held some tighter angles, and forced Bello to make the walk in. And I think that just overconfidence and a little bit of hubris maybe that was misplaced. So tied up 4-4 when really I think that we should be sitting at a 5-3 kind of a scenario. Yeah, a bit of a miss there. So good job for Bello for converting that into a win finally after getting one of those opening picks. That is exactly what they needed.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Round 9. We're getting closer and closer to potentially 3 overtime games here. Oh boy, what a series that would be, ending out the night with 3 OT games. I think you and I are both going to be here for that. Let's see it. Fluffy Aimers, let's keep that streak going. Let's pick up this defense here. They got the same lineup just about. Really the only big difference is they swapped out the Azami for the Wamai. And while I don't love the change, because you and I talked about it earlier on, that Azami is one of the most powerful defenders in the game right now, I would argue that the Wamai is pretty good too in a different way, but still very much impactful. But the Bandit getting impactful.
Oh.
Zim off the board. Rival with the Bandit trick may not be able to save the wall, but he at least can go 1-for-1 and kill the Maverick in the process.
Yep, definitely going to make it more difficult here for this team to walk in and open up some of those breaches, although you do have the Thatcher Thermite combo, plus the Ash to try and clear out those mirror windows, and wow, what a swing and a win.
Ooh, a nice swing from Dini, but is quickly traded back to keep that man advantage very much in favor of Bello. C4 going out, but it's going to miss. Recited nowhere near his target. He's being droned out. This is certainly a very precarious spot to find yourself in. With over half the round left, and now no C4 playing from down below. One of the hardest things to do in this game is retake up a staircase, and you couple that with the fact that you're in a 1vx situation. He's got a lot of work to do and a lot of long-range gunfights he's going to have to take here as he works his way forward. Does he spot the first one? No, he doesn't. There's a player right next to you. What are you doing, Recita? There's two right there in the room, and he has no idea. It's an easy lockout for Bello. They got the lead right back.
That was really what we wanted to see Fluffy Aimers do back on round 8, which was when you had that tied up man count just hang back rather than try and push it. So that kind of feels like what we've seen so far and maybe a little bit of their downfall. So like we said, this thing has just been an absolute roller coaster back and forth. No one showing a clear dominance so far at all. Fluffy Aimers going to go back to the basement. That's the site that they did win back on round 7 after losing 2 in a row to Bello on the attack. So again, eclipsing their best attacking round win rate on any map at this point for both of the teams. So Nighthaven, a little bit more successful for both of these teams. This one is definitely supposed to be Fluffy's magic map, but right now they're down in the round count, 5-4. And if you're just joining us, if you've been back and forth between the streams, I mean, this is it. We are in the elimination match in map 3 of a best of 3 between these two teams. The winner moving on to face SSG Academy in the lower bracket semifinal and fighting for a place in the LCQ for North America. The loser going home, walking away with nothing but a great run through these Blast NA Open Qualifier playoffs, but it's not going to be enough.
Nothing. Zip, zilch, nada. $0, 0 points, 0 chance to qualify for the Montreal Major. Like you said, the winner gets a new chance at life and will face Space Station Academy tomorrow night. That going to be a barn burner of a game. No matter who wins that here, rival on the Reapers looking to keep things close here. As once
that was huge.
Find themselves down. Yeah, it's a huge pick to potentially get us back to that 5-5. Every game to this point has gone to OT. And I think if we get to that 5-5, it very much has the potential to get there.
Whew, man, my heart definitely racing, and I gotta believe these players are too. Again, we're going on 7 hours here of casting between all of these matches, and the players been going even longer. It's a long marathon here for these teams, but look at this. Good intel coming from the attacking team, recognizing you got recited, playing downstairs, not watching, but not going to be able to convert it. And look at this. Is that the diffuser they were holding? Yes, it was.
Oh, that's huge. That's huge, Whiskey. That, I feel for Bello's chances in this round as things start to get worse and worse. A goo mine in the feet of Teddy, losing HP in the process. They need something here, just anything to give themselves a chance to get back into this round. It seems as though the play is just see if you can't push your way through Exo. Maybe try and bait things out here, but Recited has the right read. He's ready for it, but are they ready for Teddy? No, they're not. 2 big kills for him, quickly traded back by Emilio, but still, Teddy with his 3rd of the round.
No way.
How have you let this slip away, Fluffy Aimers? It was a 5v3, now a 2v2, and Bello are right back in this round.
What in the world, boy? We're gonna have to go back and watch the VOD on that one. That looked like Teddy's 1 bullet took out 2 of the defenders. Like, they just absolutely lined up head to head. And not only that, he ends up with the triple, 9 and 5, making this push in, but he's losing life, 36 HP. Both of these attackers very low. So now here's the question: can Fluffy hold on, hold those angles, and not swing, and force this Bello team to do something?
We'll just have to find out. Teddy now down to 8 HP, critically low, but still with a gun in his hand. What can you do, Bello? You're running out of time. You have to go. There's no more time to wait. You can't even get the diffuser down, and they're just going to win it on time. Fluffy Aimers just sit back, don't peek. They played that perfectly, and Bello showed no urgency, and that means we're tied right back up.
I wonder, to me, it almost felt like they didn't
He
expect
realized,
to
he said,
win. Yeah,
did you see
saw
it? He
that.
said, that is not a bomb site.
I'm wondering whether or not they sort of went into that round and felt like, nah, we're not gonna win it. Like that's not happening. We're not gonna win it. And then all of a sudden, Teddy
Attackers
comes
need
up
to
with a
locate and
triple and
defuse the
completely
bomb.
turns it around. So lack of urgency. I wonder whether or not they had sort of given up on that one already. We're tied up 5-5 between these two great teams as we head into round 11. And boy,
Attackers locate the bomb.
SSG's, not knowing who are they going to face at this point, who's it going to be that's going to take it on. Again, just crazy the way that one worked out. Fluffy Aimers, what a way to come back after that big triple from Teddy.
They dodged a bullet there, quite honestly. But the way Teddy was shooting in that last round, I would
5
not have
seconds
been
left
shocked
before
if
insertion.
Bello had won that. But they just didn't have enough time to be able to make magic
Attackers
happen.
are heading out to defuse
And
the
it
bomb.
all ran out. One could say they ran out of pixie dust. Or at least Teddy ran out of pixie dust, because I guess he was the one creating all the magic. But nonetheless, we find ourselves back at that all-important 5-5 scoreline. The penultimate round of regulation. The winner goes to series point. The loser has to fight with all to do. Everything on the line in these next 2 rounds. Blood, sweat, and tears have all been shed. And it leads up to this moment. Right here. This is where heroes are made. Who is going to be the hero for either of these teams? We'll just have to find out. About a minute in, both exothermic charges gone for Kronk. The main IT breach is open, but I'm not sure where the second one was. And it looks as though Bella are looking to go quick here, as they're right on the doorstep of the site.
It's one of the things I was thinking as we've gotten started on this round was we really hadn't seen a quick execute happen or a rush plant. We had seen a couple, relatively quick, like looked like they were setting up for it, but it just never actually happened. We just have not seen that like rush plant quick execute happen. That is one of the great things that you end up seeing in Siege, but this is just Fluffy Aimers over peaking the angle, just handing Teddy kills, handing the rest of this Bello team kills. And yeah, it looked like they were again getting set up for maybe something quick, but it is all sort of slowed down and finally able to answer back 3v2. Teddy seems unstoppable right now, my friend. He's going crazy in these last 2 rounds, absolutely held together this team.
5 kills in the last 2 rounds for Teddy. And oh man. On the precipice of defeat, Bello comes storming back. They've got series point against Fluffy Aimers on what you and I, specifically me, was hyping up to be one of Fluffy Aimers' best maps. Bello are taking it to Fluffy Aimers right now. 1 round away from JJ and his team not even having a chance at getting to the LCQ. And man, oh man, what a shock that would be.
Yeah, that's right. We are on match point, series point, and this lower bracket quarterfinal point, LCQ point for one of these 2 teams. Right now, it's Bello is, like you said, on the precipice of winning and advancing to that spot. We're on the 3rd map of a best of 3. There is no other alternative, no more rounds, no more games, no more maps. One of these 2 teams has got to win here on Nighthaven, move on to face Space Station. The other going home. That's the big question, though. Can Fluffy answer back? Are we going to see a pair of 3-3 halves and send the 3rd map into overtime? Certainly feels like that's what we've got lined up. And now, one of the operators we saw banned back on console was Clash and Rival, playing the Clash and hiding that entire prep phase, hoping maybe to maybe draw a little bit of a surprise here from this Bello attack.
Well, you'd have to think that not only do you need your captain, JJ, you have to step up here. Your team needs you with everything on the line. 1-11 is just not going to cut it through this round. You need to find impact. And Fluffy Aimers need the opening kill here. They've only gotten 3 through this map, and it's a miracle that they've been able to keep it as close as it's been. overall, Bello have been dominant in the early round of this map particularly. But honestly, this series overall, Bello have been great at getting the opening kill. Fluffy Aimers need that advantage to give themselves some momentum to push this round over the line.
Oh, I can't believe it. Here we are, 2 minutes left in this round. We've got the one down. We've got that the connector breach open, and Recited finds Kronk, that opening pick, that almighty opening pick. It hasn't been so important, it seems like, in this particular series, but when you're on match point, this is the one. Look at this, taking some shots, giving Finka something to worry about, but there's the flash coming in. Surprised she's not running those frag grenades, to be honest.
Yeah, there's JJ gone 1 and 12, not stepping up here. Gone quiet when his team needed him the most, but Emilio's gone huge, stepping up and redeeming himself for map number 2, 11 and 8, looking for more. Zim now down. Emilio again finding huge kills every which way. Zim, however, has been allowed to get back.
What? They traded!
No! It's all on Fink to save overtime for his team. He's got a clash.
No
but
way.
It's now just a clash. A 1v1. The game on the line. Rival, save your team. Send him to overtime. He will.
What?
It's so deserving, Whiskey. 3 maps of overtime between these two teams. And we've got it. 3 rounds to determine elimination or salvation. And one more chance.
I can't believe it. For the 3rd time in a row between these teams, we are going to overtime. I can't believe it. I don't know that, this is certainly not a David versus Goliath kind of a scenario, but I thought walking into this that Fluffy had a bit of an advantage. But Bello has shown up in every possible way on what was a map we certainly thought was going to go Fluffy's way. Overtime on Nighthaven on the 3rd and final map. Boy, I'm really glad neither of these teams are going to have to play another game after this, or we're going to have to cast it, because I am going to be absolutely spent at the end of this one.
Oh, come on. You got to come back for tomorrow, right?
Oh, for sure. We will be here for tomorrow.
You're just getting started, my man. You think this is it? No. You still got to see the 3rd team to qualify. It's either going to be Space Station or it's going to be one of these two teams. Space Station looking on, trying to find out who their opponent will be. And these next 3 rounds, about 15 minutes or so, will determine exactly who it will be, depending on who wins this first round or so. We go back down to the basement for round number 13. And it's Fluffy Aimers who get to defend, rather, and they get that all-important opening pick.
Wow.
On a Kronk.
Wow.
Back-to-back round, Kronk, the opening death, not having impact at the dying stages of this game. When he needs, or when his team needs him most, he's gone quiet. What can the rest of Bello do here to try and bring this back?
This is wild, and that's the hard breach. That's the ace gone. No opportunity there except for that pair of can openers that Buck brings along, but that definitely makes attacking this basement site a little bit more difficult. We talked about the fact that I've seen good teams approach basement with 0 hard breach and all full on that vertical take, but Fluffy Aimers have been very good managing the vertical game, so that is a bit of a risk. And holy cow, Zim taking a great shot downstairs on a completely unaware Recited, and evens this thing up at 4-4 with 1:42.
Boy, half the round gone, Recited off the board. No more goo mines able to be generated here. Reapers looking to get some destruction going with that skeleton. He said he will shoot out some of those rookie drones as well. And slowly but surely, that ceiling that Fluffy Aimers are sitting underneath will start to be torn away by the attacking side. That's going to limit, very much so, where these defenders can play safely. The C4 goes out, but
no!
Reapers runs right by. Saves himself, burns the C4 out, and what a misplay from Fluffy Aimers. They gotta be thanking their lucky stars there. Deity going big, kills Reapers from up above. And now Fluffy Aimers with an advantage, but it's Zim looking to fight his way back in.
No
Zim
way.
with his third
No
kill of the
way.
round. Maybe another one.
What?
And it's all going Bellows' way here. Rival now in a 1v3 to save off series point. Maybe, just maybe, he can give his team a way back into this, but there's players all around him. There's players above him. There's players next to him. C4 going out, does some damage, but no kill. What can you do? He's going for the reposition, but it's Zim on the Dokkaebi to shut him down himself. And Whiskey back on series point. Go Bello.
Yeah, was that a quad piece there from Zim finding 4 in round
so.
13 to put them up 7-6? Boy, just like we were back on round 12, Bello on that overtime match point scenario, not just match, but the whole shebang, the LCQ point, round 14. Going to go back downstairs, do the basement to see which of these two teams it's going to be, and Fluffy now has got to step up in an absolutely huge way on attack and find one. This is crazy. This is crazy the way that this has played out. I can't believe that round, after getting the opening pick, which Fluffy Aimers had struggled to do and converted so many of those deficits in the first half of this game into wins, that they get the opening pick and then lose. It's just like an overconfidence game that whoever is getting the pick is just falling apart after that.
Well, I was running some numbers there, and once again, Fluffy Aimers
10 seconds to go.
have still only gotten 4 opening picks
5 seconds
in
to
this
go.
map. But not only that, you want to hear an even more interesting number?
Attackers
We are
objective is to
guaranteed
locate a bomb
at
and
least
defuse it.
42 out of the 45 possible rounds of this series. It is absolutely delivering with everything we could have ever asked for. But Fluffy Aimers want it to go to 43, and they will have to go to 43 if they want to have any chance at winning this game out. They need this attack here. And we've seen that it's kind of back and forth for both sides. It's very much an even matchup right now in terms of who has the advantage. But they need this. Everything has to be so perfectly calculated, so perfectly timed for Fluffy Aimers, or they could be watching the LCQ from the couch.
Oh, I hate the fact that we're in one of these elimination games and only one of these two teams can make it forward, because after seeing them play this level of Siege across the rest of this evening, across the rest of this LCQ, and through the qualifiers, I hate the fact that we're not going to get an opportunity to see one of these teams again. One has to win, though, so it is the opportunity. Somebody's going to get it, and, boy, Reppers is going to take it down. Emilio, where did you come from? After that consulate game, you've showed up in a huge way, making up for right now a struggling JJ. He has got to find something to make this happen, to carry this forward. 5v3, a minute 30 left. Half this round gone, and right now, you said it, they need to get set up and run it perfectly, and they're doing just that.
They've got that man advantage to work with. It looks really good for Fluffy Aimers to push us all the way to double OT. What more can they do to even further cement themselves? Well, they could find a kill on a Zim, potentially, as he's lurking his way through Lounge. He gives away the sound cue. Do you hear that, Fluffy Aimers? He's here. Can you get the kill
What?
into that? No, he gets away, but not for much longer. Recited's there to end him out. Another one potentially looking to take a fight. It's Kronk. He loses
There
that
it
one.
is.
Link left in a 1v5, and Whiskey, it's a flawless round in round 14. We will need 43 rounds between these two teams. It's win or go home. One round to decide it all.
We talk about this so often on the Siege Double Shot. Getting to see the map 3 double overtime victory between two of these teams. Somebody has got to win. This is it, the final round between these great teams. Only one can emerge victorious. We are going to the 2F location to do it. It had been an absolute stronghold for this Fluffy Aimers team. They played the basement first, and now they've got the opportunity here on the 2F site. They have won the second floor now. Let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6 different times. This will be the 7th time that we're going to see the 2F location with Fluffy Aimers having a 6-0. And I almost feel afraid even saying that kind of a stat, my friend.
I mean, I do too. I mean, I thought Fluffy Aimers, to be honest, was gonna run away with this map. I really did. And while sure, it's great to see that they could still put up a fight in a close game,
10 seconds to go.
you also have to be nervous about this map. Our
5
team's starting to
seconds to
figure out
insertion.
how Fluffy Aimers like to play on Nighthaven Labs. Or is it just that these two teams
Attackers
are just
heading out
that
to
good?
defuse a bomb.
We'll have to. I mean, we'll never know for sure because this is potentially the last game for one of these teams, the last round in this open qualifier for one of these two teams.
They're both peaking at exactly the right point. We talked about Bello peaking at the perfect time on Consulate, and both of these teams have just absolutely carried that all the way forward. And the question is, are we going to see conservative gameplay, or are we going to see one of these two teams push it and take some chances? With Siege, it is so hard to tell which way it could go, and we've seen it go both ways on this map. We've seen the runouts, we've seen the over-aggressive peeking go both ways. It's too hard to tell. The big change up here, Rival bringing out the Clash, and the Clash was the game changer back on round 12. So here it is it going to happen again?
Rival won the 1v1 in round 12, like you said, to get this game to overtime in the first place. But more can happen. JJ looking to get in that first fight against Zim. Will lose some HP, but will survive for that little bit longer. The smoke's raining out. He's got a little bit of safety now to potentially reposition, as he has to stay alive in this spot. He cannot afford to give away map control to Bello, because if he does, not only will they be in that disadvantage, but it will enable Bello to just go, go, go. Uh-oh, look who's here. It's Rival on the Clash, looking to slow down this Bello attack.
That's right, back and giving JJ a little bit of backup, somewhere to take some shots. That mobile shield, in addition to the mirror window, that's the question. Do they know that he is right up there? Yes. Yeah, trying to take some shots, but JJ's going to get it. We got a minute left in this round, and it is a 5v4. The kills are going to start to come fast and quick as we getting settled down. This attacking team is going to have to push. Bello is going to have to go crazy here in the next 50 seconds if they want to see a round win. Oh no, was that a purpose? Did he mean to drop?
I don't know, but JJ's gonna lose his life in the process.
What?
Schmink on the board. It's a 2v2. Deity! Rival once again to clutch the game, to save his team. Kronk left. It's all up to him and Teddy, but Teddy is there. Teddy will save the game. It's Bello to move on. Fluffy Aimers, your run was good. It was real good. But you are the ones going home. Congratulations to Bello.
Wow. I don't know that I even have got any words to really describe what we got a chance to see there. Double overtime victory coming down to that 1v1 with Clash. And we saw Recited win that on round 12 and lose it, unfortunately, on round 15. What a game between these two titans of T2. Obviously, huge congratulations for the Fluffy Aimers for making it this far and almost making it into the LCQ in this lower bracket. But big GG's to the Bello team for making it, and they are going to have to take on Space Station Academy for that final spot here in the bracket. Wow.
Big GG's indeed, my friend. What a game that was. Holy smokes. 43 out of 45 potential rounds. And it all comes down to a Clash 1v2 on round 15. But you have to wonder, could that story have been that little bit different? Maybe we're talking about Fluffy Aimers winning it here. If he doesn't fall through the hatch, will they go back and be kicking themselves for that small mistake? That game was a game of micro plays. Every inch mattered. And that one might be the one that we look back and say hurt them the most.
Yeah, boy, it's a collection of small changes, small mistakes over the course of, like you said, 43 rounds. That's unbelievable in a best of 3 to be able to carry us this far. And, I mean, we're talking, just taking a look, 7.5 hours of Siege being played out today between these two teams. An absolute marathon kind of a session. to make it all the way into this. I'm glad that they're actually getting to take a break. I'm glad that we're not going to have to go through another game tonight. We can pick it back up again tomorrow, like you said it. We'll be back here on the Siege Double Shot, trying to carry forward the rest of these games. Who is going to be the final team to qualify there for the LCQ? And really looking forward to it, but man, heartbreaking for the Fluffy Aimers and elation there for Bello to take that victory. Holy cow, I'm just in shock right now.
Indeed. What a great game it was. But unfortunately, like you said, that is the last game for the day. Bella will play Space Station Gaming Academy tomorrow. And what a game that promises to be in the lower bracket. Another elimination game potentially on tap for both of those teams. But they got to go get some rest, man. I think we got to go get some rest as well. 'Cause what a
Yes.
long day it was. I know you've been here for a long time. I know our observer, the unnamed gamer, has been here for a very long time. Huge props and huge shout out to him. But Whiskey, it's been an absolute pleasure joining you this evening. I'm so thankful to have been able to give him this chance to come cast with you, and I'm so thankful for having such a great game to join you with. But that's it for me. I'll let you close us out here.
Yeah, that's right. Again, big thanks for filling in for Whiskey Glitter tonight. Much appreciated, Nomical. You were a fantastic partner to have as we got to see this great game play out. Thanks again for everyone for the follows, subscriptions. We really appreciate and try to earn your follow as a part of bringing Siege to the community here. Glad that we were able to be some of the official Blast community casters here for the open qualifiers and the playoffs. I think we've covered every single one of the games, every single one of the days, except for one between stage 1 and stage 2. So it's been a heck of a run. Much appreciated, everybody, for being a part of it. So that's it for us tonight. And like we always say, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.